Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The Flash was scared by the gun, so Sheng couldn't bear to look directly at this scene. Sure enough, the king who was slapped in the face was the king who was slapped in the face. If he had no chance of being slapped, he had to create a chance to stick out his face. He asked himself whether he was using a gun or a knife. Barry Allen, where did it go? Will my confidence and face be beaten by myself? Shaking his head, red lightning flashed, so Sheng flashed directly. As for the weather necromancer and Barry Allen, regardless of digging and burying, I have achieved my goal anyway. Gunshots rang soon after Su Sheng left, but it was Clyde Ma Dong who fell to the ground. There was such a huge amount of storm in the city. The police naturally couldn't remain indifferent. After receiving the news, Joe West rushed to the scene and saw how Clyde Madon created the storm and also saw the Flash Barry Allen. To be honest, Joe West was frightened. He didn't react until Clyde Madon took out the gun and shot Clyde Madon subconsciously. The gunfire fell and Clyde Ma Dong fell to the ground. At the same time, other policemen who received the news arrived. Joe West just wanted to say something to Barry Allen, but Barry Allen was gone. A turmoil can be said that Joe West died down with one shot. Although the matter with Clyde Martin is resolved, Barry Allen still has bigger problems to be resolved. In the cutting-edge laboratory, Cisco Ramon Harrison Wells in a wheelchair, and Barry Allen looked straight at Caitlin Snow. Caitlin Snow said uncomfortably, "Well, I confess, Su Sheng told me that Clyde Ma Dong will come to attack the cutting-edge laboratory." In the morning, Caitlin Snow didn't tell anyone that she had seen Su Sheng last night. The situation was urgent just now. After Barry came over, he went directly out to play against Clyde Ma Dong. Weather Necromancer, this is the name I just thought of for Clyde Madon. Cisco Raymond gave Clyde Madon a name and said, "How can the electric shock Mad know that the Weather Necromancer will attack the cutting-edge laboratory?" He said that he forced the Weather Necromancer to do this. Caitlin Snow hesitation said. Barry Allen wondered, who is this Su Sheng or the electric shock mad demon? He once kidnapped Caitlin Snow and asked me to make a sonic gear for him, and then he disappeared. A huntress in Starling City kidnapped Caitlin to find out his whereabouts, but was later rescued by Black Canary. Now Black Canary uses the sonic equipment I made. Cisco Raymond was a little proud, but he quickly returned to the subject after seeing no response from everyone. Call him the electric shock mad demon because he has super ability and can release electric current. He had super ability before the particle accelerator exploded. Then why did he force Clyde Martin to attack the cutting-edge laboratory? Barry Allen looked at Caitlin Snow in surprise and incomprehension. I don't know. Although Caitlin Snow guessed that Su Sheng might have said something last night, she still shook her head and said she didn't know. So the electric shock frenzy is coming to us, Cisco Raymond concluded. Barry, it should be for Barry. Harrison Wells pushed his glasses. If he wants to attack the laboratory, he won't notify Caitlin in advance. His target is Barry. Me? Why? Barry Allen asked unexpectedly. I haven't seen him. You have seen it, Caitlin Snow said. He is the person you have seen with red superfast power, but he is not the murderer of your mother. Swiss power? Dr. Harrison Wells was slightly startled. He hasn't said the word swift power to Caitlin so far, so it's Su Sheng. He also has superpower. It's him. Barry Allen didn't notice the rapid force. He asked Caitlin Snow excitedly. How did you know? Have you met him? I saw it last night. Anyway, Su Sheng didn't conceal the fact that he had superb power and had met Barry Allen, so Caitlin felt it would be okay to say it. At least it would make Barry stop misunderstanding that Su Sheng was the murderer of his mother. I want to see him, Barry Allen said solemnly. Caitlin Snow said helplessly, his phone is turned off. Can I notify you if I contact him? Barry Allen nodded. Is it because he killed Barry's mother? It is obvious that this person has the same speed and power as Barry. And his attitude towards Barry is not clear, so for the sake of safety, you must be careful during this time. After all, no one knows. What will he do? Harrison Wells reminded everyone, but he was more anxious than them. A speed person who seems to know a lot of things from unknown origins is something he doesn't want to face now. His only purpose now is to ensure the safety of Barry Allen and make him run faster, so he has to find a way to solve the trouble of Su Sheng. It should be difficult to kill Su Sheng in his current situation, But it is still okay to drive him away or make him a little trouble so that he has no time to stare at Bari, like the huntress or black canary who has been looking for him. In the villa, Sheng looked at Layli and Valentina with a chuckle. If I didn't understand what you meant just now, do you want to leave me and go for a walk? Layli hurriedly explained, definitely not want to leave the owner, we want to find a quiet place to exercise ability and also have a better understanding of the world in this era. Only by constantly changing and enriching ourselves can we stay with the owner forever. If the host needs us, we will come back as soon as possible. I want to go back to the Soviet Union, although has been disbanded. Valentina said, don't be so nervous, just go if you want. Anyway, you will get bored if you stay in front of me for a long time, and I don't want to explain so much to you every time I arrive, so I take advantage of this time to learn more about history. Sheng said with a smile indifferently. I have already told Laura to take care of the master for us. Lily said hurriedly, okay, let's go. Sheng waved his hand and urged, it just so happened that he wanted to use Laura to try if she could have her own superpower. City of Starling. In the basement of Felicity Villa, which is the base and command room of the Raptor Squad, Felicity, Laurel Rance, and Selena Kyle are surrounded by the computer in the same cool pajamas of different colors. Look at the open email. There was only one sentence in the email. Sheng appeared in Central City. Although there was only one sentence, the three of them watched for a long time and Laurel Lance spoke first. Could it be the trap of the huntress? A year ago, we collected evidence to bring her father Frank to prison. But the huntress refused to give up and always wanted to find a chance to kill Frank. I received news that Frank, in applying for protection and medical treatment in prison, could it be the huntress who wanted to take advantage of her mobile hand and used Sheng's news to lead us to the central city? Catwoman Selena Kyle couldn't help humming. Even Batman has returned to Gotham City. He has been missing for so long without any news. If he does return, he should return to Starling City. After all, Felicity is her real girlfriend. How could he appear in Central City? The credibility is not high. Felicity said with a dark expression, pretending to be indifferent, you don't know about the huntress. He doesn't only love a woman, and after so long he might have had a new girl long ago. Friend, so what? You didn't break up after all. Selena Kyle said, is there a difference? It's just a name. Even if he didn't go missing, didn't he stay with the huntress every day? He hasn't touched it. Has he seen it? Has it taken advantage of you? Lena Kyle and Laurel Lance said. Say what I did and I didn't say anything. Laurel Lance hurriedly cleared himself. Only you have been taken the most advantage. Selena Kyle threw the bag to her without hesitation. Although the three of them have been together for such a long time and even lived together for convenience, they have known each other about Sheng for a long time, but Laurel Lance still changed the subject with a guilty conscience. Who let Sheng takes advantage of her more than Catwoman? Can you find out who sent this email? The other party is very experienced and erased all traces after sending the email. I can only make sure that the email is indeed sent from Central City. Felicity said, just check what the huntress is doing. Good. Felicity's fingers fluttered, and after 20 minutes he had mastered the movement of the huntress. She was still in Starling and seemed to be dealing with criminals on the street. It shouldn't be her. Does not rule out the possibility that she would ask others for help. Tell me to say don't think about it. Selena Kyle said solemnly, Felicity, you can go directly to Central City to look for it. Anyway, it's really a full set of huntress. You can also provide help remotely. Good. Felicity thought for a while and nodded, so it was decided. Night fell gradually. Sheng glanced at the time and said to Laura, I'm going out for a trip and I'm not sure when I will be back. You go to my room to sleep at night. Laura was silent while hesitation, but Sheng directly used his superpower to leave. The departure of Layli and Valentina had no effect on Sheng. After they left, Sheng dragged Laura over to study how to make her have superb power, but he had no experience in this area, so it was nothing to study for a long time. Progress. Just remembering to turn on the phone, Caitlin Snow's call came in and said Barry Allen missed him. Nothing left or right. Sheng agreed. The meeting place was the coffee shop where I was working in Iris West. The coffee shop has not closed at this time. Barry Allen and Caitlin Snow are in the corner drinking coffee and waiting for Sheng to come over. Barry, are you nervous? Caitlin Snow whispered while sitting opposite Barry Allen. Actually, he is actually very easy to get along with, and you all have superb powers, so don't be too nervous. Barry Allen opened his mouth just about to speak, but suddenly saw the figure flash, and the next moment there was another person beside Caitlin Snow. Sheng. Caitlin Snow was stunned before reacting. Don't have my coffee. Sheng glanced at the table and asked Caitlin Snow with a smile. I don't know when you will come. What do you like to drink? Caitlin Snow explained and got up and asked. What do you drink? I'll order it. It's the same as you. Sheng said, watching Caitlin Snow get up and go to the bar. Then he said to Bari Allen, what do you wish to ask? Seeing Sheng Bari Allen again but not talking as much as last time, hesitation took a moment to speak. When I was little, my mother. Stop. Sheng stopped after just saying one sentence. I'm about to memorize your mother's matter so I don't have to say it every time. Simply, your mother was not killed by me, believe it or not. Why should I believe you? I only see you a person with the same speed and the same light. Bari Allen looked at Sheng and asked in a deep voice. Sheng shook his head slightly to activate the superpower instantly. Bari Allen was startled and thought he was going to do it, but found that he didn't run to him at all, but... So fast, Bari Allen tried hard to keep up with Sheng's speed, but his eyes could only see red lightning. He is at least twice as fast as me, not twice. The frightened Bari Allen thought that Sheng had returned just as soon as his thoughts fell. Open your hand, Sheng said to him. What? Bari Allen was dumbfounded. I will let you open your hand and give you a good thing. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth. Bari Allen put his hand on the table and opened it in doubt, and then saw Sheng put a 06 thing in his palm. You. Looking at the black thing that looked like girls' shorts, Bari Allen was about to throw it out subconsciously. This is Iris's, are you sure you want to throw it? Sheng's smirk reminded. I know you like Iris, but now she seems to have a boyfriend and you still dare not confess, so I will give you a gift and do whatever you want. You? Bari Allen was not surprised but angry. He actually took Iris's. Bari Allen subconsciously glanced at the unaware Iris and rushed towards Sheng in anger. One red and one yellow, two colors of lightning rushed out of the cafe in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of you chased me quickly through the neon flashing city. For Bari Allen, Iris was the most important and caring person for him, but this guy actually did such a thing in front of him which made Bari Allen completely angry. Looking at the red light and shadow in front of him, Bari Allen had only one thought. Catch him, quick, quick, quick. Bari Allen's speed is getting faster and faster, and the red figure in front is getting closer and closer. But at this moment, Bari Allen hastily braked to a stop. There were traces of rapid friction on the ground, and Bari Allen watched the red figure rush to the tall building in front without stopping, and then ran up along it. In the blink of an eye, the other party has reached the roof. Bari, you can do it, he can do it, and you can do it, as long as you run fast enough. Bari Allen hasn't tried to run up to dozens of floors of tall buildings. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and ran back for 10 distances before sprinting quickly. He raised his foot and stepped on the wall of the building, controlling his body to climb upwards, and Bari Allen rushed out directly. It's a success. Bari Allen speeded up and ran towards the roof with joy, but at this moment he saw Sheng actually ran down from above, faster than jumping off from above. The red lightning passed by, and the powerful airflow swept in instantly, making Bari Allen unable to control his body and leaned back and fell. Ah. A sense of fear filled my heart. Bari Allen struggled to control his body close to the wall, and when his foot touched the wall, he directly rolled down. After rolling a few laps to stabilize his body, Bari Allen could already see the ground. Before he could think about it, he could only wave his legs and ran forward. After landing, he ran out 2 blocks before he lay on the ground with a puff. The heart was beating as if it was about to pop out, the body was weak, and there was a nauseating dizziness. Is it exciting? Sheng stood in front of Bari Allen with a scream. You. Bari Allen wanted to get up angrily but suddenly lagged and sat on the ground again. Tusk, it seems that you like the gift I gave you very much. It doesn't matter if you are embarrassed, I don't mind giving you one every time I meet, it is guaranteed to be fresh. Looking at Bari Allen still holding the thing in his hand, Sheng opened his hand and smiled. It's a bit troublesome to wash your hands every time. What do you want to do? The thought that he would often pester Iris, Bari Allen was annoyed. God will not embarrass simple-minded children, but people will. So if you don't know my purpose for doing this, I don't mind to keep doing it. Sheng paused and laughed. Actually, I just wanted to give you the one above Iris, but I think about it later and forget it. My coffee is almost ready, so I have to go back first to remind you that using superpower will affect blood sugar and you have to change your clothes. Sheng finished speaking and disappeared. Bari Allen then reacted and stomped his clothes quickly. His shoes and clothes almost burned with smoke from the super fast movement just now. Why is he okay? Enduring the dizziness and steadying his body, Bari Allen found that Sheng, who was faster than himself, seemed unaffected at all. How did he do it? With full of anger and doubt, Bari Allen called Caitlin Snow and said that he had to leave first, and then asked her to help himself with Iris. After hanging up the phone, Barry Allen staggered into a fast food restaurant not far away, and he needed to add sugar. What did you do to him? Putting down the phone, Caitlin Snow asked Su Sheng, who was drinking coffee. Su Sheng smiled and said, I just gave him a small gift and told him by the way that his mother was not killed by me, because if I did it I don't have to deny it because he can't beat me anyway. Then. Are you finished talking? Caitlin Snow asked. Should be. Then talk about you forcing the weather necromancer to attack the cutting-edge laboratory. Was it for what you asked me to help yesterday? Caitlin Snow asked. Are there any results? Yes. Speaking of this, Su Sheng is still very happy, raising the corner of his mouth and saying in a happy mood, I have nothing to do with his superpower. Then I don't need to notify you again, right? No need. That's good. Caitlin Snow breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was still very burdened to monitor Barry. Ring ling ling. Su Sheng suddenly thought of the ringing of the phone, and Su Sheng took out the phone with some doubts. Laura, what's the matter? Laura glanced at the other end of the phone. A woman said she wanted to see you. She said her name was Felicity and she was your girlfriend. I know, I'll go back in a while. Su Sheng responded and hung up the phone. If you have anything, you can go first. I'll wait for Iris to bring Barry a word. Caitlin Snow said, good. Su Sheng nodded altogether, activated Shen Su Li and left the cafe directly in the villa. Laura put down the phone and said to Felicity, he said that soon, he will be back. Laura looked behind Felicity, and Felicity turned around suspiciously and saw Su Sheng standing behind her. How long have you been apart? More than 5 years, right? Although 770 had been used to it in the past 5 years, the long-awaited longing for Su Sheng broke out in an instant when she saw Su Sheng again. With just one glance, tears flowed down her eyes. How did you find this place? Su Sheng wanted to ask curiously, but as soon as the word you said, Felicity jumped over and hugged herself and kissed him violently. With her arms around this familiar body, Su Sheng could feel her longing for herself. After a long time, the two separated. Felicity looked at Su Sheng and slapped her hand over. Snapped. Felicity slapped her shoulders. She looked at Su Sheng, who was avoiding in surprise, and saw Su Sheng chuckle. I'm not Hammer, so I won't be slapped by my girlfriend stupidly. Do you still admit that I am your girlfriend? Felicity asked in a daze. Your focus shouldn't be curious about who is Hammer. I don't care who Hammer is. Felicity said in a low voice. Su Sheng smiled and stroked Felicity's shoulder. I haven't seen a little temper growing in a few years. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, if you were hit by you, it would be embarrassing. Would it still hurt? What do you mean? Felicity snorted. Su Sheng smiled and picked Felicity up and turned to Laura and said, it seems that you have to go back to your room to sleep. Laura nodded silently and turned away. She is. Felicity asked hesitation. Your new girlfriend? New girlfriend. When did we break up? Su Sheng asked with a surprised look. Su Sheng's question stunned Felicity. Didn't he plan to end this relationship with himself? Where have you been for so many years? Why did you leave without saying a word? Do you know how much happened after you left? Felicity paused and heard Su Sheng laughed. I know what happened. You, Laurel, and Catwoman formed a bird of prey squad. Helena should have gone to you to ask about my whereabouts, and then she became a huntress and kept tormenting with you, right? Right? I know what happened. What the hell is going on with Helena? When it comes to the huntress Helena, Felicity, she has a lot of questions to ask. I'll tell you slowly, it's very interesting. Su Sheng picked up Felicity and went to the room. Back in the room, Su Sheng went out to pick up Laurel Lance and met the legendary team, and then was taken to the Paradise Island by the legendary team. All things were told to Felicity. Felicity felt sci-fi at first when she heard the time travel, but soon became a Paradise Island, the myth of Olympus. What Ares Zeus's? Then it was transformed into the Soviet firestorm. Has this become a science? In the end, Su Sheng talked about the cutting-edge laboratory and the Flash Barry Allen, which can be regarded as an explanation of why he came to Central City. Probably that's the case. The sudden departure was just an accident. The series of things that happened later were quite interesting, so I didn't have to go back to see you in a hurry, and I know that you are doing very well now and going back rashly will change history. Su Sheng hugged Felicity explained. After listening to these things that seemed to happen in a storybook, Felicity had forgiven him for leaving without saying goodbye. After all, he had a reason and it didn't seem to be. He didn't mean to break up with him. Those women, how do you explain? They, Su Sheng chuckled. Sarah Lance in the legendary team is also Laurel's sister. She shouldn't come back at this time, so Laurel shouldn't know that her sister is dead, right? No, it's not important. Sarah Lance said it's my quirk. I can't sleep without holding a woman every day. Are you going back to Starling with me? Felicity changed the subject without waiting for Su Sheng to finish. Can't sleep without holding a woman. She didn't believe in such a quirk, but she only wanted a result or attitude. At least he was willing to explain it. At least it shows that he still cares about his feelings. If you really don't want to keep asking, maybe you really want to break up. I won't go back for the time being. Starling and Central City are only 600 miles back and forth. It is also very convenient. I promise you to call me when you miss me. Put down the phone and take a shower and I will already be in your bed. Sheng said with a chuckle, so fast, can you show me? Felicity said curiously. Definitely, the red lightning lighted up and Felicity was waiting for his performance to see that his clothes were missing. After a while he looked at herself again, but they were gone. When are you? Felicity looked at Sheng in surprise, but Sheng had already bowed his head and kissed him warmly. Felicity responded to the gradual fall. She is not a person with strong needs, but after so long again and again with him, Felicity exploded instantly like a balloon, and it seemed that the dam that broke the bank was out of control. Especially when she was incoherent and asked Sheng to hurry up, she was completely blown up, completely delirious, and didn't even know when she fell asleep. The night passed away quietly. The sun shone through the window. Felicity opened her eyes and looked at the strange environment and Sheng beside her. She was slightly shocked, subconsciously thinking that she was dreaming, but it took a long time to realize that this was not a dream. Oops. Felicity suddenly remembered something, hurriedly got up and found her phone in her clothes. When she opened it, she saw that there were a lot of text messages and missed calls, both of which were inquired by Laurel and Selena. After hesitation, Felicity simply replied a text message saying that he would explain to Sheng for a while, and then he saw that Sheng was already up. Morning, morning. Sheng came over to hug Felicity. First go take a shower and I will show you the disciple number. Okay, Felicity was curious about the disciple, but she didn't know that seeing the disciple was on the one hand, on the other hand. The photo in the collection room was finally available. Even Diana was not spared, let alone the girlfriend of Felicity. Although she was very angry and refused to cooperate, she was finally hung on the wall by Sheng. After visiting the disciples and taking photos, Felicity suddenly remembered and said to Sheng, by the way, do you have enemies in Central City or someone who doesn't want you to stay here? What's wrong? I only found this place via satellite, but before that someone informed me that you were in Central City. Felicity told Sheng about the email. This made Sheng interested in an instant. Caitlin Snow is most likely to inform them, right? But with her character, she probably wouldn't do it so only. Harrison Wells, right? Harrison Wells, his true identity is the Reverse Lightning Albert Thorne. Barry Allen became the Flash and began to recharge his speed force. He should have gradually regained his speed, and he also stole Barry Allen's speed force to accelerate his pace home, so he has the most reason and motivation to find it for himself. Can you let yourself leave Central City or take care of Barry Allen? Reverse Lightning is going to do something. Sheng showed a weird smile and said to Felicity with a chuckle, I know who it is. I will play with him if he wants to do things. When will you go back to Starling? Felicity said, I may have to go back as soon as possible. You know, my work is also very busy. I won't send you off. Do something for me when I go back. Sheng smiled. What's the matter? Felicity asked. Sheng leaned into her ear and spoke softly. What, you mean Dr. Harrison Wells? Is this possible? God, okay, I know, I'll go back now and I'll let you know if I have news. Felicity said solemnly after being surprised. I'll wait for your news. By the way, you tell them their matter will be resolved later. Sheng said with a chuckle. Felicity nodded and followed Sheng from the disciple number to pack up things and left. The real name of Inverse Lightning is Albert Thorne. In order to make Barry Allen become the Flash, he killed the real Harrison Wells and used future technology to change the shape-shifting image to disguise him as he studied particle accelerators. By the way, Iris West's boyfriend is her father Joe West's partner, and his name is Eddie Thorne. Yes, he is the ancestor of Inverse Lightning. 603, so if Edison dies, the Reverse Lightning will disappear. But Sheng didn't intend to do this. Isn't the Reverse Lightning going to cause trouble? Then see who can cause trouble to whom. Don't you go home with one mind. Haha, then I will let you stay in this era you want to escape forever. What Sheng explained to Felicity was to ask them to find the real Harrison Wells's body. Although he didn't remember where it was, he should be able to find it with the skills of the Raptor team. Besides, it must be something that you don't want to happen. The more I will let it happen. The purpose of Reverse Lightning's troubles should be to keep yourself away from Barry Allen and don't make trouble for Barry Allen. I'm sorry then. Little Barry, this is not what I want to target you. You are a lying gun. Sheng remembers a lot of transformed people caused by particle accelerator explosions. For example, they can create multiple bodies that can create their own duplication infinitely. They can turn themselves into poisonous gas to death prisoners, bombs that can be hung by anyone who touches them, female plastic bombs, and blowing. The Flute, as well as Captain Cold and Heatwave on this timeline, these villains appear one by one in the original book and are finally solved by Barry Allen. What if they play together? The Central City has to be messed up right. With Barry Allen's character, he certainly can't sit idly by, but he is not an opponent. And if reverse lightning can't cause Barry Allen to have an accident, he should only be able to take action right. By then, will you still be able to handle the acting skills of the Oscars Best Actor? Will the identity of Inverse Lightning be exposed? If the Raptor team finds evidence again, tusk, then things will be even more interesting. Since we are going to do something, should we do something bigger? Sheng thought of the villain of Earth II, Speed, Hunter Zalman, Cisco Raymond's double body Echo in Earth II, Caitlin Snow's double body Frost Killer, Ronnie Raymond's double body Death Storm, etc. If you bring these villains over, it would be fun. Big, even if Reverse Lightning and the Flash team up, you can't handle it, right? I'm the big boss behind the scenes. Inverse Lightning didn't know that his actions made Sheng want to make big news. On the contrary, he was very thankful that he made the decision in time, especially after knowing that Sheng teased Barry Allen last night and caused him to nearly fall to death. Although it was okay in the end, Barry Allen also learned the ability of running on the building because of a blessing in disguise, but next time. He has worked hard for so many years before he is about to succeed and will never allow the slightest accident to happen. He began to take the initiative to train Barry Allen to help him increase his speed, and Barry Allen happened to want to change faster to protect Iris, so it was a hit. In the following days, Barry Allen stayed in the cutting-edge laboratory almost every day, training with the help of Reverse Lightning, Harrison Wells, Cisco Raymond, and Caitlin Snow. The old driver with Inverse Lightning has improved quickly in Barry Allen. During this period, Sheng seemed to have evaporated without contacting Caitlin Snow or asking Barry Allen for trouble. What is Sheng doing? He is looking for someone. Since he decided to do something, he would definitely have to move. While he continued to be proficient in superb speed and strength, he could control a faster speed, and at the same time he found a few transforming people. The first thing he found was polymorphism. He was originally an expert in organ cloning. He finally worked out the results to save his wife who needed an organ transplant. However, the president of the company took his results as his own, and he had no choice but to use himself. Experiments to cultivate organs caught up with the particle explosion. His wife died because it was too late to transplant the organs, but he gained the ability to create unlimited duplication of clones. When he wanted to kill the company president to avenge his wife, Sheng found him and convinced him. How do you convince it? It's definitely a fist. The second one is the poisonous gas man. This guy was originally a gangster killer but was pushed out to top the tank. During the execution of the death sentence, he was affected by the particle explosion and possessed the ability to change into hydrogen cyanide gas. At the same time, this poisonous gas, it also contains tranquilizers. It can change into a gas, and it will be poisoned to death by inhaling a little bit. It sounds like it is difficult to deal with. But Sheng just used the weather necromancer's ability to control the wind direction to trap him and consume his physical strength, and it was easy to get it done. After all, this kind of back and forth between the body and the poisonous gas will consume physical strength, and he is just an ordinary person if he can't become the poisonous gas. The third one he found was called a steel beam, which could turn his whole body into steel. It was somewhat similar to Colossus in the Marvel world. When Sheng found him, he was still a little unconvinced, and he became honest after being knocked down with a punch. It is worth mentioning that steelmaking and Barry Allen are still classmates. Ganglion often bullied Barry Allen when he was in school. Wanting to meet again will definitely remind Barry of a lot of happy memories. In addition to the three of them, there are two others that Sheng wants to find. One of them, at the moment, was 50 meters away from his line of sight. Sheng at the moment stands on the roof of a residential building. In front of his line of sight, a person near the wall on the edge of the roof was holding a telescope and peering into a room in the opposite residential building. There are no beauties in cool clothes in this room, nor couples who are enjoying a good time, and the person peering through the binoculars is not a pervert with a stubborn face and a wretched face, but a woman. A black woman with curly hair like instant noodles. Her name is Ziona. There is nothing special about her identity and background. It just happens to be affected by the explosion of the particle accelerator, and she has the ability to teleport. As long as she can see, she can instantly move past. In the original work, she used this ability to rescue her boyfriend from prison. Later, in a tunnel, the flash broke all the lights and plunged the surroundings into darkness so that she could not see anything before grabbing her. Multibody can play human tactics, Poison Gas Man is responsible for assistance, Steel Beam can become a meat shield plus a teleport girl who can attack and retreat. This faction is also considered good in the Dragon set. Roar. Xiao took a sigh of relief and lowered the telescope to adjust the state, but the corner of her eye accidentally discovered that there were others on the roof. This shocked Xiao and immediately turned and shouted, "Who are you? Get out of here." Sheng said with a chuckle, "I'm here to ask you to do things for me." "Do things for you? Who do you think you are? Do I know you?" Xiao snorted coldly. "I'm not welcome if I don't leave." Speaking, Xiao directly drew her gun from her waist and aimed at Sheng. "It seems that everyone likes to use violence to solve problems, okay?" Sheng's voice fell and the red lightning suddenly lit up. Xiao had an uneasy premonition for an instant, her eyes turned to the roof in the distance, and ability wanted to teleport over. But before ability started, she felt her neck hit and fainted involuntarily in front of her eyes. "Why bother? You can only teleport when you see it, and my speed is faster than you see." Sheng bends to lift Xiao up, the red lightning flashes. Sheng took Xiao to the disciple. Although the size of the disciple is smaller than that of the wave, the sparrow is small and has all the necessary facilities, especially prisons. After all, the disciple originally belonged to the bounty hunter, and the bounty hunter will encounter all kinds of target characters through time, so the prison specifications are much higher than the wave rider. Sheng casually threw Xiao on the ground and took a look at the three transformed people who were locked up in single cells. Multiple bodies, poisonous people, steel beams. The multibody is relatively quiet, and the poisonous person transforms into green poisonous gas and continuously hits the cell. The steel beam is even more tempered and beats the cell madly like a mania. "Shhh, be quiet, don't bother this lady to rest." Sheng made a silent motion and pointed at Xiao who had passed out on the ground. "I know what you want to say, what you want to ask, be patient, and I will explain it together when she wakes up." Within a few minutes, Xiao who was unconscious, snorted and woke up. Opening her eyes and looking at the unfamiliar environment, looking at the three people in the cell and Sheng who smiled at her on the side, Xiao stepped back and stared at him vigilantly, but did not use her ability to escape. She can't escape if she wants to. It is completely enclosed here and you can't see the outside at all. "Introduce myself, my name is Sheng, I know each of you very well. I know how you get the ability, what ability you have, and what you want to do." Sheng smiled slowly. "As for why you are here, I will make a long story short. I would like to ask you to help me deal with someone." "Why should we help you?" the poisonous man shouted. "Because you are still alive now. Fight, you are not my opponent. Run, you are not as fast as me. What's more, you have all obtained ability. Shouldn't you be reconciled to hide everywhere like a bereaved dog?" Sheng explained with a smile. "And what I asked you to do is what you originally wanted to do. You want to kill the original company president to avenge your wife. You want to kill the gangster family boss and the judge and the police who arrested you. As for you," Sheng looked at multiple bodies, poisonous people, and then looked at the steel beam. "Don't you want others to fear your ability and do whatever you want?" Steel beam nodded subconsciously. "Miss Xiao, do you want to save your boyfriend in prison?" Sheng looked at Xiao again. "What the hell do you mean?" Xiao asked suspiciously. "It's very simple. I just gathered you guys who were doing their own things together and formed a team to do what you want to do. It doesn't matter whether it is done separately at the same time or in a team, it's fine. What good is this for you?" Multibody asked. "Have you heard of the Flash?" Sheng asked with a smile. Multibody poisonous teleport girl shook her head, but Gang Liang said with some disdain, "Is it the guy on the internet who saves people everywhere? I thought it was you." "His speed is not as fast as mine." Sheng smiled lightly. "Although he is lying on the gun, he can be regarded as targeting him, superhero. Naturally, it will appear wherever something happens, so I look forward to him facing your scene at the same time." "Since you are faster than him, why don't you do it yourself?" the poisonous man asked again. "Do I need to explain to you?" Sheng smiled casually and opened their cell. "You decide how to act, but tomorrow at noon I will see you meet the Flash. If one of you fails to make me lose the fun, I will let him never enjoy the fun." The red lightning flashed, and the four of them realized they were already standing in an alley in the city before they could react. "You look at me, I look at you." After a long silence, the multiple bodies spoke. "I don't think it hurts. 4 people can accomplish the goal more easily than one person, especially when the Flash might come out to stop it. So we might as well get to know each other and discuss what to do. The 3 of them considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. There is one more, but this person can let it go for a while and wait until the show is finished tomorrow. Sheng, who sent the 4 away, returned to the villa and beckoned to Laura. A new day has begun. The weather is a little hazy and the sun is obscured by dark clouds. Barry Allen came out of the house and prepared to report to the police station first. And if nothing happened, he would go to the cutting-edge laboratory to continue to improve himself. After this period of training, his current speed is more than twice as fast as when he first obtained ability. Even if he faces Sheng again, he is confident that he will not be teased again. When I arrived at the police station, Barry Allen found that the situation seemed a bit wrong and everyone was very busy. Barry, Joe West came from a distance and called to Barry, "You came just right, now is when you are needed." "Where, what case?" Barry Allen asked simply. Joe West shook his head. "What I need is you who run fast." Barry Allen immediately responded that he was talking about the Flash and he looked left and right in a low voice. "Convert people, and more than one." Joe West said solemnly, "They have committed several crimes in a row. First, they rescued a prisoner from the prison, then killed all the core members of the Darbinian crime family and a judge. They just received news that their next target might be Simon Stagger. That Simmons Stager who got the Achievement Award by organ cloning technology. Joe, how do you know they are transformed people?" Barry Allen asked suspiciously. "It's not just me. I am afraid that many citizens know it now because they don't hide their ability at all." Joe West patted Barry Allen. "I don't want you to risk becoming a hero, but now, I can only rely on you." "I understand." Barry Allen nodded heavily and disappeared for a moment. Cutting-edge laboratory. When Barry Allen arrived, Harrison Wells, Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow were already busy, and the identities of the 4 converted people were investigated. Cisco Raymond told Barry Allen one by one about the current situation and the results of the investigation. It is obvious that these 4 converted people are purposefully teaming up to retaliate. Is there any connection between them? It's not so coincidental that they know each other and both have ability. Barry Allen asked in surprise after hearing this. Cisco Ramon smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid you don't want to hear. These 4 people have nothing to do before, but they have one thing in common. From the first multibody to the last teleportation girl, they have been caught by one person, although he can't be seen. But I think you will recognize it." The captured photos of them appeared on the screen and there was a red trace on each photo. Sheng, Barry Allen recognized it instantly. Yes, it was him. He was so quiet during this period of time. I am afraid that he was planning this matter. Although it seems that the 4 of them are just revenge for their own affairs, if they really have a relationship with Sheng, I am afraid that they will not be so. It's simple. Cisco Raymond paused and said, "Caitlin tried to contact Sheng but failed so I suggest you don't intervene. Barry, although you are much faster than before but you have no experience, you can't deal with 4 transforming people at the same time, and the ability of each of them is not easy." Harrison Will in a wheelchair said in a deep voice, "These 4 opponents are definitely not something Barry Allen can handle now. You know, I can't stand by like this, and I believe you will help me defeat them." Barry Allen changed into the Flash battle suit with a swish. Barry. Harrison Wells had to persuade Barry Allen to leave the cutting-edge laboratory. Damn it. Harrison Wells couldn't help but cursed, "Will die." Now Barry Allen will die when facing 4 transforming people at the same time, and all his deliberate plans will be destroyed when he dies. He clearly informed the Raptor team why did they not cause trouble to Sheng? Woman, really unreliable. Harrison Wells cursed secretly. Roar and the 2 helped Barry deal with the enemy. Sure enough, it's here. When the Flash came to Simon Starger's company, the team of 4 had been waiting for a long time. The multibody directly produced countless duplications, which made the surrounding water impossible. The steel beams were tempered and fisted directly towards the Flash. The poisonous gas turned into poisonous gas and flew to the upper level of the company. Simon Stanger was on it. As for the teleport girl, she didn't move for the time being. Blinded. As soon as the Flash arrived, I was blindfolded, watching the steel beams hit with a punch. Boom! After being unfavorable, his wrist was directly broken. Gang Liang looked at the Flash triumphantly and punched it again. The Flash could only avoid it. However, there are too many duplications of the multibody, almost blocking the surrounding space, leaving him almost no place to move. After struggling to flash through a few floors, he is about to leave the surrounding, but the teleport girl screams in front of him. Kick the Flash back. The Flash overwhelmed several multibody duplications, but was also entangled because of this. The multibody duplication punches and kicks like a tide. Although there is no strategy, it can't stand a pack of wolves. It's not easy. Barry Allen finally broke free and the steel fist of the steel beam came oncoming. Boom, down with a punch, the Flash fainted with a muffled snort. "This is over," Steel Beam said disdainfully. "I thought it would be the result of how powerful it is, then go to hell." The steel beam clenched his fist and hit the Flash, who had passed out. Huh. A red lightning flashed from the door quickly, and the steel beam received a punch in the face before he could react. This punch made the steel beam fly out instantly, and at the same time the body retreated from the tempered state. Puff. He slammed heavily on the ground, and a person wearing a yellow battle suit who couldn't see his face quickly shook his arm directly and pierced his heart. The steel beam twitched a few times and stopped moving. The steel beam is dead. This incident made the multibody and teleportation girl stunned. Looking at this person who is obviously a speeder wearing a yellow battle suit, he can't help but feel a little puzzled. He shouldn't be the one who arrested them, right? Who is he? Snapped, snapped, snapped. Applause sounded from a distance, Sheng said with a smile. It's really a reverse lightning. A character like Steel Beam is effortless to kill, but I'm curious if you come here busy. This distance at your current speed shouldn't be able to appear in two places at the same time. Right, so in order to save Bari, did you hesitate to expose your identity for many years? Inverse Lightning's face quickly shook and became blurred like a mosaic, his eyes glowing red and staring coldly at Sheng, who clapped his hands and smiled. Don't trouble yourself anymore. His voice was filled with a cold mechanical feeling. Sheng chuckled and shook his head. You are the one who is asking for trouble. I didn't want to pay attention to you, but you have to jump out to brush up on your presence and want to make trouble for me. Yes, come and go, see who kneels and calls father first. Court death. The cold voice fell and the lightning moved instantly. The red lightning rushed towards Sheng. At the same time, Sheng also moved. Two red lightning flashes intertwined in the hall instantly, seemingly at the same speed. After a few rounds, Lightning suddenly stretched out his hand to pull the Flash up and rushed towards the door with a swish. Sheng stopped and did not chase. No, don't you chase? The teleport girl asked curiously. Although she can't keep up with the speed of the two, she feels like it is the same. I want to kill him in several ways. Wouldn't it be cheaper if he didn't get him to kneel and call him father? Sheng turned his head and looked to the side with a chuckle. A man with a camera walked out of the corner next to it. Seeing this man's multibody and teleporting girl were stunned. Can you duplication too? Multibody asked subconsciously. Duplication, I don't. And I always think this ability is disgusting. To a certain extent, it may not be you. Sorry, I am not targeting you. Sheng said insincerely with multiple styles. After an apologize, he picked up the camera. The other slowly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. With enough speed to turn back and forth between 2 points, you can achieve the effect of doing two things at the same time. This is essentially different from the real duplication. It is Sheng himself who does two things at the same time but duplication. Regardless of the way of duplication Sheng, he felt that he was no longer himself from the moment he was separated. The multibody is not angry because he suddenly thought that if Sheng is shooting and fighting with inverse lightning, doesn't it mean that he is much faster than inverse lightning? OMG, how fast is he? The shot is not bad. Sheng closed the camera with satisfaction and smiled at the shocked multibody and teleportation girl. Your task is also well accomplished, so the central city is now yours, let's play freely. What? The multibody and teleportation girls are shocked. What does his meaning mean is that they will no longer be forced to do things. Just let them go so easily. No, it's not right. They are now well-known criminals and they have also gotten involved in the Flash and inverse lightning. If they don't want to go to jail and don't want to be killed, they must. They must be enemies of the Flash and inverse lightning. Seeing the suddenly realized expressions of the two of them, Sheng activated the Speed Force and flashed directly. With them, the Flash will not be relaxed in a short period of time. As for the reverse lightning, he also has the opportunity to help. Sheng didn't go home after leaving, but ran to the place where Iris was working and walked around her, and then went straight to the cutting-edge laboratory. In the cutting-edge laboratory, the Flash Barry Allen woke up from a coma and looked at the concerned gazes of Cisco, Caitlin, and Harrison Wells beside him. He was a little blankly stunned. How do I? A red lightning sent you back. Caitlin Snow whispered, Sheng. Barry Allen asked in a daze, how could he? I don't know, Cisco Raymond shook his head, but the quartet has killed Simmons-Stager and the steel beam is dead. Dead, why? Barry Allen felt like he had passed out and missed a lot of things. Who knows? Cisco Raymond shrugged. No matter what you're doing, Barry, you can't be so lucky every time. If you want to save people and you want to help, then the best thing you should do now is to increase your speed instead of rushing out to die. Harrison Wells said with a serious face. I know, Barry Allen whispered frustratedly. Huh. The red electric light suddenly lit up and Su Sheng smiled and raised his hand. Hi everyone, Su Sheng. Barry Allen instantly stood up and looked at him warily. I know I'm handsome, but I don't need to be so excited when I see me. Su Sheng smiled and said to Cisco Raymond, It's been a long time, I'm afraid you have to do me a favor this time. What are you going to do? Don't be afraid, it's useless to be afraid anyway, I just ask you to help me put something. Su Sheng handed the camera to Cisco Raymond and then glanced at Harrison Wells. Well, it's quite calm. By the way, this is for you. Su Sheng raised his hand and threw something at Barry, then turned into a red light and went out. When Barry Allen caught, Su Sheng had already returned. Seeing what was in his hand, Barry Allen hurriedly closed up and glared at Su Sheng. No thanks. Su Sheng waved his hand generously and smiled lightly while looking at his flaming eyes. Want to know the murderer who killed your mother? You know. Bar 690 Lee Allen stared at Su Sheng, then reacted to look at the camera in Cisco's hand. Someone saved you just now. Su Sheng smiled lightly. Save him? You said it wasn't you who sent Barry back. Yes, it was the murderer who killed his mother. Caitlin Snow asked in surprise. Su Sheng smiled and motioned to Cisco Raymond to release the video. This is a new camera, and there is only one video in the entire camera. The video was played on the screen. At the beginning, the scene of the Flash being multi-body, steel beam, and teleporting female torturer was the result of the Flash's debut. With Barry Allen being knocked out by the steel beam, the highlight came. Reverse Lightning is here. This is the murderer who killed your mother. His name is Inverse Lightning. Am I right, Dr. Harrison Wells? Su Sheng squinted at Harrison Wells, who looked unchanged. Su Sheng, why did you ask Dr. Wells? Caitlin Snow asked with a trembling voice. Su Sheng's question just now had a strong tendency, so Caitlin Snow had this question, but he still surprised them when he pointed out that Dr. Harrison Wells was Reverse Lightning without hesitation. Instinctively resisted and retorted for Harrison Wells. Why? It's impossible. How could Dr. Wells be Reverse Lightning? He has been with us. Caitlin Snow retorted. That's right, and Dr. Wells didn't know Barry at the time. How could he go to kill Barry's mother? Cisco Raymond followed. Barry Allen obviously believed in Harrison Wells more. He looked at Su Sheng. If this is a joke you teased on me then, it's not funny. I guess you will react this way, but it doesn't matter. Know that a soft knife cuts the meat. A little bit is interesting. Su Sheng pointed to the video disapprovingly. First of all, you have to admit that there is another speed one, right? Barry Allen nodded. Neither of these two speeders is faster than him. If the speed is fast enough, moving quickly between 2 points can create an afterimage that makes people indistinguishable from the real and the fake. Harrison Wells smiled and looked at Su Sheng. Although he didn't say anything, he meant it. Clear. You can use speed to disguise creation to create such a flashback. Smile on his face, MMP in my heart. This should be the portrayal of Harrison Wells, that is, the Reverse Lightning. The superfast energy he has finally accumulated is almost exhausted before he rescues Barry Allen. As a result, Su Sheng even took the video directly to reveal his identity. Fortunately, he responded quickly and came up with a way to deal with it in time. It is true that Reverse Lightning knows speed so well, I can really play the two corners and beat myself. But you can also play Reverse Lightning and fight with me to save Barry Allen while continuing to be your Dr. Harrison Wells. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. The premise is that I have your speed. Harrison Wells said with a smile. Do you know, your biggest mistake is to trouble me because I know who you are, where you are from, and what fatal weaknesses you have. But don't worry, I won't use these to deal with you for the time being. Let's slow down, play slowly. When your heart can't stand it, kneel down and tell Daddy when will it end. Su Sheng gave a chuckle at Harrison Wells, who was still smiling, and turned to Barry Allen. Think about who saved you. After speaking, Su Sheng whizzed and disappeared. Everyone in the laboratory was silent for a while and their hearts were numb. Everyone, shall we concentrate on dealing with the four-man group first? Although there are only 3 left now, they seem to have something to do. Cisco Raymond said while looking at the computer. Whoosh, 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 the red lightning shuttled quickly across the central city. After a while, Su Sheng stopped at a power supply station. Here is the last person he wanted to find. Faruko. When the particle accelerator exploded, Faruko and his friends came here to watch the start of the particle accelerator from a distance. He even climbed onto the electric tower. As a result, the particle accelerator exploded and he was electrocuted and dropped. His friend tried to save him but was electrocuted unconsciously. Faruko can absorb electricity and release electric current. This ability looks just so-so, but he absorbed the speed of the Flash's energy and made him lose his speed. Finally, the Flash had to withstand the electric shock again to activate the speed of the cell to restore the speed. Moreover, Dr. Harrison Wells, Reverse Lightning, also used his genes to figure out a way to steal the energy of the swift force. It can be seen that his ability is still very good at absorbing this point. Sheng made a round and found Faruko, who was absorbing electricity. His eyes turned white and his hands were shining with electric lights. Hey, stealing electricity is illegal. Sheng yelled lightly, I need energy. Faruko slowly turned around and waved to release the electric current and hit Sheng. Huh. Sheng instantly avoided a chuckle and said to him, Thank you for your ability then, you can go to death. Whoosh, the red lightning came to him in an instant, followed by swinging his fist and blasted it directly. He didn't want to use any energy to be easily absorbed by the opponent, so this circle was just pure power, but it was stacked 50 times. Boom! With a punch down, Faruko's head instantly exploded, shapeshifting, and the flesh fell to the ground. Seeing his headless corpse fell to the ground, Sheng's hand directly burned with flames and blasted past. The high temperature instantly burned Faruko's corpse until the flame extinguished, leaving only a layer of ashes on the ground. The wind fluttered directly into the air and disappeared. The reason for killing Faruko and ruining the corpse is very simple, is not to allow Reverse Lightning to absorb Barry Allen's rapid force energy. And Sheng can absorb the rapid force energy of the Flash and Reverse Lightning after copying this ability, suppressing their strength. The Flash wants to cross time and disrupt the timeline. Impossible. Reverse Lightning has accumulated enough superpower energy and want to go home? No way. This is the meat on the cutting board which can only be slaughtered. It's no wonder that Faruko hasn't come out to get involved for so long since he acquired ability. He is just an ordinary person and he has been resurrected from the dead. He has a great need for energy. Time is spent on energy absorbing. Fortunately, I am different, just some hunger pangs will be fine if you eat more. Sheng felt the influence of the new ability and shook his head slightly. The red lightning lights up and Sheng disappears. Sheng returned to the villa and asked Laura to prepare something to eat, and the hunger pangs disappeared after the wind rolled over. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Sheng seemed to have finished eating, Laura couldn't help asking. Sheng wiped the corners of his mouth and leaned on the chair to watch Laura and smiled. This is the first time you have spoken to me because of you yourself recently, right? Laura was silent again. During this period of time, Laura was either cooking and cleaning or asking Sheng to study how to get her superpower. She was also committed to the pillow work. Even if Sheng needed it, she would silently endure it. What Sheng wants to do, she will do, but she will not take the initiative to speak. Looking at Laura, who was silent again, Sheng chuckled her into his arms and stroked her long exposed legs with a smile. You were scammed by Laylee and forced by me. It's a bit miserable, but I didn't force you to stay by your side. It's your own decision. So while I'm in a good mood, I want to say what I want to ask for. Yes, if you miss this time, you may not have another chance next time. Laura hesitated but did not speak. Want to kill the comedian to avenge your mother? I can help you, Sheng asked tentatively. Laura nodded subconsciously but quickly shook her head. If killing the comedian could solve the problem, she would not have stayed. And if comedians are already dead from this era? Are you sure? Sheng asked after seeing Laura shaking her head. Laura hummed softly, let's do it with you. Sheng only gave her the opportunity to make a request just because she had just copied the new ability and was full and was in a good mood, but she wanted to continue to be a receptive bag of adversity. Sheng didn't care. Coming to the sofa in the living room and lying down, Sheng picked up the tablet on the side and browsed the news in Central City. It was almost all news from the four-person group. After all, their previous activities were relatively loud, and the murders hardly covered ability. 710 has taken countless photos, and his identity and ability have long been exposed, and he has been listed as a wanted criminal in the city. In addition to the four-man group, it should be the Flash. After all, the Flash has also saved a lot during this period. Many people were suspicious of his existence, but after the four-man group appeared, many people began to believe in the existence of the Flash. Think he is protecting the Central City, but the Flash should be a bit miserable now. If I remember correctly, the last target that the gas man wants to kill is the police who arrested him. Was the Flash Barry Allen's adoptive father, Iris' father, Joe West? Although there are only 3 left in the four-man group, it is enough for the Flash to be busy for a while, not to mention there are other villains. As for Reverse Lightning, worrying that his previous efforts will fall short in the future, The fear of staying in this era and not being able to go home forever is enough for him to drink a pot. When he comes back, there is news from the Raptor team, and then continue to play with him. It is just during this time that Sheng plans to study whether he can get the steel battle suit out and apply what he has learned. By the way, practice how to travel through time or space with great speed. The production of a steel battle suit is not easy, and it involves many directions. Financial resources, material resources, manpower, time, etc. Fortunately, these are not difficult for Sheng. First, he changed the garage of the villa into a studio, and then ordered all the necessary equipment, materials for making steel battle suits, etc. Anyway, he has Firestorm's method of turning stones into gold without worrying about money at all. It only took less than a week to get all the equipment to work, and it would not even take a week if it hadn't been for the equipment and materials to be delivered. The sound of turning over the book is very clear. Sheng quickly turned the book and studied while watching the TV host talking about whether the Flash can protect the central city and whether it can beat the trio news. It's really cool to use super speed to read books and learn knowledge. It takes only a few minutes for him to read books that others may take a year to complete. By the way, because he was worried that he would be bored and lose interest, he developed a new application ability, the sense of overclocking. He can adjust his feelings when he exerts his superpower according to his needs, such as speeding up or slowing down the process of perception. Just like playing a movie, speeding up can be like speeding up playback several times, while slowing down is normal playback speed or even slower. Definitely refers to his own sensory feelings, which are still lightning fast in the eyes of others. After reading the last book, Sheng glanced at the pile of books beside him and said with some expectation, "I can almost try it." Huh. Red lightning flashed from the living room to the garage. Laura was stunned and hesitation followed the garage. As soon as he entered the garage, he saw red lightning rapidly spinning around the workbench. He ran fast, but there seemed to be no wind at all around him. Very calm. Sheng suddenly appeared beside Laura and pointed her shoulders forward. "It's done, how about it?" Laura opened her mouth in surprise. A set of red and gold steel battle suit appeared in front of her eyes. The tough lines were full of compelling metal texture. Every connection seemed so perfect. This more beautiful and perfect armor, even if she doesn't like it as a woman, she still can't help but be fascinated by it. Laura subconsciously walked over and stroked the armor before exclaiming after a long while, "It's really incredible. I have calculated the design results more than 300 times. There should be no problem in theory, but the lack of artificial intelligence makes it a little troublesome to operate. This is equivalent to an advanced version of manual gear armor," Sheng said. Moreover, the energy problem has not been resolved. With full firepower, it should only be able to support a 5-minute battle. The endurance of the flight is a bit longer, comparable to ordinary small helicopters. There is still a lot of room for improvement, such as energy. Portable, self-repairing, and various functions can be added or improved. Laura nodded as she listened. "Do you like it?" Sheng couldn't help laughing while looking at Laura's somewhat obsessed look. "It is said that mecha is a man's dream. I didn't expect you to be so interested. When I have time, I will help you get a set. Can you?" Laura raised her head and asked. "Then it depends on your performance." Sheng smiled and walked over. The steel battle suit slowly opened from the middle. Sheng went in and closed the battle suit. Following, the cold black eyes brightened up. "I'll try it." Sheng's voice sounded from inside, and the next moment I saw the blue pushing energy on his hands and feet slowly flying into the sky, and then flew out of the garage with a swish. Wow. Sheng wore a steel battle suit and flew directly into the air to test various functions, various limits and average data, and so on. Sheng returned to the studio in about 5 minutes. "How is it?" Laura asked curiously. "Same as the result of my calculation. There is no problem with the performance of the battle suit, and it can be used normally, but the energy consumption is too fast, so I need to improve it." Sheng's voice fell and he used superpower to circle the steel battle suit again. After getting up, Sheng entered the steel battle suit again after a while. From the outside, there is no difference from the previous one, but there are several charging devices installed inside, which can be directly charged by electricity. Discharge is a trivial matter. It can be fully charged in minutes. Although this method is only useful for him or someone with similar abilities, Sheng has already figured out a solution. He can use the energy matrix of the disciple to make a small one, at least lacking a container that can withstand this energy. And this container, Sheng remembers that Mercury Lab, second only to the cutting-edge lab, has it. Tachyon particles. In the American TV series, Reverse Lightning has snatched this thing, so it also staged a scene where I beat myself and Reverse Lightning beat Dr. Harrison Wells. Since Reverse Lightning needs it, he must not be able to get it. Whoosh! The steel battle suit flies out of the garage again. There is no need to test anything this time, just enjoy the satisfaction that the battle suit brings to you. Although the speed of the steel battle suit is far not as fast as the superpower, one on the ground and the other in the sky, the feelings of the two are completely different, at least the field of vision is different. That's the Flash. Flying Sheng suddenly noticed that there was a yellow lightning fast galloping below. He has discovered me. With the speed of the cutting-edge laboratory's reaction, I was found to be normal. Wait, he is not chasing me, but where is he going? Is there a good show? Sheng changed direction and directly caught up. During this period of time, although the Flash was very embarrassed, it was dangerous almost every time, but the speed did increase a lot. This initial version of the steel battle suit simply couldn't catch up. However, it is very easy to lock his position. A few minutes later, Sheng slowly fell down wearing a steel battle suit, and then saw the street below the Flash stopped a woman who seemed to be saying something. Betty Sansuzi. Don't leave, listen to me, I'm here to help you. The Flash stopped her and said quickly, but she obviously didn't mean to obey and turned around and ran. The Flash shook his head helplessly. Does it have to be like this? After speaking, a swish appeared in front of Betty again. Betty was stunned and raised his hand and slammed the lightning sign on the Flash uniform. Take it off. Betty quickly reminded her and turned to leave. The Flash looked at Betty and then looked at the lightning sign that turned over the weird light and ran to the other side helplessly. He heard a bang as soon as he ran away. Exploded. The gunpowder was filled with smoke and the lightning uniform was blown to pieces. Barry Allen squatted on the ground in shorts, rejoicing and annoyed, looking back to see Betty, but suddenly saw a red gold metal armor coming from the sky to stop Betty. You belong to him. Betty asked in a low voice, watching the armor that suddenly fell in front of her warily. Sheng watched Barry Allen behind Betty come out of the battle suit with a chuckle. Sheng. Barry Allen in the distance shouted in surprise, why did he get such an armor? No, why is he here? Is it also for Betty? What does he want to do? Barry Allen subconsciously rushed over to stop Sheng. The corner of Sheng's mouth raised, and an electric light hit Barry Allen, who was rushing over. Barry Allen suddenly groaned and stopped and followed him, feeling as if something was being sucked from his body. Originally azure blue, the electric light gradually turned yellow from Barry Allen's body and poured into Sheng's body. Betty on the side hesitated for a moment and lowered her head to pick up a stone. The stone gradually lit up in her hand and threw it towards Sheng. Snapped, Sheng stretched out his hand to catch it and heard a bang the next moment. The stone turned into a bomb and exploded directly. Patter. Barry Allen sat on the ground weakly and looked at Sheng in horror. The smoke gradually dissipated. Sheng remained in the same posture as he was just now. Although the palm of his hand holding the stone had just experienced the explosion, it didn't seem to be injured at all. Betty was dumbfounded. She can turn anything she touches into explosives. As a soldier, although she used to be a bomb disposal expert in the military, courage are the most indispensable for her. She was instinctive when she saw that Sheng could not be injured. Want to find more weapons? Betty, don't, he is dangerous. Seeing Betty's actions, Barry Allen hurriedly reminded to stop. Betty glanced at Barry Allen hesitation and then at Sheng. I don't know who you are or what your purpose is, but it's better not to trouble me. She helped the Flash because she knew that the Flash was not a bad person and he seemed dangerous just now. Betty, don't go, I can help. Barry Allen subconsciously wanted to stop Betty but stopped after a few steps. My speed. My speed is gone, you just sucked away my speed. Barry Allen looked at Sheng in disbelief. You need to start leveling again. Sheng said to Barry Allen and then looked at Betty. Plastic bomb or bomb girl, which one do you like to call Roar? I just absorbed the super speed from him and made him lose super speed so you may also be able to absorb the energy from me. Ability. Let me not worry about touching anything what will explode. Betty paused and looked at Sheng with excitement. Response quickly. Sheng smiled lightly. So now the problem is not that I'm making trouble for you but that you have to ask me to help you. After all, your ability to have this kind of ability is not caused by what the military has done to you, but because of the explosion of the particle accelerator. I don't seem to be able to help you get back to normal. No, don't agree to him. Betty, you don't know what he did to Central City or what he will do to you. He is very dangerous, very, very dangerous. Barry Allen hurriedly persuaded Betty regardless of the speed of loss. It was the particle accelerator explosion that changed you and me, Doctor. Harrison Wells is a particle accelerator researcher and he must have a way to help you. Seeing Barry Allen's anxiously persuading Betty who was hesitant, Sheng chuckled and turned and put on the battle suit. I really want to improve it later. This way of putting on and taking off is really not cool enough. Sheng muttered and flew slowly. Wait, I'll go with you. Seeing that Sheng is leaving, Betty finally made a decision. She doesn't know if the military can solve her problems or if Harrison Wells can help herself, but she has seen Sheng absorb the Flash's ability with her own eyes, so no matter what, she will not miss this chance. She is a bomb disposal expert, but now she has become a human bomb. She doesn't want such a life. Barry Allen could only yell unwillingly when he watched Sheng lift off into the air while holding Betty in his mecha. Oh my god, there is a pervert here. Shameless. After a while, Barry Allen blocked his body and lowered his head, standing on the side of the street to stop the taxi, pretending awkwardly that he didn't hear other people's words and their gazes. After an hour. When Barry Allen covered his body and returned to the cutting-edge laboratory, the friends were shocked. You said your speed was sucked away by Sheng? How could this be? When Barry Allen got dressed and said what happened just now, Cisco, Caitlin, and Dr. Harrison Wells were all in disbelief. Perhaps you can ask the taxi driver who brought me back. The Flash rides a taxi? I can't imagine it. Everyone, is my speed temporary or? Barry Allen asked nervously. Cisco did not speak with Caitlin and Harrison Wells said seriously, it's not yet certain for the time being, but we will figure it out. Barry Allen's face was ashes. In the villa, Laura waited for a long time and finally saw Sheng came back, but there was a red-haired woman who came back together. Click. After landing, Sheng let go of Betty, and Betty only felt a slight sway before she stabilized her body. It would be uncomfortable for anyone to fly directly in the air like this. Especially, she must control herself not to touch Sheng's battle suit so as not to become a bomb. Sheng first went to the garage to take off the battle suit and then came out again. At this time, Betty seemed to have slowed down and attacked Laura. Roar, this is your home, Betty asked casually while habitually looking at the environment. Look here. Sheng picked up a small stone from the ground, and Betty was surprised to find that the small stone actually lit up a light she was very familiar with. Woo! The stone was thrown into the air by Sheng casually. As soon as he flew into the air, he heard a bang and exploded. Why are you? Betty looked at Sheng in surprise. Being my enemy should be the worst thing. Sheng chuckled lightly. If you can increase your ability by about 3 to 4 times, you can freely control whether to turn an object into an explosive, but it may take your life to reach this level, so let's talk about your current situation first. How can you help me? Betty asked hurriedly. Admiral Wade Erlin should be looking for you. If you are caught by him after I absorb your energy, do you think he will let you go? Sheng asked with a smile. Betty shook her head solemnly. So, kill him. Sheng smiled. Okay, Betty agreed simply. Wait for you to find me again. Sheng waved her hand and Betty hesitation turned and left for a moment. It was only an accident to meet Betty. Sheng jumped in when she saw the Flash wanted to win Betty. As for whether Betty could complete the task, he didn't care. If Betty could do it, it would be interesting to see her ability. Sheng didn't mind helping her. It is a nightmare for Betty to have this ability, but it is a pleasure for Sheng. He can decide explosives by superposition, and at the same time, he also found that continuing to superimpose can change explosives from instantaneous explosions to remote control or timing explosions. This is very interesting. This kind of indefensible ability can be used to deceive people. Who is good to pit? When Sheng was thinking about who would be the hapless man, Barry Allen, who has become the hapless man, is meeting a friend he specially invited. That's it, Oliver, I need your help. In the coffee shop, Barry Allen smiled bitterly about the tragic experience of the recent period and looked forward to the friend he had specially invited. Oliver Quinn. The legend of Starling City was originally the rich second generation of the playboy of the Quinn Group, but returned after being killed in a shipwreck many years ago. No one knows how he came over during his 5 years on Purgatory Island. No one knows that he not only came back, but also possessed a talent and even became another existence, Green Hat. No, it's Green Arrow. Oliver Quinn is also miserable. After changing his fate on Purgatory Island, he came back to save Starling City and wanted to make up for the damage his father had caused to the city. As a result, he just became the Green Arrow Man and discovered that this city just doesn't need him at all. There is a huntress who is doing justice but making a tough shot, and there is a team of heroes called the Raptor Squad. If they didn't deal with each other, I'm afraid there would be no street gangsters in Starling. Green Arrow didn't treat it as if, and even the list of clues on the little notebook left by his father was almost broken, which made him suddenly wonder what to do. What are you doing? You can only play the role of the rich second generation every day. Before Barry Allen became the Flash, he went to Starling to track down special cases and happened to meet Oliver Queen and discovered Oliver Queen's secret identity. Although he didn't achieve much, Barry Allen was still I admire it very much. Moreover, the only helper he can find now is Oliver Queen. The sorrowful stubble, melancholy eyes, sturdy figure, coupled with the halo of the rich, the charm of the Star City Cannon King has not diminished even in the central city. Just as Barry Allen was waiting for his reply a little pitifully, Iris walked over with her coffee in her eyes. "Barry, this is yours. Mr. Quinn, this is your black coffee." Iris handed the coffee to the two of them but kept their eyes on Oliver Queen. "Thank you," Oliver Queen nodded politely. Iris said to Barry, "Can you talk a few words?" Barry was stunned and got up and followed Iris to the side. "Pop." Iris patted Barry Allen on the shoulder with some excitement. "You know Oliver Queen, why don't you tell me?" "I know Oliver Queen," Barry Allen told her with a wry smile. "Do you know he is on my list?" Iris whispered excitedly. "List?" Barry Allen asked in a daze. "What list?" 10. Iris looked at Oliver Queen from a distance and explained. 3 men, Eddie can accept me to have S*X with them. They are the kind of people who are almost impossible to meet, and one of them is Oliver Queen. God, I can feel how excited I am. Looking at the excited Iris, Barry Allen was very hurt. Since childhood he grew up under the same roof, he should have been together naturally. The particle accelerator exploded and left him in a coma for 9 months. After I woke up, Iris had a man. My friend, he can only silently watch and feel hurt, but Iris now says that there is still a list. Barry Allen has no idea what to say. I'm going back first. Barry Allen whispered and turned back to Oliver Queen. As soon as I sat down, I heard Oliver Queen say, "I can help with this." "What? No," Barry Allen was still thinking about the Iris list, but when Oliver Queen said this, I subconsciously refused. Oliver Queen was shocked. "You can't say it." "Yes, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else just now. It would be great if you were willing to help." Barry Allen reacted with embarrassment and hurriedly apologized. "The 3 converted people are very troublesome, let me tell you their details. I investigated before coming to Central City. If you want to solve the troubles in Central City, the target shouldn't be the 3 of them." Oliver Queen said solemnly, "Sheng is the source of everything," but Barry Allen was a little entangled. He definitely knew that Sheng was the source of everything, but even if he didn't lose his speed, he was not Sheng's opponent. Ability doesn't mean you can win. Isn't your team trying to help you recover speed? Maybe we can use this to make a trap. Oliver Queen said confidently. Although Oliver Queen wanted to keep his identity secret, the current situation must work together. In addition, Barry Allen knew his true identity, so Oliver Queen went to the cutting-edge laboratory and the Flash at his invitation. The people in the team met and confessed their identity, and then they began to design a trap to deal with Sheng. His strategic and tactical ability combined with the technology of the Flash team, the trap was completed in just 3 days. Can this really trap him? Everyone in the basement looked at the platform in front of them. The 4 pillars stood tall, seemingly unblocked, but once opened they would become an electronic fence. Definitely yes, we built a lot of supercapacitors, isolated the space with a molecular standpoint, cleared the turning point, and then. Cisco Raymond crackled with excitement and said a lot of very professional terms, listening to Oliver next to him. Quinn was confused. He wanted to say yes. Caitlin Snow translated. Oliver Quinn nodded. Then there is only one thing left: how to get into the trap. Barry Allen said solemnly. Everyone was silent. What does Sheng like? What do you care about? What does he want? Everyone didn't seem to know. Knowing yourself and the enemy can win every battle, but they don't know anything about Sheng. Ordinary people can also profile character based on behavior, but Sheng, the ghost, knew what he was thinking. Reverse lightning. Harrison Wells said suddenly. He is very interested in reverse lightning and thinks reverse lightning is causing him trouble, so. Reverse lightning is the best bait. But where are we going to find reverse lightning? Cisco Raymond said subconsciously. He reacted as soon as he finished speaking, and as expected, both Caitlin and Barry looked at Harrison Wells. This is too dangerous. Cisco Raymond retorted subconsciously. Although I don't know why he thinks I am a reverse lightning, this is the only way to lure him into the bait. Harrison Wells said to Caitlin Snow, you contact him to find a way to get him here. Everyone, get ready for yourself. There was a moment of silence. Caitlin Snow turned to call. Oliver Quinn carefully checked the traps he had set, and then rushed to the corner of the roof to set an arrow and draw a bow to watch Dr. Harrison Wells in a wheelchair. Once in the trap, as long as Sheng appeared, He would shoot an arrow to pull Harrison Wells out for the 717th, and then activate the trap of some kind of electronic fence. Cisco Raymond turned and stared at the monitoring situation, while Barry Allen stood in front of the wrench that activated the electronic fence and waited quietly. Everyone, here he is. Cisco Ramon had just gotten up there when he saw a red lightning rushing in from outside. The people below just heard Cisco Raymond's reminder that the red lightning had appeared. The atmosphere became serious instantly. I didn't give you a gift in a hurry this time, I will double it next time. Sheng looked around and smiled at Barry Allen and then looked at Harrison Wells on the fence. Caitlin said you admitted your identity, it's not like what you would do. Harrison Wilson slowly took off his glasses, but his at the moment, who was accustomed to smiling, had a cold expression. This acting is amazing. You don't know what I will do because I will always be one step ahead of you, whether it is the Flash or you. Harrison Wells said coldly. It's painful, right? When Harrison Wells' expression was cold and other people's expressions were nervous, Sheng suddenly chuckled and said something that seemed irrelevant. Pain, why is it painful? Barry Allen and others are puzzled, but Harrison Wells flashed a trace of approval. Forced to stay in a world that does not belong to me, I want to go home and cannot, but I have to create and help my enemy. If anyone in this world cares about Barry Allen's safety, it is definitely you because he is dead. Or if you lose your speed, you will never be able to go home and can only be trapped in this world that is all dead men for you. Sheng sighed. Harrison Wells was silent. To some extent they have similarities because this is not their world. Sometimes the feeling of alienation and loneliness can be very strong. The difference is that Nai Lightning wants to go home while Sheng is not. So Sheng still admires Nai Lightning's ability to endure for 15 years. Why do you know this? Harrison Wells asked in a deep voice. Sheng smiled and looked around. It's not important. What's important is that your traps are not that great, especially for a speeder. Because the speed people have enough time to observe the environment, such as this electronic fence, such as the one squatting on the roof. Sheng said as he turned to look at the roof where Oliver Queen was hiding and waved. Electric current. Boom. The electric current hit the roof and Oliver Queen hurriedly jumped off. Green Arrow Man Oliver Queen, we finally meet. Sheng looked at him with a smile. Caitlin called and said that when Harrison Wells admitted that he was a reverse lightning, Sheng knew it was a trap, a trap. This is the advantage of the asymmetry of intelligence. Sheng knows what reverse lightning will do and want to do, confess his identity when Barry Allen loses speed. This is by no means something that reverse lightning will do, but Sheng still came. First, let's see what kind of trap it is, and second, he is still very interested in doing things like face slaps. When he came in, he checked the surrounding environment and put some small gifts by the way. Do you know me? Oliver Queen asked while pulling his bow at Sheng. If I don't know how to dress like this, how blind am I? This trap. Sheng pointed around and smiled. Your idea, right? Yes, Oliver Queen said, very good. Sheng chuckled but didn't read the text, which made Oliver Queen a little worried. What does he mean? Sheng turned and walked towards Harrison Wells, shouting loudly as he walked. Cisco, are you sure that this electronic fence can trap me? Definitely. Cisco Raymond, who looked at the surveillance, replied confidently, then give it a try. After Sheng finished speaking, he passed Dr. Harrison Wells and went straight into the electronic fence. This move shocked everyone. Confidence or conceited? Barry, doctor. Harrison Wells hurriedly left and shouted to Barry. Barry opened the trap instantly. In an instant, an energy barrier appeared on the electronic fence, trapping Sheng inside. Roar. Everyone sighed. Harrison Wells put his eyes back on and smiled at Sheng. Confidence and arrogance are sometimes just a step away. You will pay for your arrogance. Yes. Sheng stretched out his hand and stroked the electronic barrier with a smile. Finally caught me. You must be very excited and happy now. Caitlin, I thought we were friends. Caitlin Snow looked at Sheng apologetically. Yes, we are friends, but what you did is wrong. I'm sorry, I have to do this. The conflict of ideas is understandable. Sheng chuckled and turned to look at Oliver Queen. I heard that you have a beautiful sister. If I were you, I wouldn't say this at this time. This will only make your situation worse. Oliver Queen snorted coldly. I have a gift. I didn't know who to give it to until I saw you. Sheng slowly raised a finger. 1. What are you talking about? 2. Sheng, you. Seeing Sheng confidently raised his fingers and read the count, everyone couldn't help but worry. Did he do something? Cisco. Barry Allen hurriedly yelled and wanted Cisco to check if Sheng had done anything. 3. Sheng's voice fell and everyone instantly became nervous, but nothing happened. He's bluffing. Oliver Queen hummed. Sheng looked at the corners of his mouth raised and said silently, burst. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly from behind Oliver Queen and his arrows exploded in an instant. The impact of the explosion made Oliver Queen instantly fall forward to the ground, grunting in pain. Oliver, Barry Allen ran over worriedly. The result is bang, boom, boom. The explosion sounded one after another in the surroundings, the fire was wanton and the gunpowder smoke filled. Harrison Wells' wheelchair exploded during the continuous explosions, and the explosion it caused seemed to be stronger than the others, causing the entire cutting-edge laboratory to shake in an instant. "Do not!" Cisco Ramon upstairs yelled and hurriedly turned and ran downstairs. When he came downstairs, he saw that the surrounding area had been bombed out of recognition, and a mess. In the smoke, Cisco dragged Harrison Wells, who had lost his wheelchair and looked sluggish, aside, and then saw Barry Allen lift up Oliver Queen, and Caitlin Snow seemed to be a little embarrassed and it didn't seem to be a big deal. "Great, everyone is okay." Cisco Raymond breathed a sigh of relief, but there was a faint feeling of something wrong. No one was injured so badly and no one was killed in the explosion. Wouldn't it be too lucky? Sheng. Cisco Raymond suddenly looked up at the electronic fence. The electronic fence was intact. He sighed with relief and looked at the electronic fence's equipment. It didn't seem to have been affected by the explosion. "So lucky? Do not. This is not luck, but Sheng deliberately." Sheng deliberately did not blow up this trap, did not kill, but why? Siskilimeng looked at Sheng with a smile at the corner of his mouth in the electronic fence. What on earth did he want to do? No one was injured, and Sheng was still locked in the electronic fence and did not come out. Barry Allen took the opportunity to check the surroundings and wanted to know what explosives Sheng used, but the result of the inspection was nothing. Bombs usually have their own unique markings, crimped wires, and broken pieces. Once I start to analyze it, I can tell the degree of complexity, but I didn't find the presence of oxidizers. This situation is exactly the same as that of the bomb girl Betty. "Betty was taken away by Sheng," Cisco Raymond continued. "Is she here too? I'm going to find her." "No, Cisco," Barry Allen said, shaking his head. "Betty's ability transforms it into an explosive at the moment of contact and then explodes, but it is impossible for her to do the explosion just now in front of so many of us. No one can plant a bomb without my noticing it except the speed one." Oliver Queen looked at Sheng in embarrassment. "The trap has not been destroyed, he cannot come out." Cisco checked and asked Sheng curiously, "How did you do it? Also, you deliberately didn't hurt anyone or break the trap, why?" "Didn't I say this is just a small gift?" 263 Sheng said with a light smile. "As for why it didn't hurt or break the trap, the reason is even simpler. Dead, but there is no way to slap her face." "You want to say you have a way to get out of it? It's impossible." Harrison Wells sat slumped and looked as if his spirits had eased. "It seems that you still don't know what despair is." Sheng's whole body began to shine with golden light. "Swiss power? No, this is not swift power." Barry Allen was surprised. "This is divine power." Sheng's voice fell and hit the electronic barrier directly with his fist. Boom! The violent shaking caused the electronic barrier to split a few gaps in an instant. This is impossible. The energy of this electronic barrier is..." Before Cisco Raymond finished speaking, Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and punched again. The electronic barrier shattered silently in an instant like glass. Sheng slowly raised his foot and walked out. "Get out of here!" Seeing Sheng smash the electronic barrier so easily and come out of the trap, Oliver Queen shouted and rushed towards Sheng with a bow. His arrows were blown just now, but he was confident in his skill. Heng Gong pushed towards Sheng while raising his leg to kick sideways. The standard fighting skills of the Assassin Alliance. Sheng chuckled and regained his supernatural power while launching superb speed power. Bang, 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 bang. Red Lightning fought and kicked around Oliver Queen. Although Sheng only used the average strength of an ordinary man, this fast and crazy attack still made Oliver Queen groan. The whole person was like a leaf in the wind. Involuntarily, in front and behind, Oliver Queen felt as if he was being surrounded by countless people and being beaten at the same time. Snapped. Oliver Queen sat slumped on the ground and spit out blood. "How is the taste of Tianma Meteor Fist?" Sheng ridiculed Oliver Queen, who had been hit with hundreds of punches almost instantly. "I hope you can keep up with protecting your mother and sister." "Do not," Oliver Queen shouted anxiously, but Sheng had turned into red lightning and disappeared. Caitlin. Cisco Ramon found that Caitlin was gone, completely failed, not only did not catch Sheng but also faced his revenge. "Oliver, yes." Barry Allen desperately wanted to apologize to Oliver Queen. Oliver Queen shook his head. "I must go back to Starling." "I understand, I will. I will find my speed as soon as possible. Caitlin and your family will be fine." Barry Allen comforted bitterly. "This kind of comfort is pale and feeble." Oliver Quinn didn't say much and turned around and ran out. He must rush back to Starling City as soon as possible to protect his mother and sister. Originally, Barry Allen wanted to find Oliver Quinn to help save Central City, but now Oliver Quinn has been implicated and left. Caitlin has also been caught. The crisis has not been resolved but has become more difficult. A flash of red Sheng appeared. Caitlin Snow found herself in an unfamiliar single cell which was transparent and unobstructed and seemed to be run by some technology she didn't recognize. My clothes. Caitlin screamed and squatted down to block herself. Just make sure you don't carry any locating equipment on your body. Sheng threw Caitlin's clothes outside the central city. If there were any locators, they could only run for nothing. Sheng, we are friends. Caitlin said to Sheng pleadingly, you want to lock me up so I will lock you up, it's fair and reasonable. Sheng looked at Caitlin and smiled. We are friends, so no matter what we do, we should forgive each other. I forgive you because your ideals don't want to catch me, so you should be able to forgive my incompatibility and catch you. But Caitlin had to say more, but Sheng was gone. The gate of the prison area slowly closed, and Caitlin squatted in the cell looking at the quiet and cold surroundings and fell into a daze. On the highway between Central City and Starling, Oliver Quinn's speed has reached 200 miles, almost like a speeding car. Fortunately, there are not many cars on the road. His car skills are good, so he didn't cause any trouble. At best, he was cursed by other car owners. While driving, Oliver Quinn eagerly contacted his assistant. Yes, how can superhero work without an assistant? John Digger, nicknamed the Driver Man, was originally a veteran and later became a professional bodyguard in a bodyguard company. After Oliver Quinn returned, his mother was invited to protect his safety. After discovering Oliver Quinn's true identity, he became his assistant. At the beginning, he worked as a driver or as a cover. Later, he gradually became the core of the Green Arrow team with the codename Sparta. But his real great place is not that he became Sparta, nor was he almost married to his sister-in-law, but that his wife was the person in charge of the Tianian society who took over Amanda Waller after her death. This background leverage. John Digel is definitely not so good now, so when Oliver Quinn called to protect his mother Maura Quinn and sister Thea Quinn, he was really worried about whether he could do it after all. Appropriate reasons allow a Quinn Group president to stay with the rebellious file-size sister to accept their protection. But he was lucky, because Maura just received a call from the police saying that Thea was detained for drug theft, and that the theft was somewhat inaccurate. She just found out that there was a beautiful dress in a closed store after the drug, so she went straight to it, smashed the door and went in. The rebellious behavior of her daughter to discredit the family is unbearable. The police station should be the safest place, right? John Digger breathed a sigh of relief. Now just concentrate on protecting Maura. Usually the police station in the city where the superhero is located is the most hard-pressed, either corrupt or ineffective or powerless. The Starling Police Department is much better than the Gotham Police Department. At least there is no gangster family managing the police station, and there are not so many amazing criminals. Although there are black police everywhere, overall it hasn't lost confidence. Especially when there were huntresses in Starling and the Birds of Prey squad cracked down on criminals, the law and order in Starling has indeed improved a lot, and the status of the police station in the hearts of the people has also risen a lot. At the moment, Thea Quinn in the detention room of the Starling Police Department sat cross-legged on a chair with an indifferent expression. The shawl with golden, slightly curly hair, the blue suit-style school uniform was wearing a white shirt. 2 buttons were unbuttoned on the top, and the small blue tie was loosened and hung on the chest casually. She was wearing a dark blue plaid skirt, her white, thin and long legs were tied with knee-high blue tights, and her feet were wearing black leather shoes. It feels like a beautiful, rebellious high school girl. Thea Quinn gradually became rebellious after the accident of her father and brother because of grief and the doting of her mother Maura. It became a model for me to smoke, drink, and take drugs, but I am a good girl. Later, because of the various things arising from the return of Oliver Quinn, he became a member of the Green Arrow team and even the second generation of Red Arrows. Later, it was renamed Kyushu and became Superhero. What is interesting is that she later discovered that her biological father turned out to be Black Arrow Malcolm Merlin and was controlled by her to kill Sarah Rance, and later was resurrected by the Resurrection Spring together with Sarah Rance. After a series of changes, she eventually became the backbone of the Green Arrow team, and she is absolutely responsible for the appearance. At the moment, Thea Quinn had recovered some sobriety and knew that her mother did not intend to release herself on bail, but she still didn't care, or she didn't care at all during the rebellious period. Sitting on the chair in a cross-legged posture that was extremely indecent and unlady, Thea Quinn looked at the busy police outside while thinking about what to play after going out. Who are you? When did you come in? Retracting her gaze, Thea Quinn suddenly found that a person was leaning on the corner of the detention room. Looks young, seems to be Asian, looks kind of handsome, want to have some excitement. Sheng looked at Thea Quinn and asked in a bewitching voice. Exciting. Thea Quinn became interested in an instant, her aquamarine eyes widened and her small mouth slightly cocked. Are you not a policeman? No policeman would give me excitement because they dare not, because they hate excitement, so. I don't ask who you are or how you got in, I just ask. What excitement? How about kidnapping? Sheng said with a smirk. Knock you away from the police station and inform your mother and brother to play a game of cat and mouse. Thea Quinn frowned. Your mother probably won't bail you out, and after going out, I'm afraid you will be banned for a while. If you are not bored and can accept it, I will leave now, Sheng said aggressively. When he said that, Thea Quinn immediately moved her heart. She didn't want to go to jail or be imprisoned, and it was really exciting. It's just. Thea Quinn looked at Sheng. You don't really intend to kidnap me. If I take you around to do what you want to do is considered kidnapping then? Yes, I intend to kidnap you. What about after that? I'll talk about it later. Don't you feel bored after looking around? I just want to remind your brother Oliver Quinn that there is a price to pay for meddling. You have a grudge against Oliver. Well, he really likes to be nosy, and it didn't take long before he got back. Then how are you going to kidnap me out of here? Thea Quinn complained uncomfortably to Sheng asked. Sheng smiled. Are you ready? Are you going to start? Come on, I really want to know how you took me away with so many police officers outside. Thea Quinn felt that the scenery in front of her suddenly changed before she finished her words. The detention room was turned into a wilderness. Am I still awake? Thea Quinn looked around blankly and squeezed her face, and the pain came by the way. Except for the chair she was sitting in, everything around her changed. Where is this? Thea Quinn got up and looked around and gradually recognized this. This is the mountain behind my house, but I was in the police station just now, so how come? How did you do it? Thea Quinn stuttered in shock. Is it exciting? Sheng asked with a chuckle. Thea Quinn nodded subconsciously. You have super ability. Do you move instantaneously like in a sci-fi movie? No, it's not teleportation but fast movement because you can't react to it because the speed is too fast. Really? Thea Quinn didn't believe it. Where do you want to go? Sheng asked with a smile. Thea Quinn thought for a while and excitedly said, Go to that clothing store. I found a very beautiful dress. I was arrested because of this dress. I think you will look beautiful in whatever you wear, definitely. It's more beautiful if you don't wear it. Sheng smiled and bent over and hugged Thea Quinn directly, and Thea Quinn clasped his neck tightly. The red lightning flashed and the two disappeared, leaving only the lone chair in place. The red super speed lightning flashed and flickered to protect Sheng and Thea Quinn's body and clothes from super speed. Thea Quinn hooked his neck with both hands and stared at the front without turning his eyes to see. How did it do it? She swears that she never blinked, but the surrounding environment is like a photo switch, instantly switching from this one to the next. Looked at some familiar shops, looked at all kinds of clothes around. Thea Quinn was speechless. Don't plan to come down. Sheng hugged her with a chuckle. Thea Quinn reacted. Sheng let her down. She touched each piece of clothing in amazement and quickly stopped in front of a narrow black tube top skirt. It's this dress, how about it? She turned to Sheng and asked, The clothes are good but not suitable for you. Sheng glanced at it and said, Why? Thea Quinn asked somewhat upset. You can't hold it up. Sheng glanced at Thea Quinn and smiled. Thea Quinn snorted. Are you trying to say that I have a small chest? On the one hand, Thea Quinn took off the small suit directly unconvinced. Aren't you going to avoid it? If you dare to take it off, I dare to watch. Sheng didn't evade at all. Thea Quinn snorted. Do you think I dare? She really didn't dare, so she changed directly in front of Sheng. Then, well, I don't think I like this dress. Thea Quinn looked in the mirror and took it off in frustration and changed it back. What are you going to do next? The people in the police station should have found out now, so now you should take a kidnapping photo to your family to let them know that you were kidnapped. Sheng smiled. How to shoot? Follow me. Sheng took her out of here and found a place where the environment seemed to be bad and relatively remote equals feared her a photo according to the sign of the kidnapped hostage. Fear, right? Your eyes should show fear rather than expectation. Sheng held the camera and looked at Thea Quinn with his hands and feet tied up in a black cloth on his mouth and said helplessly, I'm not an actor. Although Thea Quinn tried her best to cooperate, she was a little weak. Then blindfold. Sheng figured out a way to blindfold Thea Quinn's eyes. Well, it will do this time. Crack. With the sound of the camera, Sheng walked over and unlocked Thea Quinn. Let me see. Thea Quinn looked at the photo curiously. What will happen to them? Should be anxious, worried, angry. Sheng said with a chuckle. What, regret it? No, I just. Thea Quinn was really a little regretful, mainly because she was afraid that her mother and brother were really worried and sad. Actually, they all lied to you. Sheng casually sat up beside Thea Quinn. Thea Quinn looked at Sheng suspiciously and listened to Sheng slowly saying, Robert Quinn is not your biological father. This kind of lie is boring. Thea Quinn pouted. Sheng laughed and continued, he is indeed not your biological father and he should be regarded as killed by your biological father. As for you, Oliver, he has another identity called Green Arrow because he ran to Central City, that's why I troubled him. Really? Thea Quinn was skeptical. Wait for me here, Sheng said to Thea Quinn and disappeared with a swish. Thea Quinn looked at the disappearing Sheng dumbfounded. In the office of the president of the Quinn Group, Maura received a call from the police station Quentin Lance. Thea suddenly disappeared in the detention room of the police station. That's the police station, how could Thea suddenly disappear? Officer Lance, do you want me to believe that my daughter disappeared suddenly in the detention room of the police station? I know you hate Oliver and know that you have no good feelings for the Quinn family, but you are a policeman. I believe you have the professional ethics you should have. I am going to the police station now and hope you have found my daughter by then. Maura hung up angrily and just wanted to greet John Digger outside the door. Roar asked him to prepare the car, but as soon as he turned his head, he noticed that there were suddenly more pictures on the table. Thea, Maura hurriedly picked it up. In the photo, Thea was slapped with her hands and feet, and she was lying blindfolded and pouting in what seemed to be a deserted place. The daughter was kidnapped. Didn't Quentin Lance lie? Actually, someone could kidnap his daughter in the police station, but how did this photo appear? There was no one just now. Maura Quinn. The sudden sound of a voice shocked her and she hurriedly got up to find a man sitting on the sofa meeting the guests. How did you come in this picture? Where is Thea? Maura asked calmly. I definitely won't tell you where Thea is, but if you don't answer my next question truthfully, I promise you will see her. Sheng smiled. Can you see her without answering questions? I'm afraid it was a corpse, right? Maura hurriedly said, Don't hurt Thea, I can give you whatever you want. She is very beautiful, Sheng said with a light smile. Maura hurriedly said, Don't hurt her, she is so young. She's very beautiful, but he wasn't you and Robert, right? His biological father was someone else. Maura's expression was even more flustered than before. What are you talking about? She definitely. After thinking it over, it's about her life and death, Sheng reminded. Don't ask who I am, how I knew it, and what purpose. If your next sentence is not the answer that both you and I know, you know the result. Maura wants to speak but keeps thinking about it. Even the other person doesn't know about this, and the impact of what he says will be uncontrollable. But the safety of her daughter is more important, and if that person knows it, it might turn out to be more dangerous than the exposure of Thea's life experience. Thea, she is indeed not Robert's own, Maura said difficultly. This sentence seemed to drain her strength, causing her to sway slightly. Boom, the door suddenly opened. Oliver Quinn rushed in to block Maura and glared at Sheng. What do you want to do? He kidnapped Thea, Maura said hurriedly. Oliver Quinn hurried back to Starling City. Originally, I heard John Digger say that Thea was caught by the police, but he was a little relieved, thinking that Sheng shouldn't find Thea so quickly. What are you doing at the police station? So he first returned to the company to ensure the safety of his mother, but he didn't expect to be a step slower. You, nosy is a price, let's play slowly. Sheng flicked the coffee table with his fingers and the moment of chuckle disappeared. Careful. Oliver Quinn suddenly pulled Maura around and ran away. Maura heard a bang without realizing what was happening. MJU4ND8NTC3 Autumn 1 MZY4NZCY Aj equals the coffee table exploded. The glass shards rushed to the surroundings instantly, and Oliver Quinn was pierced into several glass shards for protecting Maura's back. Oliver. Maura heard his muffled sound and looked hurriedly with concern. I'm fine, I will definitely rescue Thea, I promise. Oliver Quinn solemnly assured his mother. Maura looked at the exploding coffee table. Sheng disappeared, speechless for a while. Huh. The red lightning galloped past and stopped in front of Thea Quinn. It took a few seconds for Thea Quinn to react. Where have you been? Send the photo to your mother and Oliver and got an answer by the way. Sheng smiled. Answer. Sheng didn't speak but picked up the camera. Yes, he was a bit addicted to videography recently. Seeing her mother worried, Thea Quinn was a little bit self-blame and regretful, but when Sheng asked the question later and the mother gave the answer, Thea Quinn was stunned. This Is this true? She looked up at Su Sheng blankly as if she wanted an affirmative answer and she seemed afraid to hear the answer. Real. Why? Thea Quinn suddenly screamed and threw the camera out in anger. Why is this? Why? Su Sheng picked up the camera and did not speak, allowing Thea Quinn to vent her anger. For a long time, Thea Quinn sat on the ground with enough venting. Her tears and makeup made her look pitiful. Why? She whispered and raised her head to look at the silent Su Sheng. I want a drink. Su Sheng reached out to her. Thea Quinn took Su Sheng's hand and appeared in a certain hotel room. She only saw red lightning moving around in the room and then found a lot of wine on the ground. All kinds of wine are piled up like a mountain. Is it enough? Su Sheng appeared and asked. Thea Quinn did not speak, picked up the wine and started drinking. People like to drink when they are sad. Maybe they want to numb themselves or maybe want the pain of being drunk to fight poison with poison. In short, Thea Quinn is drunk. Get drunk very quickly. After drinking 3 bottles of different kinds of wine in one breath, Thea Quinn was drunk and unconscious. She was drunk for a full day, and when she woke up again, she seemed to have a headache, she was top-heavy, and her mouth was dry. She hummed in pain and opened her eyes to find out where she was, and then she found herself lying on the ground, a little dim all around, but she could vaguely see the mountain of wine bottles beside her. This. She spoke subconsciously, but her voice was hoarse. Sitting up, struggling to look around, Thea Quinn saw Su Sheng, who seemed to be sleeping on the bed next to her, and the memories of being drunk gradually emerged. He actually let me sleep on the ground like this. With a dissatisfied complaint, she struggled to get up and staggered to find the bathroom. Snapped, light is on, the pattering of water soon rang. After more than half an hour, Thea Quinn wrapped a bath towel and came to the bed in a bit of pain and silently pushed Su Sheng. Hey, is there anything to eat? Wake up, do you have anything to eat? Su Sheng opened his eyes dazedly at Thea, who was wrapped in a bath towel, and muttered, What is the noise? Do you know how late I fell asleep? What to eat in the middle of the night? Can I give you some food? Next. Thea Quinn was stunned. Does it mean the noodles? Can the hotel do it? Why not? Isn't the hotel just for this? Su Sheng turned over and said, This is a hotel, not a restaurant. Thea Quinn was a little angry. Obviously he hadn't woken up yet. Turned around and looked around. There was nothing but wine and drinking water. She drank a bottle of water and felt a little more comfortable before she came back and lay down on the other side of the bed. As soon as she lay down, Su Sheng stretched out her hand and hugged it in her arms. Thea Quinn tried to break free a few times to no avail and fell asleep in a daze. They hugged and slept deeply, but there were many people in Starling who stayed up all night. Oliver Quinn carefully looked at the photos left by Su Sheng to find the location where Thea was kidnapped, but first found the chair on the mountain behind his villa. That was the chair of the police station. Su Sheng first took Thea from the police station to the house and left the chair. Why? Demonstration 333, provocative. Oliver Quinn took a moment to find the location in the photo but found nothing. Not to mention Oliver Quinn and Moira, the police station almost dispatched everyone to look for them. The sudden deployment of the police made many people in Starling a little uneasy, whether it was a gangster, a rich politician, or ordinary people who did not sleep well this night. Day and night there is no clue. The police decided to intensify the investigation, and Oliver Quinn also intends to seek help. Huntress or Raptor Squad. Although Oliver Quinn knew about their existence before, he hadn't told him about it, but this time he had to do it for his sister. Oliver. Just when Oliver Quinn was about to go out, Moira with a haggard look sternly called him, We should talk. Now. Yes, okay. Although anxious, Oliver Quinn turned around and returned. What do you want to talk about? Should it not be an ordinary person who kidnapped Thea? He said that nosy is at a price, Oliver. Don't you intend to explain it? The noon sun swayed the earth, and Thea Quinn, who had slept almost all day and night, woke up again. The feeling of drunkenness finally faded. Thea Quinn stared at Su Sheng, who had not woken up, with her arms around her. She was first caught to the police station and then kidnapped by him. He was only present in science fiction movies. She was super ability, and then she knew her own life experience. Following the drunkenness, a series of things happened so suddenly and irritatingly that she didn't know how to face it. But one thing she can be sure of is that she doesn't want to go home now. Ringing. The sudden ringing of the phone rang slightly surprised Thea Quinn, and then she saw Su Sheng awake. The eyes are facing each other. Su Sheng spoke casually and turned over to find his phone. Thea Quinn wanted to turn her head subconsciously. This was really a frank meeting, too frank, right? But seeing Su Sheng not caring about Thea Quinn felt ashamed if she avoided her. The thinking logic of the rebellious girl is really different from that of ordinary people, so instead of hiding, Thea Quinn deliberately looked at Su Sheng, pretending to be an old man. You look thin when you dress, and you have flesh when you take off your clothes. This is Su Sheng's figure, and with the addition of the things that Tila is screaming at, Thea Quinn is unconsciously a little dumbfounded. Is there any news? Su Sheng casually opened the bottle of wine and took a few sips and asked the person on the phone. We found the body of Harrison Wells right in Starling. 15 years ago, Harrison Wells was once a star in the sciences of Starling. Later, there was a car accident and his wife was killed in the car accident. He also left the city of Starling. We tried to find a body near the scene of the car accident and we found a corpse. After technical identification, it was indeed Dr. Harrison Wells. Although it was the result of my own verification, Fairy Hitty still felt unbelievable when she said it. The real doctor. Harrison Wells died 15 years ago. Someone pretended to be him and lived for 15 years. Too frightening. Save the corpse for me and I will fetch it later. The corner of Su Sheng's mouth raised. Reverse lightning, I see how you can explain this time. Are you also in Starling? You kidnapped Oliver Quinn's sister, Felicity asked afterward. Yes. Su Sheng glanced at Thea Quinn casually. Oliver Quinn is the Green Arrow Man. Before he went to Central City to help the Flash set a trap to catch me, so I took time to play with him. You don't have to interfere with this matter, she is safe now. Also, is Catwoman by your side? Exist, Su Sheng. Catwoman's voice followed. I'll call the Wayne Group in a moment. You can leave for Gotham now to get what you want. I think you should have heard Felicity say the reason for my sudden departure, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You lunatic would even say sorry to me. Catwoman curled her lips. As long as you don't fool me this time, go ahead. Su Sheng smiled lightly. Su Sheng hung up the phone and called Thalia again. Although he hadn't contacted him for several years, it was obvious that Thalia recognized his voice very deeply and instantly recognized it. Su Sheng's threat to this kind of thing came in handy and listened. Thalia angrily scolded a few words and it turned out. You. Seeing Su Sheng finish the call, Thea Quinn didn't know what to say for a while. It sounded like he was a very dangerous person. It's a corpse again, it's a threat, not like a good person. But he didn't hurt herself, so although Thea Quinn was surprised, she was not too scared. What are you going to do next? Thea Quinn asked. It's up to you. Su Sheng came to Thea Quinn and stroked her cheek. Thea Quinn nervously wanted to lower her head to avoid, but stubbornly did not evade. If you want to go home, I will toss Oliver and send you back. You heard that I have other fun to enjoy. If you don't plan to go home immediately, I'll take you with me. They will look for it here slowly. I'll go with you, Thea Quinn said without hesitation. Good, then let's go eat first. Su Sheng smiled and said, turning around and going to the bathroom. After taking a shower and changing into clothes, Su Sheng took Thea Quinn and left the hotel. A fairly good restaurant. Su Sheng and Thea Quinn were eating, and Thea was obviously starving and a little bit suffocating. Although Su Sheng ate a lot, the food was much more elegant than her. Are you finished? After a while, Su Sheng asked Thea Quinn. I'm full. Thea Quinn patted her stomach and said contentedly, just calm down and don't be afraid. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. What's the meaning? It means someone is here to save you. Su Sheng's voice fell as soon as he heard a swish. An arrow pierced the glass and went straight to Su Sheng. Su Sheng drew his head sideways and the arrow hit the wall directly. The people in the restaurant ran out in horror. Then they heard the sound of popping glass cracking. The French windows facing the street were smashed. Several people in black clothes and masks jumped in, holding bows, arrows, and swords, dress up for the League of Assassins. Su Sheng was the only table left in the restaurant in a blink of an eye. At least 20 or 30 assassins from the Assassin Alliance surrounded the place, with cold arrows aimed at Su Sheng. Followed, two people walked in from outside. One is wearing a black Assassin League uniform and the other is wearing a green uniform. Black Arrow Malcolm Merlin, Green Arrow Oliver Quinn. Su Sheng clapped his hands with a chuckle. You two got together. This shows that you have confessed your identities. And her life experience should have been exposed too, only, Su Sheng paused and smiled. Do you really plan to join forces? Oliver, he is the culprit who sank after the gold medal, Quinn, the murderer who killed your father, and the boss behind all the goals in your little book. And you, Malcolm Merlin, go well. To your cause of destroying the slums of Starling, don't you want to avenge your wife? An understatement. Black Arrow and Green Arrow stood at each other in an instant and almost moved away from each other in a vivid manner. I should really call Batman so that the three of the Assassin Alliance are all here. Seeing Green Arrow and Black Arrow separated tacitly, Su Sheng secretly chuckled. Black Arrow, Green Arrow, and Batman are all originally from the Assassin Alliance. The leader of the Assassin Alliance, Lars El Gull, is an old monster who has not known how many years he has lived using the Resurrection Spring. He ignored his daughter and wanted to find a successor from the outside. At first, it was Batman, but Batman was not interested. Then there was Green Arrow again. Green Arrow was not interested, but for some reason he stayed for a while and then withdrew. As for Black Arrow, he really wanted to be, but it was a pity that Lars El Gal didn't like him. In the end, although he became a pity, it didn't last long. I might be interested if Lars El Gal comes in person, you two. You will not be happy to bully you. Su Sheng slowly got up, the red lightning suddenly lit up in the dining room, and after a while Su Sheng embraced him. Yaquin's waist was about to walk out of the dining room. Release Thea. Seeing Su Sheng holding Thea so arrogantly and preparing to leave, Black Arrow was unhappy. This is her daughter, although he just learned about it. And you are too arrogant, right? 167 Black Arrow quickly took a bow and prepared to do it, and the assassins dressed up by the surrounding assassin alliance also rushed towards Su Sheng. Boom, 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 the explosion sounded suddenly, and the assassins who rushed over exploded one after another. Flesh and blood splatter without exception. Thump thump, a corpse fell to the ground. Su Sheng walked to the door and stopped and looked around. After gaining a sense of wisdom, Green Arrow quickly threw away the bow and arrow, and Black Arrow refused to let go and aim at himself. With a chuckle, Su Sheng snapped his fingers. The Black Arrow's arrow suddenly lit up and the Black Arrow was stunned and was about to throw it out when he heard a bang. Exploded. Let's go. Su Sheng hugged Thea Quinn and disappeared. There was a mess after the explosion in the restaurant. The Green Arrow looked at Black Arrow. He would not give up to save Thea. But was Black Arrow really the murderer of his father, or was he the boss behind his own notebook? Although he wanted to kill Su Sheng, he didn't doubt Su Sheng's words. Looking at the Black Arrow lying on the ground, Green Arrow pulled his head and left the restaurant. Back to the previous hotel, Thea Quinn was about to ask about what happened just now, but as soon as she spoke, she saw a crossbow arrow flying towards Su Sheng. Thea Quinn was shocked instantly. Be careful, get away. She yelled hurriedly while pushing her hands towards Su Sheng to push him away. Su Sheng's copy ability has a basis. The other party must shoot against him to copy. He was able to perceive it as soon as he shot it, which was equivalent to an early warning system. So when the crossbow arrow appeared, Su Sheng perceives it, holding the rushing Thea Quinn with one hand and turning around, and with the other hand catching the oncoming crossbow arrow. Snapped. Copying his hand to catch the crossbow arrow, Su Sheng smiled at a woman in a purple uniform wearing a blindfold holding a crossbow arrow not far away. How did you find here? The other party snorted and did not speak, and the crossbow arrow swished and shot at Su Sheng again. Ha. Su Sheng's hand seemed to have turned into an afterimage, and a moment later his hand was loosened, and one after another crossbow arrows fell to the ground. You should know that you can't kill me like this, Helena. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. Huntress Helena. Helena snorted coldly and threw down the crossbow and took out the short stick from her waist, which became longer in an instant, and then rushed towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng shook his head and the red lightning lit up. In the next moment, Helena, who had rushed towards Su Sheng, was sitting on a chair with her hands tied back, uniform and her weapons neatly placed aside. What? Thea Quinn looked at Helena with an angry look in her innocent eyes and said in surprise, Are you a huntress? Helena Bettinelli turned out to be a huntress. The huntress is still very famous in Starling. Thea Quinn has heard a lot about her, but she really didn't expect that she turned out to be the daughter of the gangster Frank. I heard that after Frank was imprisoned, the huntress pursued him and wanted to kill him, but she didn't expect it to be her daughter. You hate me and want to kill me, I can understand it. After all, I let your efforts fall short, but don't forget that we got along very happily. You cheated me first. I said you would take it with you. I hope to experience despair. I just believe it. Su Sheng sat at the end of the bed and looked at Helena with a chuckle. Do you know, I still remember those happy and unforgettable memories you brought me. I will kill you, Helena said coldly towards Su Sheng. How about making a deal? Su Sheng chuckled disapprovingly. I just found something to do for Black Canary and other things will happen in Starling. You can take this opportunity to do what you want to do. What if I refuse? Helena asked quietly after a pause. Then I will take Frank away so that you will never find it. Su Sheng smiled. What you have to do is very simple. Just let me take a set of photos. How about it? Let go of me. Helena's voice was still cold, but she had obviously agreed. Su Sheng nodded to Thea Quinn. Thea Quinn was stunned. Let me go and untie her. After hesitating for a moment, she found the knife from Helena's equipment and unlocked Helena. Helena sneered at Thea Quinn and sneered, You better be careful. He is very good at training and playing with women no matter how. Anyone who knows will end up stubbornly at him and let him tease. Do you include yourself in this? Su Sheng smiled lightly. I'm talking about the Raptor team. Helena snorted coldly. Raptor team, even you? Thea Quinn looked at Su Sheng dumbfounded. You are better than my brother, normal. Su Sheng smiled modestly and activated the superpower. Although it was not on the disciple, it was easy to shoot. Did you see it? Helena sneered and shook her hand towards Thea Quinn, and then walked to the corner to take a picture according to Su Sheng's request. After taking a set of photos, Helena wants to get dressed and leave. Su Sheng stood in front of her. I know what you have done and experienced over the years. Su Sheng looked at Helena and said softly, What do you want to say? Helena said coldly. Su Sheng didn't speak but slowly bowed his head and kissed. Dumbfounded, Thea Quinn watched Helena silently put on her uniform and staggered away and thought of a word inexplicably. He said no, but his body was very honest. Su Sheng forced Helena more than an hour ago. Yes, at least at first Thea Quinn thought so, because Su Sheng looked very rough and scary as if she had removed her friendly mask. But soon Thea Quinn knew that she was wrong, because Helena took the initiative not long after resisting. The two became very close, as if they had completely forgotten that there was still their own existence in the room. It's all okay. Thea Quinn asked Su Sheng on the bed in disbelief. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. Why not? There is nothing that can't be solved in one shot if there is, just 2 shots. I believe what she just said now. What happened in the past hour or so has refreshed the knowledge of Thea Quinn, and after a pause she continued to ask, Just now in the restaurant, what's the matter? Your father and your half-brother joined forces to rescue you, but the strength is too poor and the relationship between them is very complicated. To put it simply, your father wants to destroy the slums, so he joined a lot of people to do it. Many small actions, your stepfather was one of them at the beginning. Later, he found out that he was ashamed of the city and wanted to quit and was killed by your father. It was the gold medal Quinn incident. Your brother wants to make up for his fault and guard the city, so he and your father will probably be torn for a while. Su Sheng briefly explained a few words and got up to take a shower. When he came out, Thea Quinn was still standing there, probably still digesting the news. Black Arrow should not die. The Raptor team will definitely investigate the big news in the restaurant. Catwoman is back to Gotham and Black Canary is the main force. This is why Su Sheng just told Helena to find something for Black Canary, and Su Sheng also intends to tell Lau. Rail also said that the real murderer behind her sister was Black Arrow. To face the Green Arrow man, but also to face the Black Canary. Some of the Black Arrows are busy. As for Green Arrow, on the one hand you need to find Thea and deal with Black Arrow on the other hand, and you have to prevent Black Canary from stealing the blame. Then I will find something to do for you. Although Su Sheng can slap Green Arrow to death with one slap, the dust will return to the dust when he dies. Time will soon erase his existence. What fun is this? This world is his playground. He did not intend to destroy the world, nor did he intend to rule the world, nor did he intend to be a bloodthirsty monster. He just wanted to enjoy the happiness and fun the world brought him or take the initiative to find some fun. He didn't want to reverse lightning, such a boring life for more than 10 years. I will leave here tomorrow. Do you follow me or where do you want to go? Su Sheng asked Thea Quinn. Where are you going? Thea Quinn asked. First go back to Central City for some fun and then maybe go to an interesting place. Su Sheng raised his mouth and looked a little expectant. The real Harrison Wells's corpse was sent back and the identity of Inverse Lightning should be exposed. He can't stay in the cutting-edge laboratory, but the Flash will do everything possible to trouble him so that he can leave evidence so that he can get his father framed in jail out of jail. Inverse Lightning can't really kill the Flash and even have to go. Help the Flash, gee, think about it, you know how frustrated the Reverse Lightning is. If he sends the villain of Earth II again, it will be a lot of fun. The only problem now is that his speed is enough. He can be as fast as he wants, as many pieces as he wants. But traversing the universe is not only fast, it also requires some skills and time. I don't want to go home and don't know where to go. Then follow me, Su Sheng decided simply. The sun gradually set. Su Sheng went to the base of the Raptor team. Over the past few years, many changes have taken place here. The equipment in the base has become more abundant. There is a special glass closet with Black Canary and Catwoman uniforms and equipment. Felicity was sitting at the computer studying something, and Laurel, who was not far away, was exercising next to the machine in a shorts and vest. The red lightning suddenly lit up. Su Sheng appeared suddenly. Felicity was stunned and stood up. Su Sheng walked over and hugged her and kissed her. Seeing Felicity and Su Sheng kissing each other, Laurel stopped and looked slightly complicated. Hold one. Su Sheng let go of Felicity and opened his arms to look at Laurel. Laurel looked at Felicity subconsciously and did not respond, but Su Sheng had already hugged her. Ding ding ding, Laurel seemed to hear her heart beating faster. Now I can tell you who that person is. Su Sheng let go of Laurel and chuckled. Laurel was stunned and asked hurriedly, who is it? You should investigate the restaurant, right? In addition to the Green Arrow man Oliver Quinn, there is also a Black Arrow. Those assassins dressed up by the Assassin League are trained by him. His true identity is Malcolm Merlin. Su Sheng General's mail-in. Camelon's matter was roughly explained and Felicity and Laurel were dumbfounded. It turned out to be him. The Merlin Group is a large group of Starling City and the Quinn Group, and Malcolm Merlin is the big shot. While Laurel was still digesting the news, Su Sheng and Felicity went to see the corpse of the real Dr. Harrison Wells. Although it was no longer recognizable, the DNA was enough to prove the identity. I took the corpse and I will return to Central City tomorrow. Su Sheng said with a smile. Leave tomorrow, what about Thea Quinn? Felicity asked unexpectedly. Su Sheng said with a smirk. Take it together, let Green Arrow find it slowly. Speaking of this, Laurel, did Oliver Quinn find you when he came back? I found it, Laurel said calmly. He wants to apologize to me. Then what? Laurel slowly raised his hand and made a slap. Su Sheng smiled and stretched out his thumb. Good job, I thought you. What do you think of me? Laurel squinted at Su Sheng. Does he think I would be like Oliver? Being able to hold back without killing him and avenging his sister is already the limit. Seeing Laurel squinted a little angry, Su Sheng asked with a chuckle. You like me? Ah, no, I definitely didn't. Didn't it mean Oliver? Why did you get involved? Laurel instantly denied success and watched Felicity shook her head hurriedly to make her don't get me wrong. Felicity curled his lips and said nothing. What are you talking nonsense? When did I like you? Laurel asked Su Sheng angrily. Isn't there? That may be wrong, Su Sheng shrugged innocently and said to Laurel somewhat disappointed. So, you don't like me? Laurel wanted to say yes, I don't like you. But I couldn't say what I said when I reached my lips as if my mouth was glued. She doesn't know when this kind of relationship started. Maybe it was when Su Sheng trained her. Maybe it was when Su Sheng disappeared, or maybe. Talking about Su Sheng together every day without knowing it took a place in my heart. Su Sheng is a topic discussed by the 3 women of the Raptor team. Every time she talks about Su Sheng, Laurel doesn't feel anything unusual about herself. Even when Felicity comes back from the center city to talk about Su Sheng, she is just happy and feels that she is finally we can know who the murderer is. But when he kisses Felicity and hugs herself, Laurel realizes that her feelings for him may be not that simple, hehe. Su Sheng's laughter suddenly interrupted Laurel's thoughts, which made her instantly realize that now is not the time to be in a daze. Isn't this what she really likes Su Sheng in front of Felicity? She hurriedly wanted to argue, but Su Sheng suddenly activated the swift force to pick up the body bag containing the body of Harrison Wells. I am leaving. Felicity, look at her closely, she must like me, haha. The voice fell and the red light lit up. Su Sheng disappeared. Laurel wanted to cry without tears, but Felicity couldn't laugh or cry. He cheated me. Laurel said angrily to Felicity. Felicity said with a faint smile, it's not all right, maybe I really want to pay attention. Felicity. Laurel rushed to Felicity in embarrassment and started a fight. Does Laurel like Su Sheng? She knew that Felicity could actually guess how many points, as for Su Sheng. It doesn't matter whether he knows or not. Anyway, he is interested in who he does not need the other person to like him. Leaving from the base of the Raptor squad, Su Sheng first took Harrison Wells's body to the room next to Thea Quinn before returning. Are you looking for a woman again? 2 fragrances did you go to the Raptor squad? Su Sheng just sat down next to Thea Quinn, and Thea Quinn came over to smell it and asked curiously. Are the Huntress and the Raptor team being hostile to each other because of you? I heard that there are several people in the Raptor team. You and them are. Little kids don't gossip, Su Sheng said casually. When I was a kid, would you still play children unfavorable in front of me? Tell me, the Raptor team and the Huntress are legends of Starling City. How did you get it? Thea Quinn disdainfully continued. Gossip started. Although some people disagree with them, rebellious girls like Thea Quinn are very interested. Although it may not be because of the overwhelming sense of justice, but cool. It's a pity that Thea Quinn had an entrance guard at home every day, so she didn't have a chance to see them either. Seeing her excited look, Su Sheng lay down and suddenly pulled her onto her body. Being together, Thea Quinn was not too nervous either. What? You have 2 choices, shut up and be my pillow obediently. I will take you to Central City tomorrow, or I will take you to sleep next door. Su Sheng said, next door. I don't care, don't you think I am so old that I still dare not live alone? Thea Quinn said disapprovingly. Really? Before I came back, I put a dead body next door for more than 10 years. If you are not afraid, I will send you there. Su Sheng was about to get up, and Thea Quinn hurriedly hugged Su Sheng tightly. Don't, I won't go, I won't be able to ask if I don't ask. Feeling Thea Quinn sticking to her body, Su Sheng chuckled her little butt and joked 0. Su Sheng is serious. I think you should take a shower first. Are you taking advantage of me? Looking up and facing each other, Roar's breath and heartbeat are clearly audible. There was a hint of shyness and tension in Thea Quinn's green eyes, and there was a faint expectation and fear. The makeup on her face had already been removed, her slightly tall nose, slender cheeks were full of green charm, and her gently trembling mouth seemed to be nervously expecting something. You take advantage of me, right? Thea Quinn looked up and retorted. After resting for almost half an hour, Thea Quinn got up to take a bath, walking almost exactly like Helena, who had left. After half a day, Thea Quinn came back and fell asleep in Su Sheng's arms again. P.S. I tried my best to write this paragraph for fear of being harmonized. Want to try something more exciting than taking drugs? Su Sheng said softly, take a while. Thea Quinn whispered, thunder and fire, the waves are raging. Thank you for reading this story at Hotman Novel. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Roar was inhaling heat wave after wave, and Thea Quinn slowly closed her eyes with an inaudible hum. Finally, the wind gradually stopped. In the violent wind, she unyieldingly took the initiative to greet her with roars. I think I know why the huntress hates you and will be with you. Thea Quinn slowly raised her finger and pointed her arm. This is worse than being drunk. Maybe she was bold at first. Maybe the battle between Su Sheng and Helena was too shocking. Thea Quinn is like a butterfly who wants to emerge from the cocoon, wants to understand this new world, wants to show her beauty. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Although she is thin, she still bravely waved her wings to fight against the wind. The small body has surprising endurance and endurance. Although she was devastated and exhausted, she also felt the feeling that she couldn't experience in the cocoon. Although there were raindrops on her face after the violent wind, she was overflowing with a satisfied smile. Starling is in chaos because of the kidnapping of Thea Quinn, but Central City is more chaotic than Starling. After the disappearance of the Flash, the trio of Transformers, which was already difficult to deal with, acted more recklessly, and Joe West was forced to hide. After Barry Allen and their trap failed, Caitlin Snow was taken away and whereabouts are unknown. The Green Arrow had to return to Starling to protect his family, but even so his sister was still kidnapped by Su Sheng. Harrison Wells and Cisco Raymond worked hard to get Barry Allen back to speed, but the progress was very slow. Looking at criminals wantonly destroying the city, listening to the roar of people longing for the Flash, Barry Allen has been completely surrounded by self-blame, and now he regrets the decision he made before. The Red Lightning galloped past Central City, and Su Sheng took Thea and Dr. Harrison Wells back to the villa. This is your home. Thea Quinn steadied her body and looked at the villa. Laura, Su Sheng shouted and saw Laura coming out of it. Arrange a room for her, she will live here temporarily, Su Sheng ordered. Laura nodded and gestured to Thea Quinn, who hesitated to chat with Laura. Disciple number, prison area. Caitlin Snow saw Su Sheng come in carrying the body bag and was stunned for a moment to get up. Asked nervously, ignoring the embarrassment of being undressed. This. Who is this? Harrison Wells. Su Sheng put down and said, Dr. Wells, you killed Dr. Wells. Why do you think he is reverse lightning? Caitlin Snow asked Su Sheng excitedly. Why do you think he is not? Su Sheng opened the body bag while turning the other side. Caitlin Snow stared at the dry corpse. What's going on? This is Dr. Harrison Wells, the real Dr. Harrison Wells. 15 years ago, Dr. Harrison Wells drove with his wife in a car accident. His wife was killed. He then left Starling, came to Central City to establish a cutting-edge laboratory. This is the real Harrison Wells's body. As long as you check it, you can tell the truth. If he is real, then who is Dr. Harrison Wells? We know. Caitlin Snow took the words in a daze. She didn't believe that Dr. Harrison Wells would be a reverse lightning, but now Su Sheng took the body with such a vow, but she couldn't help but hesitation. Su Sheng opened the cell, released Caitlin Snow and brought a dress with him. Put it on, then follow me. Caitlin Snow got dressed, and Su Sheng took her and the body bag out of the prison area to the experimental area on the Disciple. Is this a spaceship? Caitlin Snow was brought in directly by Su Sheng, so she really didn't know where she was locked up. The Disciple, a spaceship that can travel through time. Su Sheng smiled lightly. Speaking of the Disciple, I suddenly remembered that there are still 2 enemies that have not been resolved. Take the time to go. The last time the Disciple was attacked, Su Sheng has not forgotten. The Lord of Time Council and Vandalsevich didn't know if the legendary squad had solved them. If they haven't solved it, just go there and forget it. Although he is not the kind of character that is an enemy who needs to be killed immediately, he is not magnanimous enough to forget the blame. When will the enemy die? See his mood. This is the time ship, Caitlin Snow asked in surprise. So that's why you know so many things we don't know. You think it is. Su Sheng was too lazy to explain. Be serious first. Oh. Kaitlin Snow replied, first checked the equipment and briefly learned about it, and then in a complex mood he checked the identity of the corpse. Half an hour, the result came out. Don't take a look. Looking at Kaitlin Snow's hesitation, Sheng pushed her to the screen and held her chin up. Why, how could this be? This is really the corpse of Harrison Wells then, the doctor in the laboratory is. Kaitlin Snow's face was extremely ugly and she turned to look at Sheng. Sorry, I misunderstood you. It doesn't matter if you misunderstand it, this is just a game between me and Nye Lightning. Sheng shook his head indifferently. They just thought of a way to shock Barry Allen with a very strong electric current to reactivate the 253 power in his cells. It was dangerous, but fortunately it finally succeeded. As a result, Sheng came as soon as he succeeded. It's strange that they weren't nervous. As soon as I arrived in the laboratory, I saw the yellow light flashing rapidly. Kaitlin collected the body, and Sheng took Kaitlin Snow and the body bag to the cutting-edge laboratory. Wait, Sheng said suddenly. Do you think this dialogue seems familiar? It seems that your dialogue was the same the last time I kidnapped you. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That's good. Cisco Raymond breathed a sigh of relief. Grab the last chance, I don't want the game to end so early. It's too late for you to kneel down and call your father, although I don't want to be your father. Sheng squinted at Harrison Wells. This corpse is the one you handled 15 years ago. You should know what I'm talking about, so once the result comes out, your identity can't be hidden. Then you will not only have to leave the cutting-edge laboratory to protect Barry. And he will be chased by Barry. Although he may not be able to catch up with you, but you can't really kill him, your situation. I don't need to say more, right? What do you want? Harrison Wells stared at Sheng in his wheelchair. Kaitlin glanced at Sheng and shook her head. I'm fine, he didn't do anything to me. Kaitlin, are you okay? Cisco asked hurriedly. Really, I'm really sorry. If the trap succeeds, I will not only harm you but also let him succeed. Kaitlin Snow blamed herself and regretted it. She really did not expect the Harrison way she respected. Dr. Souls turned out to be fake. I must tell Cisco and Barry right away. I would love to see how Reverse Lightning will react. It seems to be. Kaitlin Snow nodded after thinking about it. Barry Allen regained speed. It's you. Barry Allen stopped and Cisco Raymond and Harrison Wells looked over nervously. I'll take you with you. Reverse Lightning looked indifferent on the surface, but stormy waves threw up in his heart. He actually found the body of Harrison Wells. Once the body is examined, his identity cannot be hidden. How does this be *****D know so many things? Even if he came from the future like himself, he wouldn't know it so clearly. Is he cheating on me? Nye Lightning looked at Sheng with a faint smile, watching Kaitlin Snow avoiding his eyes. He has made a decision. Sheng didn't deceive herself. Kaitlin Snow must have checked the body in advance. Damn it! In the wheelchair, the Lightning slowly took off his glasses and the original indifferent eyes became sharp. Under everyone's unexpectedly shocked eyes, Nye Lightning stood up. Dr. Wells, you. Cisco Raymond and Barry Allen looked at the rising Harrison Wells like an electric shock. His legs are okay. He has been pretending for so long. Is he really a Reverse Lightning? Inverse Lightning had a cold expression and clapped his hands in a low voice. I never regret what I do, but I regret now that I provoke you. I'm curious, what exactly are you? Is it important? Sheng asked with a grin. It really doesn't matter because anyone who prevents me from going home is my enemy. Nye Lightning glanced at Sheng coldly and turned his eyes to the shocked Barry Allen. I have countless chances to kill you, but I can only save you, help you, and make you faster. Everything will go smoothly. I can go home and leave this world of dead men. You can get what you want, but now. Nye Lightning took out a ring from his pants pocket and slowly put it on his hand. His eyes lit up with a red light of speed. Huh. The red lightning lit up, and a yellow uniform suddenly popped out of the ring before it landed and was worn by the Reverse Lightning. Why do you want to kill my mother? Barry Allen angrily fingerprinted as Nye Lightning put on his uniform. I didn't want to kill him, I'm here to kill you. Nye Lightning shook his head. Barry Allen was in a daze as if being shocked. Our game began. Nye Lightning looked at Sheng with a smug sneer. I admit that I really don't know who you are and why you are so fast, but that's okay, you will help me go home. I don't think so. Sheng smiled lightly. Looking at you being so confident, is there any useless back then? Believe me, I took great pains to go home. Nye Lightning chuckled, followed by a violent shaking sound as if some monster was rushing in. Next moment, Sheng suddenly felt a psychic force attacking him, similar to a kind of mind control. This is the back of the Reverse Lightning. Mind control is this Gruder. Sheng's thoughts flashed by, an ability immediately copied the opponent's ability after launching it and then stacked 5 times back. in an instant. Su Sheng found himself in the presence of another body. How can this feeling be described? As if playing a role-playing game, he can control each other's actions and even what they say. Inverse lightning, you are really a good person. This brings me a mind control ability. Su Sheng smiled secretly while controlling the appearance of the opponent. Boom, 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 the sound of footsteps was deafening and the ground trembled. Caitlin Snow, Cisco Raymond, and Barry Allen looked nervously at the door, and a moment later a body like a giant mountain appeared in their eyes. A huge amounts of orangutan appeared. Caitlin Cisco, should you remember, growled. Nye Lightning said triumphantly. Grud, is it Grud? Cisco Raymond asked in surprise. What is Gruder? Barry Allen asked in shock as he looked at the giant orangutan. Thank you for reading this story at hotmail.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This kind of change shocked everyone who was desperate, and what was even more surprised was that Su Sheng didn't seem to be controlled by mind at all. On the contrary, it seemed to control Gruder instead. The superluminal particles studied by the Mercury Laboratory, this requires you to go. Reverse Lightning looked at Su Sheng. Under the situation of understanding the future, I have enough time to make plans. I rescued Gruder and let it stay in the laboratory and was affected by the particle accelerator. Ability with mind control. Originally, I planned to let him control Barry and help me open a way home, but now I have a better choice. Oh yes, one thing is missing. Nye Lightning walked to Su Sheng triumphantly. He is my best choice. I told you to kneel down and call you father before. I didn't expect that you would like to be the father of apes with such a strong taste. Boom, it was he who created Grud with one hand, and Grud didn't hesitation to his orders, but now he is attacking himself. Cisco, do you want to be a time machine? I have prepared the materials and drawings. I have prepared them as soon as possible. I controlled Su Sheng and let the reverse lightning become a bamboo on his chest. The red light flashed and several blues appeared on his hand. Color glass body, this is the future technology, which contains extremely powerful energy. Barry, put these below. I want to restart the particle accelerator. Reverse Lightning's helper hit Reverse Lightning. Grud. Nye Lightning was stunned and shouted at Grud. Grud walked slowly forward a few steps and suddenly waved his arm at the Reverse Lightning. Su Sheng didn't move. Are you surprised? Surprised. Su Sheng grinned lightly while looking at Nye Lightning's incredible expression. You must think that the situation can be reversed as soon as Grud appears. Use its ability to control me to help you go home. I have to say that you are very smart. It is difficult to hide the size of Grud from being discovered. You should. It was after I captured Caitlin that Gruder appeared near here, right? Because you know I will definitely come, especially after Barry Allen regains speed. You are not as fast as I am, and you know that I have mastered your true identity. You won't be able to hide it for long, so you changed your mind. Want to use me to help you go home and then let Grud kill me. So that if you successfully go home, Barry Allen will no longer be in danger, and you can continue to be the Flash, and you will continue to be able to use the superpower, the best of both worlds. It's a pity that you miscalculated, and Gruder's ability is useless to me. Nye Lightning stared at Su Sheng without nonsense and asked why Grud could not control you but was controlled by you instead. The red light is on and the lightning is going to run. Can't run without running. As soon as the reverse lightning moved, Su Sheng blocked his way. Ha ha ha, 600 indistinguishable red lightning flashes quickly. Every time the reverse lightning wants to leave, Su Sheng will be blocked by Su Sheng first, even if he has already used the fastest speed. Damn, how fast is this guy? Reverse Lightning secretly cursed, turned and looked at the wall next to him and ran quickly in the laboratory. Roar, inhale deeply, feel the air, feel the wind on your face, feel the earth, your feet lift your body and push forward. Lightning, feel the lightning, feel its power. Its electric current is beating in the blood vessels, making the whole body full of vitality, covering every nerve in the body just like an impact. He is no longer himself, he is a part of a stronger force, a part of the superpower. Rush. The eyes of the lightning flashed sharply and the red lightning rushed to the wall with a scream. If the body vibrates at the natural frequency of the air, the cells of the whole body will be in a state of excitement, enough to allow him to pass through this wall. Through the wall, this is also the ability extended by the rapid force. Nye Lightning's body vibrated quickly and was about to rush towards the wall, but at this moment Grud's huge amounts of body suddenly blocked him. Psst, reverse lightning passed through Gruder's body and into the wall. Successful. After the reverse lightning came out of the wall, it accelerated again to leave the laboratory, but suddenly saw a red light passing through him from behind and coming to him. This red light is Su Sheng. Walking through walls is a technical job, not just fast enough. Su Sheng will naturally try these methods he has known for a long time when he is researching proficient superpower. It's just, He didn't expect reverse lightning to be so slow. It's a pity, I want to play more with you. Sheng looked at Nai Lightning with some regret. Snapped. On the other side of the wall, Groud's huge amounts of body fell to the ground. At the moment it fell to the ground, the reverse lightning in front of Sheng also fell to the ground. Through the wall will not die, but where people, that's different. After all, the structure of a person and a wall are different and the frequency of vibration is also different. Do not. The yellow light lit up. Barry Allen rushed in from the door and he hurried over watching the falling reverse lightning. No number, how can I get my father to get rid of the charge when you are dead? No. Why are you killing him? Barry Allen asked Sheng anxiously. At this time, Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow also chased up, looking sad at the dead reverse lightning. After all, this time of getting along is not fake. If there is no reverse lightning, there would be no Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow. He was too slow. Who knew that he was still standing in the same place after passing through, and he was accidentally pierced to death by me? Sheng curled his lips and was a little disappointed. He also planned to have fun after picking the identity of inverse lightning. After playing, I accidentally played like this and died. Look at it. Cisco Raymond suddenly pointed at the body of reverse lightning. The appearance of the reverse lightning gradually changed from the original Harrison Wells appearance to the original appearance. Albert Swan, this is his real name, what he really looks like. Sheng was a little distraught as if he had lost an interesting toy. He shook his head, the red lightning lit up and he planned to leave. As soon as he was about to leave, Sheng suddenly found that Nai Lightning had lit up a red light. His body gradually disappeared in the red light and he rushed towards Sheng. Sheng did not hide, because he suddenly had an idea. The next moment the red light faded into Sheng's body and disappeared. Sheng clearly felt that the red light from the reverse lightning did not enter his body, but a certain space connected to his body. Speedy Force space, the yellow lightning flashed and Sheng left the cutting-edge laboratory. He wants to keep Barry Allen alive so that more and more speeders can be created by his superpower. Seeing the yellow lightning around him, Sheng felt that he had found new pleasure again. What's going on? The Speed Force is too complicated and almost no one can explain it clearly, and he is still an independent Speed Force, so Sheng really doesn't know why for this kind of incident. The eyes were sharp and the eager killing intent was not hidden at all. Caitlin and others asked subconsciously in surprise. This made Barry Allen, Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow startled at first. Casting a glance at Caitlin, Sheng suddenly smiled. Sheng squinted at Barry Allen. Whoosh. The Speed Force is upgraded. The Speed Person will become a part of the Speed Force after death, so the Speed Force is like the temple of the Speed Person. But the Speed Force of the reverse lightning should come from the Flash. Even if it is turned into the Speed Force, part of it should also belong to the Flash. Why did it come to me? Is it because I killed him? Sheng thought to himself. Sheng's lightning gleamed brightly under everyone's blank eyes and it turned from red to yellow. Sheng, what are you going to do? Caitlin Snow asked nervously. Thank you for reading this story at hopnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hunting the speed ones. Bass. Heroes are not good, they need to take on more responsibilities and sacrifice more of themselves. Harrison Wells, who was like a life mentor, became the murderer of his own mother, Nai Lightning, and then Nai Lightning died, losing the only chance to get his father to get rid of the crime. The joy of regaining speed didn't last long before Barry Allen was nearly collapsed by this series of changes. His life seemed to be dim and never see light. The alarm on Cisco's phone went off. It's Joe, he's in danger, Cisco said to Barry Allen after reading it. Barry Allen took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the sad whistle. Cisco and Caitlin glanced at each other and hurried back to the laboratory to help Barry Allen. Losing reverse lightning, the Flash team must continue to move forward. The light came on and Sheng returned to the villa. Thea Quinn and Laura were chatting, and when Sheng came back, Thea Quinn stood up and said, "Can I go out for a stroll? I haven't been to Central City yet." Sheng shook his head. "In a few days when you show up now, Oliver will definitely find you. Then what am I doing? I won't just stay here, right? That's boring." Thea Quinn said suddenly with her lips curled. "I saw your steel battle suit, can you let me try it?" "Whatever you want, I'm planning to get a new set anyway. It was just the initial version before. Many functions need to be improved. The first point is the energy issue." He plans to analyze the energy of the blue glass body of the inverse lightning, and then go to the Mercury laboratory to get the tachyon particles. It is also necessary to study nano-shrinking technology and artificial intelligence. Reverse lightning can put the battle suit in the ring, which is a good technique. I remember Dr. Harrison Wells of Earth II seems to have done research on this aspect. There is also the House of Time in the cutting-edge laboratory. which contains the artificial intelligence Gideon brought from the future by reverse lightning, and the artificial intelligence of the same name as the legendary team's Waverider. The artificial intelligence of Gideon was created by the Flash in the future. Although reverse lightning is called Gideon with the legendary team, it is equivalent to Apple's hand. The brand is the same, but it is a separate individual. There are many artificial intelligences in the DC world. In addition to Gideon, Sheng's impressive Earth-38 Supergirl world has a female villain named Indigo. Is this female villain a humanoid artificial intelligence or a robotic girl? It's the number 8 Blagnac, and Blagnac is great. He is an artificial intelligence created by the cosmic nuclear star. But after self-evolution and replication, not only the scientists who controlled the planet but also conquered the entire planet. During the constant upgrade process, he not only evolved his own ability, but also evolved his own. Greed, jealousy, hatred, and other emotions have become the enemy of all life. In the comics, he once destroyed the planet Krypton, and later came to the Earth and became a mortal enemy of Superman and the Justice League. There is a city collection madman. He will conquer the city and shrink the world into a collection, although Indigo is no. 8 Blagnac, it can be regarded as a villain, but an outsider has been added to the comics, which triggered the famous Graduation Day event in the Teen Titans series. She is much easier to use than Gideon. Artificial intelligence can be released first, and after the research understands how to travel through the universe, go to Earth-38 to find Indigo. So we should go to the Mercury laboratory to get the tachyon particles first. Sheng secretly thought about going to the Mercury experiment tomorrow room, garage laboratory. Sheng is studying the details of the steel battle suit upgrade, and Thea Quinn and Laura are studying the original steel battle suit. Unknowingly, it was late at night. After eating, clean up. Laura silently returned to her room. Thea Quinn hit hatch and deliberately asked Sheng, "I'm a little sleepy, how about you? Do you know where my room is?" Sheng raised his head and asked casually. Thea Quinn nodded. "No, what's the matter?" Sheng smiled and looked down at the rest of the content. After about half an hour, Sheng got up and took a shower and then returned to the room. Although Xiaozia deliberately hinted that Sheng could do something, Sheng just hugged her to sleep, which made her a little disappointed and finally fell asleep in a daze. The night is extremely silent. She has seen how Helena does it. Ring ling ling. Ring ling ling. The ringing of the phone rang next to Thea Quinn woke up in a daze. When she opened her eyes, she saw Sheng holding the phone and seemed to be chatting with someone. It does not seem to be wearing pajamas. Seeing Sheng had no reaction, Thea Quinn slowly jumped down, pushed the door open. Sheng walked over with a chuckle and lay down and held her shoulders to make her turn around. With her eyes facing each other, Thea Quinn hugged Sheng and got into his arms. I hugged her somewhat thin body, although the size of the pillow was a little smaller, but it didn't have a feeling. I took the time to take the photo. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Thea Quinn lay with her back facing the doorway, her body covered with her shoulders exposed. Sheng hung up the phone and dragged Thea Quinn over. Roar sounded at Thea Quinn's shock. The morning transport began. Listening to the voice, it seems to be a woman. There was no word for a night, and the sun was shining outside the window on the second day, and it was extremely sunny. Go to the room and wait for me. I'll go over after reading this. Sheng shook the book in his hand. The poisonous people were caught by you. Just catch them. They are of no value to me, so you don't need to call me specifically. Sheng held the phone in one hand and stroked the Thea Quinn with the other. With her hair, Thea Quinn, who just woke up, has a lazy and green feeling. Thea Quinn squinted and snorted, lying on his chest, as if she was deliberately making trouble with her hands moving around him. Apologize? Then, no need. Sheng cast a smirk at Thea Quinn, paused, and continued. I thought of an idea to punish you. Friend, Caitlin, I definitely treat you as a friend, so I just punish you instead of killing you, and Cisco, I will give him a gift too. I didn't say to sleep with you again. Thea Quinn mumbled and turned away. The refreshing Sheng came out of the room with a well-dressed and neatly dressed, and glanced at Laura, who had prepared breakfast, casually said, take time to teach her how to exercise and strengthen her lower physical fitness. Laura hummed. Thea Quinn was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get out for a while. After breakfast, Sheng and Laura went to the Disciple to study the energy crystal left by the reverse lightning and prepare to modify it to be consumed by the steel battle suit. Energy, and then use the energy matrix of the Disciple to try to see if it can achieve the effect of perpetual kinetic energy. The Disciple does not need to be supplemented with energy and will automatically be supplemented when driving and crossing. This is a very advanced technology. At the same time, this transformation is not easy and requires extremely high knowledge and skills. Sheng has a lot of things to do now, studying how to travel through space with superb power and how to transform the battle suit energy matrix. Even if he has superb power, fast speed cannot be done in a short time, especially the former. Spend more time and experience to research. Fortunately, the superpower made his thinking speed change very fast. So in just one day, he researched and understood the energy glass body and transformed it into a matrix reactor that can be used for battle suit function. He installed this matrix reactor on a steel battle suit to replace the original energy source, and the effect was very good. If the maximum function of the weapon system is output, it will not be a problem to blow up an entire building. As for the battery life, there is no need to worry about it. It can be said that there has been a qualitative flyover from before. The next day, Sheng asked Laura and Thea Quinn to play a steel battle suit and test the function by the way, and went to the Mercury lab by himself. Since the particle accelerator of the cutting-edge laboratory exploded and the laboratory was forced to close, Mercury Lab came from behind. Mercury Lab's leader Tina McGee and Harrison Wells were originally both Starling's scientific geniuses, but later, after Reverse Lightning replaced Harrison Wells, the relationship between the two became rivals. Both the Crystal Laboratory and the Cutting Edge Laboratory are places for talents. The Cutting Edge Laboratory has the Flash, the Frost Killer Caitlin, Vibe Cisco, and the Crystal Laboratory has the Thieves, Ballistics, and others. Caitlin Snow also joined the Mercury Lab at some time. Standing in front of the dozen-story Crystal Laboratory building, Sheng stepped in. The people coming and going in the lobby on the first floor look very lively. There is a guard station in the direction of the elevator, and you need to swipe your card or register to get in. There is a rest area not far from the door, and there are many promotion introductions about Mercury Lab products nearby. Sheng looked around and activated his Swift Force instantly, and the yellow lightning light shuttled layer by layer. This color is really awkward. Sheng murmured and slowed down suddenly. He saw a woman in a white coat, blonde hair and black-rimmed glasses holding a box and walking out of a certain office with an angry face. Time seemed to stand still and everything around was still. The angry expression on her face seemed to freeze, Sheng came to her and picked up the badge on her clothes. Brillivan, isn't this a thief? She seems to be a computer genius and she has a good understanding of machine applications. Sheng flashed away and found her personnel file, wrote down the address and continued to search for tachyon particles. Layer by layer. When finally approaching the top floor, Sheng found a laboratory with a high level of security. The access control of this laboratory is very high level, and it is also equipped with a separate security guard. It's here. Sheng chuckled and the body vibrated quickly, adjusting the frequency of vibration, feeling the rapid force in the cells. Sheng went directly through the wall and entered the laboratory. There is a separate sealed room in the center of the laboratory. Tachyon particles are inside. The vibrating Sheng went straight through and picked up the tachyon particles to leave. As soon as I came out, I heard rapid footsteps coming from outside and security guards opened the door with guns. Put things. Silent siren. Sheng curled his lips and walked towards the door. In the rain of bullets, Sheng walked over like this. Sheng ignored Barry Allen but pointed to tachyon and related designs to Cisco Raymond. It's here, can you see it? I haven't figured out how to convert the energy of tachyon particles into a stable and controllable one, because once it is activated, the energy will be too high, and it will melt the surrounding equipment. I think I have replaced it with a material that is more resistant to high temperatures but did not find a suitable one. Do you have any suggestions? Warning you to put things down or we will shoot. The security guard saw that Sheng ignored them and walked over and shot one after another. Barry Allen was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This kind of wanted does not catch Sheng at all, but will increase the casualties of the police by 3-3. He told Kyo West about the matter, and then went back to the laboratory to find a solution. The security guards were a little dumbfounded. Hesitation rushed towards Sheng, who came over. Sheng's body flashed slightly, and several security guards jumped into the air and fell to the ground. When they got up, Sheng had already disappeared. Bang, 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 bang. There is no need to investigate to know that this is Sheng. After all, Sheng did not hide his identity or destroy the video. Disciple number. Sheng was too lazy to avoid, waved to move the bullet aside as he walked. The tachyon in the Mercury laboratory was stolen, and both as the Flash and Barry Allen, an expert in physical evidence from the police station, rushed to the scene. After Sheng came back, he began to study the superluminal particles. The energy produced by this thing is much stronger than the energy glass of the reverse lightning. If you study it carefully, you should be able to make a good battle suit. As a result, he saw that Sheng was here as soon as he returned to the laboratory. How to find Sheng and figure out why he wants tachyon particles. The police issued a wanted for Sheng, but Barry Allen knew it well. The bullets hit Sheng intensively. 0. Because the regained speed made the supernatural power in his cells more active. And his speed was faster than before, so yesterday, when the poisonous man was alone, he caught him. And the multibody and the self-proclaimed peekaboo, the teleport girl, took the opportunity to leave. He thought he would finally have time to think about how to save his father, but the Mercury lab had an accident. Lemon listened to Sheng's words and subconsciously put forward an idea. You can use ceramic composite. He reacted before he finished speaking and stepped back. Why should I help you? You stole it from Mercury lab. Sheng looked at Cisco with a smile and shook his head. Cisco, you know you can only help me. If you help me solve this problem, I won't care about the last time you set a trap to catch me. Cisco stepped back a few steps. Cisco, what's the matter with you? Caitlin Snow and Barry Allen asked curiously, looking at Cisco's panic. Did you not hear what he just said? Cisco asked, turning his head. What did he say? He didn't speak just now. Barry Allen and Caitlin Snow looked stunned. Sure enough, You said it in my head. Cisco Raymond said in surprise. Yeah, I can not only speak in your head, but 10 I can also control your thinking and actions just like Gruder. But it is stronger than it, after all, its intelligence has not been developed so high. After it is controlled, it can only be muddled and unnatural, but I am different. People controlled by me can look the same as usual. I think you definitely don't want me to control you to do things you don't want, and you don't want to live that way. Every day I wonder if the people around me are controlled by me. Sheng looked at Cisco Lemon with a smile, but his mouth didn't move at all. Okay, I'll help you, Cisco Raymond said hurriedly. Caitlin Snow and Barry Allen were a little dumbfounded, and they didn't see Sheng speaking during the whole process, but Cisco talked again. Sheng, what do you want tachyon particles to do? Barry Allen couldn't help asking. Make a battle suit. Sheng said casually. Did you wear the one you wore last time? I don't understand, your strength doesn't need anything like a battle suit, right? Barry Allen asked inexplicably. Even if the battle suit is built with tachyon particles, it seems that Sheng can't provide much help in terms of power and function. Because you can fly, Caitlin Snow asked afterwards. Fly, it's not difficult to want to fly. Sheng shook his head. There are too many flashy things. Even if it is a toy, it has to be gorgeous enough to satisfy me, right? But this is something from Mercury Lab. They have called the police and the police have wanted you. I know you are not afraid of being caught, but it will also cause inconvenience to you. How about you replace the tachyon particles? We help you solve the alternative energy problem. Barry Allen tentatively suggested. Not interested. Sheng shook his head. Although tachyon particles are expensive, since they can make one, they can make the second one, but there is only one life for human beings. Tell Tina McGee that she will withdraw the case otherwise. She will die. Aren't you going to kill her? Caitlin Snow asked worriedly. I won't kill her, but I will stop you from blocking people who want to kill her. Sheng chuckled. Brilhaven, the Storm Eye Thief, has a research project that can remotely control robotic bees. At first, Mercury Lab planned to use this project for agricultural purposes, but she had the idea of transforming it into a weapon. As a result, she was fired by Tina McGee. The aggrieved Brilhaven used the bee-venomous robotic bee to kill and revenge. Tina McGee would be dead if it weren't for the Flash and Adam in the TV series. Speaking of it, Adam Ray Palmer probably hasn't developed nano-shrinking technology yet, so it is more convenient to go to Earth II to find Harrison Wells. Anyway, I have to go to Earth II. Someone wants to kill her, why? Barry Allen asked hurriedly. Sheng chuckled, turned his head and said to Cisco Raymond, this is my phone number, let me know if it's done. Cisco Raymond froze and put away the number. Sheng turned around and went out. Caitlin Snow pointed to Sheng, who had left, and chased after him hesitantly. As a result, as soon as he caught up with him, he found that Sheng hadn't gone far at all, but was groping for something on the walls of the corridor. This embarrassed Caitlin Snow, who had thought he walked away and hurried out. Something. Sheng turned his head and asked. Secret room, Sheng said while groping. Reverse Lightning has built a secret room here. In this secret room there is his spare battle suit, the monitoring of Barry Allen, and the future artificial intelligence Gideon. Although my ultimate goal is not Gideon, it can be temporarily used. Does it matter? Su Sheng asked in amazement. This is a closed space of more than 10 square meters and the lights came on as the two of them entered. Are you still mad at me and won't forgive me? Caitlin Snow hesitation said, otherwise why did you call Cisco? P.S. The thief comes from the first season of The Flash. After Felicity was paralyzed in Green Arrow, after using technology to recover, she tried to use an improved robotic bee to capture the technology. In addition, I should enter the plot of Earth II, maybe go back to the Supergirl to play. Gideon. Hello, Mr. Su Sheng. Caitlin Snow saw Su Sheng go in and hurriedly followed in. Thank you for reading this story at hotmail.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Su Sheng looked at the wall inside and shouted, impossible, if there is a secret room we. Before Caitlin Snow finished speaking, 630 suddenly lit up on the wall. The next moment the wall separated from the middle to reveal a dark entrance. There really is a secret room. I was responsible for contacting you before, but now you have told Cisco the number. Doesn't it mean you don't want to contact me again? Caitlin wanted to say something but finally didn't say this sentence. She looked at Su Sheng groping the wall as if she was looking for something and couldn't help but curiously asked, what are you looking for? It's not surprising that Gideon knew himself Su Sheng. After all, this Gideon came from the future. If it didn't know himself, then the future would have failed a bit too much. In an instant, a human-like influence appeared on the wall. It definitely matters. Do you mind if I change your place for you? Su Sheng said with a chuckle looking at Gideon. Although Gideon is an interactive artificial intelligence, it is only artificial intelligence after all, so it cannot answer Su Sheng's question. If you don't tell me, I will be your acquiescence. Su Sheng walked over with a chuckle and removed Gideon and did not say anything to Caitlin Snowdo and took Gideon away from the cutting-edge laboratory and returned to the lab. Enter the disciple. Loading Gideon on the disciple makes many things easier to sit up. For example, find someone. Gideon, help me check what Brillivan is doing. Su Sheng leaned on the chair and asked softly. Soon, Gideon appeared on the operation desk of Brillivan's news. Just like in the original book, the grudge Brillivan is planning to get the robot bee to get revenge. After reading Brillivan's situation, Su Sheng curiously asked Gideon about the speed and method needed to travel through time and space. After all, Gideon was originally a reverse lightning, and he should have a certain understanding of the speed force. Gideon answered truthfully. One question and one answer did answer a lot of Su Sheng's doubts. This is the difference between experienced and inexperienced. Many questions made him suddenly understand. It's easier to travel through time than space, but I don't need to travel through time now, so let's try if I can travel through space. Gideon helped him answer his doubts. Su Sheng really wanted to try whether he could succeed. The lightning came on and Su Sheng came out of the disciple and ran quickly. The speed is about 1,000 miles an hour. This speed is enough to travel through time, but the space is not enough. Su Sheng started stacking ability to speed up, and he ran faster and faster. The lightning seemed to be integrated with the body, and it was difficult to tell whether it was the lightning that he produced or that it was originally lightning. Don't think about controlling the wind around you, don't pay attention to the surrounding environment, and the whole person concentrates as if entering some kind of ethereal state. The energy of the speed force fills the cells of the whole body. Su Sheng even feels that he does not exist anymore, only the speed force. Boom! A light blue wormhole like a rolling cloud suddenly formed in front and Su Sheng rushed in. Some are similar to the time flow but different. The time flow is green but here it is blue. There are pictures all around flashing by. Past, present, future, all content at all points in time appears. Su Sheng glanced at it and didn't look at it, because he felt that if he was too focused, he would appear at that point in time. This kind of traversal is more idealistic, thinking that at any time somewhere will traverse to a certain time. The road seemed endless. Su Sheng ran for a moment and added speed again. The speed of the yellow lightning increased again twice, 4 times, 10 times. Su Sheng doesn't know how fast he is, he just thinks of Dr. Harrison Wells of Earth II in his mind, running on and off. The front suddenly lit up. Following a swish, Su Sheng rushed out directly. The body ran a few steps forward and stopped. Su Sheng found himself in a certain office. As soon as he turned his head, Su Sheng saw a man with glasses holding some kind of energy gun at him. Who are you? He demanded with a sharp gun in his eyes. Su Sheng looked at the man in front of him and chuckled lightly. It's exactly the same, but it's a pity that you are not the Dr. Harrison Wells I know. Answer my question, who are you? The gun in Dr. Harrison Wells's hand lit up with a blue light, and it felt like a seed bullet was loaded. Who is the mayor of Central City? Su Sheng asked not to answer. Boom, quick, took your daughter? It shouldn't. There was no gap between the two Earths due to the explosion. Jisoo shouldn't have the idea of hitting another Earth yet. How could you kidnap your daughter? Sheng asked somewhat unexpectedly. Harrison Wells's expression changed abruptly. Who are you? How do you know my daughter? When it comes to extreme speed, Harrison Wells' eyes clearly flashed a little differently. As soon as he said a word, Sheng's neck was pinched by Sheng, holding him with one hand and pulling him in front of him. Sheng smiled and asked, "Answer my question, who is the mayor of Central City?" The energy bomb hit the wall and Harrison Wells felt that his gun had been dismantled and threw it on the ground. Harrison Wells shot. "What do you think?" Sheng asked casually. Speaking of her daughter, she was also a member of the Lightning family and later became the famous Jessie Kuicha. Are you from another Earth?" Harrison Wells muttered as he looked at Sheng in surprise. So the theory of parallel universes exists and the idea of extreme speed is correct. Don't rush to ask questions, answer my questions first. Sheng put Harrison Wells down casually, rubbing his neck and staring at Sheng warily. Does this world have the Flash? The name is Jay Garrick. There is another person who is faster than him called Jisoo. Thank you for reading this story at hotmail.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Harrison Wells was very anxious and eager. He almost forgot that Harrison Wells of Earth II was a daughter-in-law, and he could do anything for his daughter Jessie. In the original book, he came to the Earth and wanted to find the Flash. Barry Allen defeated the Speed and rescued his daughter. After the failure, he did not hesitate to help him steal the speed of the Flash and save his daughter. "No matter what you want to do in this world, save my daughter, I will do everything for you." Sure enough, Captain Cold. Sheng chuckled and continued to ask, "Your daughter's name is Jessie." He grabbed Jessie and wanted me to study how to open the passage of parallel worlds. He wanted to eliminate the speed people in other worlds. Harrison Wilston stared eagerly at Sheng. "How did you do it? You are also a speed player. Do you use super speed power? That is to say, you can travel through time and space fast enough. Then your speed must be faster than super speed." "Stenner," Harrison Wells said painfully. Although he was unbelievable because of the speedy words and confessed to the Flash because of his guilt, he could do anything for his daughter. "I came to this world and I want to do a lot of things, but one of them is for nano-shrinking technology." Sheng chuckled. "I will," Harrison Wells said without hesitation. "I can help you as long as you rescue my daughter Jessie. Then write down the equation and I will go out for a spin." Sheng disappeared after speaking. Earth 2 is a world that is completely opposite to the Earth. Good people become bad people, and bad people become good people. Some small details will lead to a completely different future. In this world, Captain Cold became the mayor of Central City, Iris became a police officer, and Joe became a singer. The famous Deadshot in this world is so bad that it can't hit people face to face. Caitlin has become a frost killer, Firestorm has become a death storm, and Cisco Raymond has become an echo, although Harrison Wells of Earth II also studied it. The particle accelerator has created a group of transformed people, but their destiny and choices are completely different from those of the Earth. In general, this is an interesting and fresh world. Although Sheng didn't plan to come to Earth II now, he won't turn around and leave after the first 330 attempts. In the world of Earth 2, the sky has a warm tone. I don't know if it is to distinguish the world or for other reasons, giving Sheng a feeling as if the dream is not real. Although there are many identical faces in this world, they are actually completely different people. Sheng remembers that in the original book the Flash crossed over and found that he was still a physical evidence technician at the Central City Police Station, but he was cowardly and selfish and was still with Iris after getting married. Iris chose to be a policeman because of Barry's future. It's not a big deal, obviously came to Earth 2 to hurry up and rescue Jessie, but this guy pretends to be addicted, not to mention that he killed Joe in this world because of his emotions. And he has to help Iris to deal with Frost Killer and Death Storm. Harrison Wells told him that the main purpose is to save Jessie. People in this world have nothing to do with you, but Barry Allen has a heart attack and insists on saving people. He also keeps saying that no matter which world they are in, it's his family. This is no longer the Virgin, it is mentally retarded, right? The results of it. The result was that he himself was caught extremely quickly. If it hadn't been for Cisco Raymond and the others to instigate the Frost assassin, I'm afraid he would have to fold here by himself if he saved Jessie. In the end, although Jessie was saved and returned to the Earth, I looked at the whole process because of how many waves he had caused. He feels good by himself. In this world, his mother is not dead, and she still enjoys the treatment of husband Iris. If this is because his virgin's heart attack has delayed saving Jessie, Harrison Wells probably will kill him directly. The yellow lightning galloped rapidly in the center city, and Sheng suddenly felt hostility while running. Someone attacked himself. Still use Firestorm's attack method, Death Storm. Sheng stopped instantly and heard a loud bang, and the road in front was hit by flames instantly. The flames skyrocketed. A man wearing a black leather jacket burst into flames, slowly fell from the air, and after landing he collected the flames. It was Firestorm's double-body Death Storm. The Death Storm here is still the first, a combination of Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein. However, unlike the Firestorm on Earth 1, the two existed at the same time. Martin Stein and the Death Storm no longer existed for a long time, and the body was completely controlled by Ronnie Raymond. Are you not the Flash? A new Speed player, Speed will definitely be very satisfied. Deathstorm stared at Sheng and said triumphantly, I didn't expect that the first person I would meet was you, your ability. It's useless. Sheng whispered and muttered, Where is the echo? Are you looking for me? Siskaremon's voice sounded. The voice was the same, but the tone was completely different, giving people a very evil feeling. Sheng turned around and saw that Cisco Raymond walked out wearing a leather jacket with a pigtail and a goggles. Cisco Raymond's double body echoing. The particle accelerator explosions in both worlds made Cisco Ramon a transforming man. The difference is that Cisco Ramon on Earth 1 has not yet awakening ability to become Vibe, while Cisco Ramon on Earth 2 has initially mastered ability, become an Echo. Frost Killer and Death Storm are his people, and he does things for extreme speed. Boom, but I don't want to tell you, Sheng smiled lightly. Speaking of Cisco Raymond's Vibe ability, it can sense the past and the future through objects at first, and send out shock waves for attacks. Later, it has developed to use shock waves to teleport or even travel through different universes. This ability wave it doesn't make much effort than the superb speed. Cool, P.S. To be honest, I always think that the drama version of Earth 2 is more like Earth 3 in comics, and Earth 3 is more like Earth 2 in comics. Interesting, we haven't worked out how to go to other worlds, but you have already come. I want to know, how did you do it? You know us very well. I am a little curious about your identity. Echo looked at Sheng and laughed. You are not the Flash, and there should be no other speeders in Central City. I can feel your difference, you outsiders, speeders from other worlds. Deathstorm got up without the flickering fear in his eyes. Seeing such a cold-hearted Cisco Raymond, Sheng couldn't help but raised his thumb. The shock wave hit Deathstorm and knocked him out in an instant. Echo looked at Deathstorm coldly and said, If you don't want to be shattered by me, just stand by your side. Thank you for reading this story at hotmint.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Saw the Deathstorm, saw the Echo. Why didn't you see the Frost Killer? Echo also smiled. Here in my world, the rule of the game is like this. You can live if you say what I want to know, otherwise you have to die. He just walked 2 steps. Echo suddenly turned around and shot. The Flash appeared in the original work. Echo and Deathstorm almost didn't kill the Flash. The result angered Extreme Speed. 2 high-speed hand knives killed both of them. Otherwise, the ability to travel through the universe was studied based on the degree of Echo's development of ability. It's nailed down. What nonsense with him, people from other worlds, let me play first. Deathstorm's somewhat impatient hands spouted flames and walked towards Sheng. One less person, Echo raised a yin smile at the corner of his mouth, raising his hands to aim at Sheng threateningly. There is something cooler, do you want to see it? Think. Sheng smiled brilliantly. Echo was stunned. I didn't expect Sheng to be so crisp. The hideous shock wave with a sudden change of expression directly blasted towards Sheng. From the moment Deathstorm was frightened by him. He knew that Echo was the kind of cruel and decisive person. And Sheng remembered that he seemed to have been unwilling to subdue to Speed, and always wanted to find opportunities to grow himself to replace Speed, so if this Speed person can't for him. Maybe he just rushed to kill everything, got it cheap. Seeing the shock wave hit, the corner of Sheng's mouth raised and instantly copied his ability. Raising his hand was the same shock wave hitting it. Boom, the 2 shock waves fought together and instantly stalemate. You. Echo's under the goggles widened his eyes in shock. He can also shock wave. How could he have my ability? Please call me 55. Feeling the shock of the Echo, Sheng said solemnly. Echo coldly hummed to increase the energy of the shock wave. But he strengthened, Sheng also strengthened. The 2 shock waves are always in a state of anxiety and persistence, regardless of top and bottom. Deathstorm, Echo yelled. Deathstorm hesitated for a moment and waved its flames towards Sheng. Sheng chuckled lightly. This I will too. Boom, Sheng's other hand suddenly raised flames and went back. Boom, the 2 flames collided and dissipated. The shocked Deathstorm roared and pushed towards Sheng with both hands, and the pillar of fire roared. Sheng flipped his palm and the fire column of the same size slammed over. Sasser in one hand, flame in the other. Sheng is evenly matched with 1 enemy and 2. It's really 50-50. What's this weird ability? Echo couldn't help but curse secretly and increase the power of Deathstorm again, but the result remained the same. When the situation was at a stalemate, Su Sheng suddenly chuckled. 5-5 is about to play, so it's time to crush you. Unlimited stacking 5 times. The two ability powers of both hands instantly superimposed, and the shock wave and the pillar of fire expanded several times at almost the same time, directly swallowing the same ability roar of the other party and whistling away. Boom, boom, after 2 beeps. The Echo and Deathstorm flew out instantly, groaning to the ground. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Echo felt that the body's organs seemed to be shattered, and Deathstorm's chest was even more burnt. Looking at each other, the two tried their best to shoot Su Sheng again. This time, Su Sheng didn't play a 50-50 game. He felt another attack. Chilling attack. Su Sheng drew aside in an instant with the swift force activated. Immediately afterwards, I saw 2 ice spurs rushing to the place where I stood just now. Because of his departure, the ice spike did not hit the target and continued to move forward, passing by the shock wave and the pillar of fire. Next second, pst, pst. 2 ice thorns pierced the chests of Echo and Deathstorm. The two looked down at the ice thorns in their chests and looked up at the frost killer who was knocked down by the shock wave and the pillar of fire in the distance, revealing an incredible look. Boom. Boom, the two slowly lay flat, their eyes lost their brilliance. Su Sheng slowly walked towards the frost killer. The timing of her sneak attack was chosen very well, but it's a pity that the person she wanted to attack was herself. The frost killer lay on the ground and twitched slightly. With scattered white hair, black eye shadows, purple-blue lips, and wearing a black leather jacket and pants, the leather jacket is slowly burning, and her mouth can't help vomiting blood along with the twitching corners of her mouth. Su Sheng watched condescendingly as the frost assassin struggled and raised his hand to hook him and finally fell to the ground with a snap. Pity. I really like Frost Killer. I can only wait for Caitlin to become Frost Killer when I meet again. Su Sheng raised his hands as he said. The cold temperature caused white chill to float around his hands. His thoughts moved slightly, and the coldness of one hand disappeared and turned into a heat wave and burst into flames instantly. Does this count as the 2 heavens of ice and fire? Su Sheng chuckled and prepared to leave. Hey, a voice suddenly called Su Sheng. Su Sheng turned his head to look and saw a head sticking out from a car in the distance, long golden hair, familiar facial features, a black neckband around his neck, and a silver nose ring between the 2 nostrils of his nose. This dress, too subversive. How about letting me go for a favor? She raised her hand diligently to let Su Sheng see that she had a dual light bracelet in her hand, which looked a lot like the kind of handcuffs that could contain super ability. Almost forgot you, Laurel Lance. Su Sheng was stunned and thought of Earth 2 and Black Canary Laurel Lance's double body. In Earth 2, she was not called Black Canary but Black Sea Monster. Because of the impact of particle accelerator explosion, she possessed ultrasonic capability, which is comparable to Black Canary's sonic equipment is much more reliable. Caught by the Frost Killer, Su Sheng walked over and opened the car door. On the car window, the Black Sea Monster was handcuffed to the seat wearing a black leather jacket. The Black Sea Monster showed an innocent expression at Su Sheng. Do me a favor. Su Sheng reached his waist and came in and touched the handcuffs with his fingers. The cold air instantly filled the handcuffs and was directly frozen in ice. Pulling her hand hard, she heard a click and the handcuffs were broken into several pieces. No thanks. Su Sheng turned his head and looked at the Black Sea Monster and said, getting up and coming out. The Black Sea Monster looked at the shattered handcuffs, his eyes lit up and followed it out. He happened to see a few police cars parked next to them, and one policeman came down and shouted with guns. Don't move, raise your hands. Iris dressed up smartly with a police badge pinned to her waist and slowly approached her with her gun. It doesn't matter which world is the same ugly. Su Sheng grinned and murmured, raising his hands slowly as if he was about to surrender. The Black Sea Monster smiled at Su Sheng, ignoring the black muzzle around him. Do you need help? Whatever. Su Sheng shrugged indifferently. The Black Sea Monster turned his head to look at the policeman with a smirk and opened his mouth sharply. Ah 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 ah. The ultrasonic wave shook in an instant. The police car and the surrounding glass were shattered in an instant, and Iris and the others squatted down and covered their ears with painful screams. Your cry is really loud. After a long while, the Black Sea Monster stopped, and Su Sheng said with a chuckle, sometimes it might be bigger. The Black Sea Monster smiled pointedly, holding Su Sheng's arm and looking at the police screaming and rolling on the ground. I have a good place, do you want to come with me? Okay. Su Sheng smiled brilliantly. The Black Sea Monster's eyes brightened and he took Su Sheng's arm to step the model and his high heels rattled crisply on the ground. It didn't take long for the Black Sea monster to take Su Sheng to a remote and abandoned factory. Open the door. The space inside is not too big, with a single bed and some daily necessities. You live here. The environment is probably worse than most homeless people live in. Criminals are failing enough to treat you like this. I don't want to, I'm not afraid of the trash police, but people like me are unlucky after they rule the central city very quickly. He is collecting criminals everywhere. Even if I hide here, I will still be found by his people. Hi, the demon explained helplessly. I've made plans to help speed things up. I didn't expect you to show up. You are so much more handsome than the one who wears a mask all day long and doesn't know what you look like, and you are very strong. Echo, Death Storm, Frost Killer, they are extremely fast and powerful, but you can easily solve it 1-on-3 and... The Black Sea monster stared at Su Sheng with scorching eyes. Your ability is stronger than extreme speed. You can copy someone else's ability, right? There is a saying that if you see through it, you can't say through it. Many people do it by themselves because they don't understand this truth. Su Sheng looked at the Black Sea monster with a chuckle. The Black Sea monster subconsciously stepped back with a stiff expression and said with a sneer, "A lot of people should have seen it. And it's nothing, right? Your ability is so strong that no one dares to provoke you, even if it is extremely fast. Not dare. That's why you called me to help and entangled me again." Su Sheng looked at the Black Sea monster and watched her nod and chuckle slightly nervously. I'm not super fast, I don't plan to conquer the central city, and I don't have the idea of recruiting younger brothers. Bring me. No matter which world you come from, take me. If you don't need your subordinates, I can leave. If you need me, I can do my best for you at any time. The Black Sea monster took a deep breath and said solemnly, she is not stupid. She saw how Su Sheng copied Echo and others' ability, and she also saw the surprise he saw when he saw himself, which was an unexpected expression when he saw an acquaintance. In addition to the sentence he said when he saw the policewoman that no matter which world is the same ugly, a conclusion can be inferred by combining all the circumstances. He is not from this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't say that, let alone be anonymous. Anyone who has obtained such an ability would probably not tolerate Loki. That's why the Black Sea monster deliberately showed that ability hopes to be able to attract him to accept himself. Taking a step back, even if he is not someone from another world following him, he can guarantee that he will not be harassed at a high speed. Although there are certain risks in this, for example, extreme speed will find Su Sheng to retaliate, but everything is risky. He should know the other himself and the relationship should be very good. This alone is enough for the Black Sea monster to take risks. Still not interested. Su Sheng thought for a while and shook his head. The Black Sea monster was a little anxious. Not all of Speed's subordinates are forced. Some people actively follow him because Speed is stronger and much stronger than everyone else. And following the strong is a human instinct. Even if you don't need a subordinate, there will be some people because of it. It's inevitable to follow you for this kind of reason. You can ignore or even kill him, but this kind of person will constantly appear next to you. How do you feel like relying on me? Su Sheng chuckled dumbly. Yes, I'm relying on you. The Black Sea monster walked slowly 2 steps to Su Sheng, whispering softly and placed his hand on Su Sheng's chest. If you need it, I will be there. If you don't need it, I will leave and I will never cause you any trouble. What you said sounds like to do my 4 and 19. Su Sheng gently shook off the Black Sea monster's hand, which made the smile on the Black Sea monster's face freeze, and listened to him continue to say 0, change the place. I'm not interested in staying here. The Black Sea monster was shocked and rejoiced in an instant. Did he agree? Harrison Wells, you were silent for a moment, lowered your head and continued typing on the keyboard. Before he finished speaking, Harrison Wells discovered that Su Sheng was missing. The distance between the 2 cliffs is very long and the angles are not equal. Yellow lightning flashed from the central city, and in a blink of an eye it came to a certain cliff edge in the suburbs. Opposite the cliff is a neat and steep cliff with higher terrain. There seems to be an entrance to the mine in the center, but the equipment near the entrance has already been removed. This is the superspeed lair in the TV series where Jesse and the Flash captured from Earth III are held. Okay, Harrison Wells said affirmatively. If you don't save my daughter, even if you kill me, I won't write for you. Huh. It is almost impossible to go to the opposite side without the help of large-scale equipment, which is why people are locked here quickly and safely. Are you sure? Su Sheng asked. The light of lightning suddenly lit up in the dim room, and the Black Sea monster found himself standing in a bright laboratory before he could react. She knows Dr. Harrison Wells, the owner of the cutting-edge laboratory, and the particle accelerator has made him famous. Harrison Wells sat at the computer and watched Su Sheng and the Black Sea monster who appeared suddenly and asked, This is not my daughter. The densely packed formulas seem dizzy, some of them he understands, but some of them don't. Quickly write Dr. 4. 7. The Black Sea Monster didn't know what Su Sheng asked Harrison Wells to write, but she knew what she should do. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Have you finished? Su Sheng walked to Harrison Wells and looked at the computer. You promised to save my daughter and I will finish it for you, Harrison Wells said in a deep voice. Thinking beautifully, although he didn't clarify the situation, the Black Sea Monster still said unceremoniously. Such an environment is enough to discourage many people and even ability people, but Su Sheng is considering which ability should be used. Jump over. This distance should be achievable regardless of superpower or super speed power, but it is a bit too low. Fly over. Firestorm and Weather Necromancer's ability can do it, but it doesn't seem to be cool enough. Try Frost Killer's ability. Su Sheng thought of a move, and the corner of his mouth raised the whole person to exude a cold air. Suddenly, he jumped straight off the cliff. The person fell quickly in the air. Su Sheng's palms of both hands were down, and ability moved quickly. The surrounding air gradually froze, and the air under his feet instantly condensed into ice to stabilize his body. At the same time, his hands moved along with it, and a long ice path appeared out of nowhere, carrying it into the air and slid to the opposite side. The hole on the cliff. At the entrance of the cave, Su Sheng lifted his foot to the ground. The ice road collapsed instantly into the cliff. Not bad at 10. Su Sheng walked in with a chuckle. The dim tunnel was extremely silent. About 5 or 6 minutes walked through the tunnel and came to a place like a rest station. A few large discarded equipment were placed in the middle, and there was a spacious open space behind. There was a fence-like cage on the edge of the clearing. In the cage, a girl was buckled with one hand on a long chain, eyes with pear blossoms, pitiful. Wei Wei has a look of fear, and despair on the fat little faces of some babies. Jesse Chamberson Wells. In the future, he will become a member of the Super Force family, Jesse Kyoiki. Su Sheng walked over slowly. Jesse saw the figure trembled in horror at first, and then might find that it was not the extreme speed but a stranger that made her a little unresponsive, and then shouted excitedly. Help me quickly, I was caught with extreme speed, you save me. SHHH, don't shake your head and milk. Seeing Jesse shaking excitedly, Su Sheng was really dizzy. Jesse is about the same age as Thea, although the legs are a bit worse than Thea, but the size of the above obviously crushes Thea. I don't know if it is because of Su Sheng's calm behavior or because of that verbal error. Jesse was really quiet for a while. What about the speed? Su Sheng walked to her and asked about the whereabouts of the speed. No, I don't know. Jesse shook his head eagerly. Help me, you save me first. If he comes back, it will be in trouble. Su Sheng looked around and asked him how long he had been walking at high speed, what he was doing recently. Now Jesse can't wait to get out of here right away, but has to answer his questions, the eagerness to escape from birth, the fear of coming back quickly. It made her cry in a hurry. People in desperate situations are most afraid of hope, because this period of time before hope comes is the most difficult. Fortunately, Su Sheng didn't deliberately torture her. He was a little disappointed to open the cell and broke the chain that trapped her. Thank you. Jesse held Su Sheng's neck with excitement and then quickly let go of anxiously. Let's get out of here soon. Su Sheng shrugged noncommittal and stretched out a princess to hug Jesse, and then swish, the yellow lightning ran out of the hole and jumped out. The super fast speed made him jump high and land quickly, as if he was out of gravity, and continued to run forward without any pause. Cutting-edge laboratory, Harrison Wells' office. Su Sheng suddenly appeared holding Jesse. Harrison Wells, who happened to have just finished the nano-shrinking technology equation, raised his head and watched Su Sheng put Jesse down. Harrison Wells got up like a hungry tiger and rushed towards Jesse. Jesse, Dad, the father and daughter embraced excitedly. Su Sheng pouted his lips and walked to the computer to look at it. It looks like it should be finished. As for whether the equation is complete, Su Sheng can't guarantee it. If he can understand it, there is no need to find Harrison Wells. Harrison Wells had already prepared the storage device, and Su Sheng conveniently put the equation in the storage device lane. I brought people back to you, and I took things away. If you dare to lie to me, I will let you know that speed is a scum in front of me. Innocent girl, don't you go, waiting to be caught in extreme speed again. Dad, who are they? Jesse only had time to ask Su Sheng and the identity of the Black Sea Monster, who didn't look like a good person. Why? There are my family and friends here. Do we have to leave? Jesse said with some dismay. Su Sheng suddenly thought of something and said to Harrison Wells, by the way, do you have a serum formula for Speed 6? Give it to me. Harrison Wells nodded silently. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In Earth 2, Atlantis did not sink in the sea. The speed was so fast that the lightning speed changed from yellow to blue and then he turned into ashes. We have to go. Harrison Wells's attitude was very determined. What do you want this for? This formula is very dangerous and will cause 697 cells to gradually die. Even if you have superb power, you can use it to increase the speed for a short time, but if you use it too much, you will lose your speed completely. Harrison Wells looked serious, said. Harrison Wells saw that Sheng insisted on doing so he didn't say much and directly handed over the Speed 6 serum formula to Sheng. Hearing Jesse's question, the Black Sea monster couldn't help but curl his lips. Sheng wanted it because he wanted to try if he could upgrade it to get rid of the side effects and then use his superb power as a basis for others to use. He really doesn't like yellow lightning. A wise choice. Sheng smiled lightly. P.S. This speed serum is a thing of extreme speed. The Flash of Earth II is extreme speed, drawn from the past timeline. As for the ballistics, the female speed player in the 16th episode of the second season of The Flash. In the comics, she participated in an experiment by Lex Luthor and injected drugs to become a speed player. In addition, this speed serum in the comics was developed by Vandal Savage. Just give it to me. Sheng definitely knows the harm of this thing, and the speed is to knock the medicine too much before eagerly want the speed of the Flash. This is because the speed originally possesses superpower. If you change to an ordinary person, for example, a female scientist with schizophrenia in the Mercury laboratory will be injected with this serum, which has a faster speed than the Flash, and the result will be extremely happy and sad. Harrison Wells said kindly, "This is not important. What is important is that you come back safely. I have arranged it. We will leave Central City immediately and go to Atlantis." Yellow lightning suddenly lit up and the wind scattered the paper on the desk. As soon as Harrison Wells handed over the formula of the speed serum to Sheng, he saw an extra person in the office. A red leather jacket, a silver helmet, and wings-like patterns on both sides of the steel. "The Flash!" Jesse cried out in surprise. "It's really lively here." Harrison Wells's attitude was a little cold and he didn't seem to like him very much. "What are you doing here?" For him, the Flash looked at Sheng and stretched out his hand with burning eyes. "Hello, my name is Jay Garrick and my name is the Flash." Sheng looked at his handsome face. His friendly expression couldn't help but chuckle. Many villains of the Flash like their acting skills. At the beginning, the Reverse Flash disguised as Harrison Wells to help Barry Allen. This is Jay Garrick too. His real identity should be called Hunter Zollerman. He used time. The remaining principals dragged themselves out of the past timeline, one playing superhero the Flash and the other becoming 247 speed. It's almost the same, he just called himself Jay Garrick. This is the name of the Flash of Earth 3. In the original book, the Flash, which caught Earth 3 quickly, improves his speed and at the same time uses his identity to pretend the Flash. This means that. Has extreme speed caught the Flash of Earth 3? Why isn't Jesse being held? How did he travel through the universe? Isn't the purpose of catching Jesse at speed to coerce Harrison Wells to study how to open a channel to other worlds? Sheng is very curious. Seeing that Sheng didn't shake hands or speak with him, he just looked at himself with a weird look. The Flash seemed a little embarrassed and just about to withdraw his hand. But at this moment Sheng raised his hand. The Flash seemed to be relieved and then raised his hand and shook it, but Sheng avoided it. The Flash looked over in amazement but suddenly saw Sheng's hand shake quickly. What is he going to do? Psst. The high-speed hand knife pierced the Flash's chest directly, and the Flash slowly squatted down holding Sheng's wrist in disbelief. Sheng twitched his hand, the Flash fell to his knees and fell to the ground. Died. Sheng killed the Flash without saying a word. This incident shocked Harrison Wells, Jesse, and the Black Sea monster. "What are you doing?" Jesse reacted and shouted. "Why did you kill the Flash? He is a hero." "Jesse." Harrison Wells was afraid that Jesse would irritate her. Sheng hurriedly stopped her. However, Sheng ignored them at all but looked at the Flash's corpse with interest. Under his gaze, the Flash's body lit up with a yellow light, and his body gradually disappeared in the light and finally rushed towards Sheng. Sure enough. The corner of Sheng's mouth raised up and allowed the yellow light to rush into the body or the superpower space connected to the body. The swift force started, and lightning flashed around him. The color hasn't changed. Because he is the remnant of time and not the main body, or is it because the quantity is not enough? It doesn't matter anyway, the title of hunting the speed person can be opened. Killing the speed person can indeed enhance my speed power. Su Sheng mumbled secretly with a chuckle, watching the terrified Harrison Wells, and the angry and hateful Jesse shook his head, followed by the Black Sea monster who swished and disappeared. Some superheroes' thinking is really weird. Barry Allen will not say, this Jesse also has abnormal brain circuits. Not to mention the stupid thinking that she didn't want to leave the central city before. She said that her reaction just now should not be what she should have treated the lifesaver. On the contrary, Su Sheng admires Harrison Wells more and is willing to sacrifice everything for her daughter. Although Su Sheng is more curious about how to get Jay Garrick through the universe, he didn't mean to ask more. Anyway, there is still a chance to see the speed. Huh. The swift force protected Su Sheng and the Black Sea monster, and the yellow lightning ran quickly around the cutting-edge laboratory. Hurry up. His speed was getting faster and faster, and the spacetime wormhole opened and ran in directly. Barry Allen, who traveled through the past, replaced himself on the original timeline. In other words, there was only one Barry Allen who traveled through time in this way. The time-space wormhole disappeared, and Su Sheng returned to Earth 1. This way of crossing seems to be troublesome. Once covered, it seems to take over the timeline and start again. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to erase yourself from the timeline in the past, so it should only be suitable for crossings with a short time interval. Su Sheng thought of another question. Boom. Time is very mysterious. Under normal circumstances, the Flash will exist at the same time when crossing the past. One is crossing the past and the other is the past timeline. But Barry Allen's crossing accidentally disrupted the continuity of time, so it created a situation similar to the cycle of time. Thank you for reading this story at hotmail.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is your world. The Black Sea monster asked in amazement. My world? Don't count, my world is much boring than here. Su Sheng explained and rushed towards the place where the crowd was rioting with the Black Sea monster. Su Sheng and the Black Sea monster stopped, and a huge wave was set off on the coast, as if a tsunami was sweeping. A yellow lightning flashes back and forth quickly along the coast. The Flash Barry Allen tried to stop the tsunami in this way. By the sea, in the park. As soon as I came back, I heard screams from all around, and the crowd ran over here quickly from a distance, as if something had happened. However, it seems that Barry Allen was also confused and successful, and after that he passed through normally and met himself. P.S. Sometimes when opening a chapter, it seems that only one segment is displayed. In this case, you can refresh it. Su Sheng said that he is very disgusting duplication. Even if he travels through time and encounters the past timeline, he will feel very uncomfortable. It would be great if he could master this covering type of crossing method. It's interesting. This scene seems to be the previous Weather Necromancer's brother Mark Martin avenging his younger brother, kidnapping Joe West and creating a tsunami to destroy the central city. And then the Flash accidentally broke the continuity of time when trying to stop it and crossed to the front. One day. Su Sheng looked at the Flash and thought with interest. Thinking back to Earth 1, Su Sheng stepped out instantly. Before Barry Allen's speed force energy was absorbed by Su Sheng and lost his speed. After the reverse lightning helped him recover, the speed force energy in his cells became more active and powerful, and his speed was greatly improved than before. Watching him run faster and faster, Su Sheng moved suddenly. Whoosh! Su Sheng slowly followed Barry Allen to see how he traveled. Barry Allen quickly found Su Sheng, who was following him. Although he was a little surprised, he did not stop but continued to speed up. As he ran, he found that the scenery in front of him had become illusory, and there were countless flashing pictures around him. This made Barry Allen very surprised and at a loss. A light appeared in the front, imitating Buddha is a bright exit, sudden. A hand grabbed his shoulder. This shocked Barry Allen, who was about to speed up and rushed out. Before he could see who caught him, he swished and was brought back here. Boom. Barry Allen fell heavily to the ground, turning his head to see Roar howling, and the tsunami eagerly said to Su Sheng, "Why, if I can't stop the tsunami, Central City will." Before he finished speaking, Su Sheng turned around and came to the shore. Seeing Roar roaring as if to engulf the huge waves of heaven and earth, Su Sheng exudes a powerful ice aura. My feet gradually frozen, and the originally tumbling sea froze in an instant and spread out quickly. It was almost an instant that the surrounding sea was frozen in an instant, and then a quick glance was visible to the naked eye. Click, click, wherever the cold air went, the sea froze. In an instant, a tsunami tens of meters high froze into an ice wall. At a glance, it seems to have entered the Ice Age. Barry Allen was dumbfounded, staring at this scene in a daze. He didn't even hear the eager inquiries of Cisco and Caitlin in his ears. Don't save people yet. Su Sheng turned back and said to the sluggish Barry and left with the Black Sea monster. Barry Allen instantly got up and found the kidnapped Joe West and Mark Martin. Mark Martin was naturally unwilling to carefully plan the attack and it fell through. It's a pity that Barry Allen didn't give him a chance at all. Stunned. The people were rescued, the criminals resolved, and the disaster that might have destroyed the central city was also lifted. But the huge wave ice wall and the frozen sea did not melt so quickly. It quickly caused an uproar and even became a novel attraction. Provoked many people to watch. It took about half a month for the huge wave of the ice wall to return to normal under the treatment of the weather and cutting-edge laboratories. Sheng took the Black Sea monster and left the shore, picked up a few beverage bottles, directly transformed the atomic attributes into gold and threw them to her. This is the ability of Death Storm, it's amazing. The Black Sea monster exclaimed. It's called Firestorm here. I already have this ability. Sheng said casually, these are enough for your usual expenses, do whatever you like in Central City. Do you want me to follow him? The Black Sea monster nodded and prepared to understand this brand new world, the brand new Central City. After Sheng separated from the Black Sea monster, he returned to the villa. In the villa, Laura was teaching Thea how to exercise. Sheng went directly to the disciple to study the nano-shrinking technology without disturbing them. With the equation provided by Harrison Wells, the materials are not too complicated and precious, so it is not difficult to try. Sheng was completed in a short period of time with superb power and successfully reduced the object. The equation is right, you can install it on the disciple first. This is a big project, after all the size of the disciple is very large. The original material is also very special. Anyhow, Vulcan has remade it. Even if it is estimated with superpower, it will take some time, and Sheng really has no patience for a long time. Do one thing repeatedly. He doesn't want to do it, then find someone to do it. It is best to be fast and have a certain foundation, but there is still something to do before that. You know what I can do, and you know what I will do. Sheng's voice rang in his mind, but Caitlin Snow found that Sheng did not speak at all. This situation made her panic and wanted to speak, but when she spoke, it became something she didn't want to say at all. You. Caitlin Snow widened her eyes and felt that she was back to normal. Sheng didn't reply but disappeared. But Caitlin didn't expect Sheng to be so unreasonable. Just as she was about to argue, she suddenly felt an extra voice in her brain, a voice that could manipulate her. I won't be able to learn, I will give you time, but it will not be too long. In the original book, Caitlin Snow improved the serum formula, upgraded from speed 6 to speed 9. Although there are still certain defects, I believe she will definitely be able to solve it. Since she can do it in the future, she can do it now. But I can't. Sheng put the speed 6 serum formula directly on the screen of the console. Caitlin Snow looked at it curiously for a while and was surprised. This is the speed-up formula, where did you get it? It just needs a little bit of external force and more concentration. Help me study a formula. Sheng said to Caitlin Snow, thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running, you have to go out so late. Caitlin Snow, who had just taken a shower, was wearing her pajamas and was watching TV with her legs on the sofa. The result was a flash of lightning. Caitlin Snow sat down on the ground and looked at the familiar environment in a daze, came out. Is this the disciple? I will do it. This formula will accelerate the aging of ordinary people's cells. Even if the speed is used for a long time, it may cause permanent loss of speed. I want you to upgrade this formula to solve the trouble of side effects. Sheng said directly. Although Sheng didn't bother Thea and Laura after all, there was such a big movement around them that they naturally knew that Sheng was back. Especially after night fell, Sheng seemed to be going out and Thea couldn't help but ask. Caitlin Snow froze and stood up. What formula? Caitlin Snow's house, Sheng shrugged. Controlling the conversation between you and yourself is like finally dividing, hurry up, you can tell me what you need. As a last resort, Caitlin Snow could only study it. She is originally an expert in biology. After joining the Flash team, she has a far better understanding of speed and superb power, so she is not clueless in research, and Gideon's calculation program is faster than ordinary computer machines. It helps her to verify the results of each attempt and make corrections in the shortest time. While Caitlin concentrated on researching the formula, Sheng did not take a break but tried how to break the continuity of time to achieve the effect of time circulation. Barry Allen was a blind cat and a dead mouse. After being stopped by himself, he failed to succeed in a crucial step, but he also provided a lot of experience to learn from. Although only trying to simulate this process, it takes time to come down again and again. During this period, he also helped Caitlin Snow to get a setting that could draw out the speed of energy and extracted some speed of energy for her experiment. Unknowingly, the whole night passed like this. Hey, I have to go back, although there are still some problems that have not been solved, but give me some time and I can do it. I come back to help you at night? Caitlin Snow endured her sleepiness towards Sheng, asked tentatively. Are you sleepy? Sheng asked with a smile. Caitlin Snow nodded. Then go to sleep for a while, wake up and continue. Sheng's voice fell. Caitlin found that she was controlled again, and her body involuntarily followed Sheng to the room in the disciple. Entered the room. Caitlin Snow took off her pajamas again and lay on the bed. Just lying down, a strong sense of drowsiness swept over and made her fall asleep directly. Sheng followed by lying down next to her and hugged her to fall asleep. Stupefied and not knowing how long he slept, Sheng gradually felt a chill in his arms. Very cold, it's like holding a block of ice. Sheng slowly opened his eyes and saw Caitlin Snow in his arms exuding bursts of chill, and the temperature in the room was dropping rapidly. Caitlin Snow's body trembled slightly, as if she had had a nightmare and couldn't wake up. His eyelids kept jumping but couldn't open. The temperature is getting lower and lower. Is the frost killer going to awakening? Sheng instantly became interested. In the original book, Caitlin Snow of Earth 1 also became the frost killer. At first he thought it was caused by the explosion of the particle accelerator or because of the flashpoint. But in fact, Caitlin Snow had a similar second personality to the frost killer since he was a child. It's just that this memory was blocked for some reason, so Caitlin Snow would not remember, so the personality of the frost killer reappeared after a long time. Is it because of mind control that the personality of the frost assassin is so abrupt and is about to be awakened? I originally planned to awaken the frost assassin as a punishment to you, but I didn't expect you to wake up yourself. Then I will help you. After Sheng finished speaking, vibe ability started to sense Caitlin Snow. This is the first time Sheng has used vibe ability to sense others. He feels that he has entered a strange environment almost instantaneously. The surroundings are dim and illusory. He appeared on a certain street. There was a car accident in the middle of the road. A car turned over and crossed the middle of the road. A little girl was sitting on the ground looking at the broken car mirror. A head of snow-white hair, the whole body exudes a chill and the pupils seem to be gradually turning white. Caitlin, don't mess around. Upon seeing this, a pair of men and women hurriedly shouted. Caitlin turned and looked at them. Perception stopped abruptly. Sheng woke up. At the same time, Caitlin Snow in her arms seemed to have changed because of Sheng's perception. Her long hair gradually turned white from the roots, her eyeshadow gradually deepened, and her lips turned purple-blue, just like the frost killer of Earth II. Caitlin Snow suddenly opened her eyes and her white pupils made her look coquettish and evil. Caitlin, no, it should be called the frost killer now. The frost killer suddenly shot Sheng and waved his cold palm at him. The cold air in the air seemed to be freezing the whole world. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and then grabbed her wrist and threw it out. Boom! The frost killer smashed on the door and fell down. After landing, the frost killer seemed to be irritated, and he got up with ice thorns in his hands and threw it towards Sheng. Whoosh, 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 a sharp ice thorn was thrown over. Sheng gently raised his palm. The ice thorns melted directly at the moment they approached, evaporated, and disappeared. Sheng followed the backhand and grabbed it. An ice thorn appeared in his palm and threw it over. Small bugs, do you think I can't do it? The frost killer snorted disdainfully, controlling the temperature of the ice thorn to melt it just like Sheng did just now. Can you do this? Sheng chuckled, and a red light suddenly lit up on the crystal clear ice thorns. The frost killer was slightly shocked, and the ice spike exploded directly. Boom! The huge amounts of shock made her fall down again on the door and slowly sit down, leaving a few horrifying wounds on her impeccable body. The frost killer hummed and looked down at the wound and saw that the wound was healed quickly with a chill. In a short while, the wound on his body was completely healed. I will come to you again. The frost killer stared at Sheng coldly and groaned, and then saw that the color of eyeshadow and lips returned to normal, and the white hair quickly retreated back to its original color. The white pupils disappeared, his eyes were slightly dilated and refocused. 3-5. She looked at herself suspiciously and then at Sheng blankly said, "What happened? My back hurts. You kicked me down. Who made you sleep unfaithful?" Sheng walked over with a chuckle and helped Caitlin Snow to lie down again. Isn't sleeping honestly. Caitlin Snow was still a little at a loss lying in Sheng's arms. She didn't remember what happened. She turned to look at Sheng. You won't throw me out of bed again, will you? Continue to sleep, Sheng said softly. Caitlin Snow gave a hum but was not drowsy at all. On the one hand, he was worried that he would be thrown out of bed again. On the other hand, how could he still fall asleep while lying with Su Sheng so intimately and still being hugged in his arms? Caitlin couldn't sleep but didn't dare to move, she didn't dare to speak, so she could only force herself to ignore the existence of Su Sheng beside her. She never thought of taking the opportunity to escape, because she couldn't escape at all. I didn't get angry with Su Sheng either. After all, Su Sheng's temper and demeanor have always been elusive. Sometimes it feels like doing bad things, but in fact it is good. For example, the matter of Reverse Flash. At first, everyone thought he was unreasonable for reverse lightning, but the facts proved that he was right. Su Sheng might just do it for his own pleasure, but it is undeniable that he really helped Bari and helped them. If I let reverse lightning continue to disguise it, who knows what will happen? So Caitlin felt guilty towards Su Sheng because she helped set a trap to catch him and misunderstood him. Speaking of people's thinking is also very strange. Some people have done a good thing for a lifetime but only do a bad thing and become a bad person, and it is remembered that they are inexcusable for a lifetime. And someone who has done a bad thing in a lifetime can be forgiven as long as he has done a good thing before, and it feels a bit like putting down the butcher knife and becoming a Buddha. So in the middle of the night, she was caught from home and threatened by Spirit of Control 11. Caitlin just felt that Su Sheng's personality was too ego, she didn't consider other people's feelings and didn't mean to integrate into the social collective. I don't know how long after thinking about it, Caitlin fell asleep in a daze. When she woke up and opened her eyes, Su Sheng was no longer by her side. Frozen, Catelyn found the clothes to put on and walked out and found that there was one more person in the operating room. "Are you?" Caitlin asked tentatively. "Laura, then you and Su Sheng are. Breakfast is over there, you need to continue to do what he explained to you, and he asked me to tell you that there is no need to worry about the cutting-edge laboratory he has passed. When you succeed, he will let you go." Laura turned around and went out. Caitlin yelled a few times and saw that Laura didn't mean to stop, so she could only give up. After breakfast, Caitlin continued to study the speed serum in the cutting-edge laboratory. Cisco Raymond has helped Su Sheng get the tachyon particle matrix, and together with the nanoreduction technology, it has been modified for the new battle that Su Sheng has just completed. Finish. After a while, Cisco Raymond clapped his hands excitedly. With the tachyon particle matrix, not only the power of the weapon energy is greatly increased, but the speed increase is particularly amazing. Ordinary people wearing this battle suit can have almost comparable to Bari, the previous speed. And the nanoreduction technology allows it to exist in the form of a bracelet at ordinary times, and it can cover the whole body in 3 seconds. Almeida, this is simply the most perfect piece of equipment I have made in my life. No, it must be given a loud name. I think there is still a lack of self-healing ability, the material of the battle suit is not top-notch, and the possibility of damage is still very high. Su Sheng looked at this bright red war spirit and said thoughtfully, "Battle suit self-healing, no technology can do this yet, right? This is a very challenging direction." Cisco said, "Also, by the way, change the color of the battle suit. The bright red is a bit tired, please change me to black with gold edges." Su Sheng quickly drew a shape design drawing with great speed. Cisco Raymond looked around and was about to start work when the computer alarm suddenly sounded. The bank was robbed. Cisco glanced at him and planned to notify Bari, and at the same time began to call up the surveillance video to check the specific situation. There was a robbery in the bank, but this case was a bit unusual. The people in the bank beat each other as if they had been wicked, and the angry looks looked very scary. The robbers took the money and walked away easily in this kind of fighting each other. This case is a bit special, it seems. As if they are all wicked. Cisco Raymond didn't know what ghost film he was thinking of and shuddered subconsciously. "Rainbow Thief," Su Sheng said with a chuckle. "Rainbow Thief?" Cisco Raymond turned his head to look at Su Sheng. "You know him." "What is Bari up to?" Su Sheng asked not to answer. "It should be solving personal relationship problems. He was with Iris when the tsunami came, so." Iris knew his identity as if the two are still in crisis, Bobo. This is simply a movie. The plot. Cisco said with a sigh. Su Sheng turned around and returned to the cutting-edge laboratory. "The dead one is called a quick and simple. He was killed by me, please take the time to color my battle suit." Su Sheng patted Cisco Raymond on the shoulder and Cisco Raymond asked in a daze. "This, so fast?" The sudden appearance of Su Sheng made the Rainbow Thief a little dazed, and then looked confidently at Su Sheng 857 with a red light in his eyes. Lightning quickly shuttled through the city. Not long after, Su Sheng found the Rainbow Thief in a rental house. "Do you think I am Bari? Every day he says he runs fast and gets beaten in the face every day." Su Sheng casually complained and pulled Cisco to paint the battle suit. Died. The ability of Rainbow Thief can arouse people's anger by looking directly at the eyes. It actually affects the emotional center of the brain, especially the central nervous system responsible for controlling behavior. This nerve is used to prevent people from making subconscious thoughts and actions at will. Once affected, people will fall into anger and do a lot of irrational behaviors. Similar to mind control, both are similar to mind ability. If Bari teleported through to enter the time loop at that time, because he changed what happened in advance, he and Iris did not have Bobo and did not expose their identities until the final identity was discovered. But now I think I have a headache after all. Iris and her boyfriend haven't broken up yet. So when the Rainbow Thief used ability, Su Sheng copied it directly, and at the same time when the ability hadn't affected him, a hand knife was directly pierced into his heart. The red light in Rainbow Thief's eyes disappeared instantly, twitching and slowly falling to the ground. I'll solve the Rainbow Thief, hurry up and color my battle suit. Thank you for reading this story at hotmail.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Flash. You didn't wear a battle suit. Are you going to solve it? Then you have to find it first. Su Sheng disappeared before Su Sheng had finished speaking, but this ability is definitely the first choice for doing things. Cisco Raymond was still sitting at the computer. The Rainbow Thieves pitted the Flash in the play and made him lose his cool and ran to teach him Iris. Boyfriend also had a fight with Green Arrow. If it weren't for Reverse Lightning, they worked out how to get Bari back to normal. I am afraid Bari will do more irreparable things. This shows that Rainbow Thief's ability is indeed very strong to some extent. Just imagine if a group of super ability people make trouble for him, he will fight each other as long as he looks at each other. This kind of ability is more terrifying than seeing who is pregnant. Unfortunately, what he met was Su Sheng. He is not like Bari Allen when he encounters criminals who refuse to kill him and only thinks about how to defeat him, and Su Sheng is also familiar with his ability. So the Rainbow Thief died without even having a chance to say a second sentence. When Bari Allen returned to the laboratory to find out the result, Su Sheng had already left in the new station clothes that had been painted. He shouldn't have killed him, Bari Allen said in silence for a while. Cisco shrugged. Although I feel the same way, I have to admit that his efficiency is really fast. 5 minutes? No, only 2 or 3 minutes will solve the problem. Bari Allen opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. After all, he found the enemy from the beginning of each episode until the end of the episode, before he solved the enemy's slapped-face king. Su Sheng fell from the sky wearing the new standing clothes and instantly provokes Laura and Thea's exclamation, especially when the battle suit was automatically reduced into a bracelet. Laura stopped talking, but Thea spoke directly without any worries. It's so cool, can you give me a set? Okay. When will you be able to beat Laura? When will I give you a set? Su Sheng casually said and went to the disciple to look at Caitlin Snow. She is progressing very quickly and has overcome several problems in a row, but it will take some time before the side effects are completely resolved. After inquiring about the progress, Su Sheng turned around and went out. Taking advantage of a good mood, I helped Laura make a set of women's steel battle suits, using the original red-gold shape. The nanoreduction technology and the inverse lightning glass energy body are enough for Laura to wear this set of transfers to defeat the non-ability restrained transforming people. Excited Laura rarely came to Su Sheng's room early in the evening, so Zia's cautious thoughts had to give up and reluctantly return to her room. The active Laura gave Su Sheng a different feeling, and the result was that by the next day, Laura felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. Thea intends to take the opportunity to defeat Laura and get a battle suit. As a result, Laura is also codenamed Superhero. Isn't it possible to deal with a beginner like Thea with no foundation? 5 or 6 days passed in a flash. Caitlin Snow stayed on the disciple for 5 or 6 days, studying the speed serum during the day and returning to the room to rest at night. Except for the first day Su Sheng slept with her, never again. The Frost Killer did not come out again, and Caitlin was completely unaware of the Frost Killer's existence. Successful, upon receiving Caitlin's news, Su Sheng came to the disciple with some expectations. The data shows that it should be successful, but it has not been tested yet. Caitlin was holding a glass tube with a red speed serum. This should be regarded as Speed 9, just find someone to try. Su Sheng took the serum and brought the injection gun by the way and disappeared when Caitlin was just about to say something. Mercury Laboratory Building. In a small laboratory on a certain floor, Eliza Harmon is studying an experimental project in a white coat. She was the only one in the laboratory, but she seemed to be talking to herself in a low voice as if she was talking to someone, and it seemed a little weird. She is not tall, has short hair, and looks like a scientist with glasses. Although she is qualified to be independently responsible for research projects, her place in the laboratory is not high, not to mention the salary. Even the experimental project funds and manpower are pitiful. It's just that her character is not good at fighting, so she can only endure it silently. However, the accumulation of this resentment and unwillingness to accumulate more and more makes her have a second personality, a character diametrically opposed to her. A personality full of destruction, very cruel and unscrupulous. Huh. Yellow lightning suddenly appeared and the paper used for recording by Eliza Harmon flew up. It's a big wind. Eliza Harmon was stunned and stooped to pick it up. She just raised her body and saw Sheng. "Are you?" she asked in a daze. "I am the one who changed your destiny." Sheng smiled brightly and grabbed Eliza Harmon's arm and directly injected the serum into it. "Oh you, what did you inject me?" Eliza Harmon stepped back in horror, clutching her arms and shouted. Sheng saw that her eyes had flashed with superb power. Eliza Harmon didn't know what this person injected herself, and she wanted to run out of the laboratory in fear. But this run, Eliza Harmon was shocked. She was already standing outside the laboratory. Eliza Harmon looked at herself in horror and at the laboratory. How did I run?" Sheng turned to look at Eliza Harmon and whispered, "Run." Eliza Harmon was first shocked, followed by a weird smile from the corner of her mouth. The second personality replaced her. The yellow lightning rushed straight out along the corridor, and the place she passed was full of noise. The energy of the speed force has indeed increased. Feeling the change of the speed force in his body, Sheng also raised his mouth and chased after him. Ballistic. Eliza Harmon. The unparalleled speed made Eliza Harmon, who was the second personality, excited. She didn't know how many people were hit and how much damage she caused, but she didn't care. This kind of coolness is indescribable. Acquiring this speed is like changing from a mortal to a god, from a scientist who has endured his grievances to a god who can own everything. She hurried all the way in the city for 20 minutes, then suddenly slowed down and staggered forward a few times before she stopped. His white coat and close-fitting clothes burned to ashes unknowingly as he ran. When she saw Sheng, who suddenly appeared, she was not panicked or shy, but eagerly greeted her and asked with scorching eyes, "What do I have to pay to continue to have this kind of ability, this kind of speed?" Ballistic stared at Sheng with scorching eyes. She didn't care who Sheng was or what his purpose was. She didn't even care why she chose herself. She just wanted to know how to continue to have this power. Super speed of super speed is addictive. Follow me. Sheng said with a swish of the back of his neck, holding the ballistic trajectory, and returned to the disciple. Caitlin Snow looked at the innocent ballistic stunned. "She is experimental product." Sheng explained. "Is there any serum?" "Have. Continue to inject her." Sheng waved at the ballistic and the ballistic walked over like this. "You have only one mission. Use nanoreduction technology to re-upgrade this spacecraft with superb power." After that, ballistic asked, "After upgrading this spaceship, can I still get this speed?" Sheng didn't answer, just opened the nano-reduced equation to let her come over and have a look. And by the way, let Caitlin monitor her physical state to test the effect of the serum. Regain the speed, the trajectory quickly read the equation and started work. The yellow lightning galloped fast. She seemed 923 tireless. "It doesn't seem to be right." Caitlin Snow frowned. "Her cells are still declining rapidly, so if you continue to inject 2 more times, no, 3 times she might, you must stop." Caitlin Snow said solemnly, "Continue to study and find a solution." Sheng said in a deep voice, coming out of the disciple number and running on the open space of the villa. Caitlin was worried and could only continue to study, while the ballistics continued to run and upgrade the disciple. "You can't inject anymore or you will die." When the effect of the serum again failed and the ballistics came to allow Caitlin to continue the injection, Caitlin Snow reminded seriously. Ballistic himself seemed to feel some problems and hesitation for a while. "This is the end. No, I am not reconciled." Having finally had this kind of ability, she didn't want to go back to be the only scientist. Grab the syringe and inject it directly if Caitlin Snow wants to stop it. The swift force once again filled the whole body, and the ballistic pursed his lips with excitement and began to run. Fast, her speed is getting faster and faster, as if to break through a certain limit. Caitlin, who hurriedly looked at the monitoring results, widened her eyes in shock. His speed was already much faster than Bari. The light of the lightning turned blue. The screaming from the ballistic trajectory while running, the whole person turned into ashes and disappeared. Caitlin Snow yelled in pain. Su Sheng came back with a swish. She, dead. Caitlin Snow said to Su Sheng angrily, I saw it. From the speed of the ballistic lightning from yellow to blue to her disappearing into ashes, Su Sheng saw it very clearly. How can you be so cold-blooded? This is an innocent life. Caitlin Snow asked with dissatisfaction when seeing Su Sheng's extremely plain expression. Have you thought of a solution? Su Sheng asked calmly. Everyone is dead. Caitlin Snow glared at Su Sheng. Even if there is a way, it's useless. Tell me, what is the solution? Su Sheng couldn't help asking curiously when he heard that Caitlin Snow had a solution. Serum will accelerate the death of cells, but superpower can accelerate the regeneration of cells. For ordinary people, the speed of regeneration is not as fast as the speed of death. If there are certain cells or substances that can balance this situation, it should be able to solve this problem. Su Sheng thought of a person raising his head and saying for a moment, Gideon, check where Vandal Savage is on this timeline. He just took the Battle of the Sun God from the St. Mark Museum. Gideon's voice fell on Su Sheng and disappeared. Caitlin thought that Su Sheng was going to find someone from Vandal Savage, but Su Sheng ran fast in the yard, swiftly filling every cell of the body. Su Sheng's speed increased again. Boom, time wormhole appeared. Su Sheng got in an instant, and then locked a certain point in time, bursting out the swift power in an instant. Silent loud noise. The space-time wormhole seemed to be broken from a certain node, and the exit suddenly appeared in front of him. He rushed out directly. Mercury Laboratory, the wind blows the recording paper on the laboratory table to fly. It's a big wind. Eliza Harmon was shocked and stooped to pick it up. She just raised her body and saw Su Sheng. Are you? She asked in a daze. Familiar scene, familiar dialogue. It seems to be a success. I traveled through time but did not see myself on this timeline, which means that the time loop-style travel method was successful. Su Sheng broke the continuity of time with superb power and replaced the original timeline with a covering crossing method to ensure his independence and uniqueness. Looking at the nervous and scared Eliza Harmon, Su Sheng chuckled and grabbed her directly back to the disciple. This is. Caitlin Snow looked at Eliza Harmon, who was caught by Su Sheng and still wearing a white lab coat. The serum did not succeed. The speed of cell regeneration is not as fast as the speed of death. You study whether her own cells can find ways to speed up the regeneration. I will find someone. Su Sheng explained to Caitlin Snow, then disappeared again. The dazed Eliza Harmon and Caitlin Snow looked at each other in a daze. St. Mark's Museum. Su Sheng just got here and saw Vandal Savage holding the Battle of the Sun God seems to be leaving. With his eyes facing each other, Vandal Savage's expression instantly turned hideous. It's you. In 1986, I have been looking for you since 1986. You ruined my plan to create Firestorm, and now I finally found you. Vandal Savage shouted angrily. In 1986, Su Sheng took the female Firestorm Laylee and Valentina away, destroyed the Gulag camp and killed Vandal Savage twice. God is fair, given you an ugly appearance will definitely give you a low IQ so as not to make you appear uncoordinated. Looking at the angry Vandal Savage, Su Sheng said with a chuckle, I found you, not you, stupid. New hatred and old hatred are counted together. Vandal Savage savagely lifted the Battle of the Sun God and smashed it down. The azure blue energy light fell with the Battle of the Sun God swelled around. Boom! The surrounding things were crushed and dissipated instantly. Energy waves passed by Su Sheng, and the bombing sounded behind him. Pure men never look back at the explosion. Su Sheng didn't look back, just pouted his lips in disappointment. The ability of this Battle of the Sun God is very ordinary. The destructive power seems to be good, but this is just a battle for the Sun God, and Su Sheng has real power and is not injured at all. This is impossible. Looking at Su Sheng unscathed, Vandal Savage was a little hard to accept. Hello, I call impossible. Su Sheng came to Vandal Savage's face with a chuckle and tapped his finger on his forehead. The cold air was released at the fingertips in an instant, and Vandal Savage wanted to avoid it with an expression of pain, but the forcing cold instantly frozen the blood in his brain, followed by ice covering his whole body, and soon became a human form. Popsicles. Su Sheng changed hands to release vibe, and a wormhole like a tumbling cloud appeared at Vandal Savage's feet and he fell straight down. Puff. Vandal Savage, the human-shaped popsicle, fell directly on the disciple, shocking Caitlin Snow and Eliza Harmon, who were studying the cell. Who is this again? Looking at Su Sheng, who jumped out, Caitlin Snow couldn't help asking curiously, experimental product. Su Sheng smiled lightly. He has a strong regeneration ability. As long as there is one cell, it can be resurrected. You can study his cells to see if you can solve the disadvantages of serum. He is a transformer, transforming people. No, he's an old monster who doesn't know how many years he has lived. He didn't understand a little bit with him before, so I took advantage of this opportunity to solve it. Sheng said while helping Vandal Savage unfreeze, the goods can be resurrected in less than 10 minutes, so let Caitlin study his cells. The second personality didn't come out to make trouble, so Eliza Harmon still seemed to be the kind of stubborn, submissive character. Although inexplicably brought here, it also helped. I have to say that Vandal Savage's cells are indeed special. Although Sheng copied his ability, it should be the same as him in theory. But Caitlin checked him, and his body is no different from ordinary people, so the copy is just ability and not a change in the body. Even if his cells work, he is not interested in using himself as a laboratory. Before long, Vandal Savage was resurrected. Before he can figure out the situation, Sheng just let the mind control go and cooperated honestly. Before you know it, the sun goes down and the night falls. Caitlin Snow and Eliza Harmon are both geniuses in this area. In the original book, Caitlin upgraded the speed serum, and Eliza Harmon was able to reverse it only by asking for her help through Caitlin. The performance of the serum formula shows the talent in this area. Caitlin Snow also told her about the serum, and Eliza Harmon also knew what it was like to be a speeder, so she acted more proactively and devotedly. Sheng asked Laura to prepare some supper, and the three of them continued to study while eating. Dawn gradually broke and the earth was hazy like a silver-gray veil. The sky was afraid of silence. A ray of light floated on the horizon of the eastern ground line and the earth gradually lit up. Caitlin shouted excitedly on the disciple, breaking the silence around her. She turned her head excitedly and said to Sheng, "Data comparison is no problem at all, just experiment." Psst. Before Caitlin's words were finished, Eliza Harmon injected the serum into her arm. In an instant, yellow lightning flashed in her pupils, and Eliza Harmon shivered slightly with excitement. The whole person instantly turned into lightning and moved quickly, with excitement shouts one after another. Soon Eliza Harmon stopped. "How is it?" she asked Caitlin Snow. "Everything is normal." Caitlin Snow paused awkwardly and said in response, "Do you still need to extract his cells for future use?" Sheng asked Caitlin. Caitlin Snow shook his head. "I use his cells to grow artificial cells that can divide and regenerate. As long as this cell is there, it can continue to produce serum. It definitely needs your superpower." Sheng grabbed Vandal Savage and walked out, ran out of the city all the way to a remote place. Sheng retracted mind control and tapped on the bracelet. Boom, boom. Boom, thank you for reading this story at hotmail.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The black and gold mask was pressed on his face and the eyes lit up. Sheng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Sheng checked the battle suit and found that the damage caused by the explosion impact was almost negligible. It only needed to recolor some places. Sheng nodded in satisfaction and checked the surroundings to see if there were any residues of Vandal Savage. Boom. After a long time, the explosion ended and the surrounding airwaves gradually dissipated. Good, that's it. Make sure that there are no limbs or cells. The battle suit instantly spews out and pushes energy into the air, and the steel battle suit suddenly accelerates in midair. Snapped. Sonic booms come and go, and the sound barrier is clearly visible in the air. The steel battle suit instantly covers the whole body. "No matter what you do, I can't die, you know. So wait for me, I will come back to find you," Vandal Savage said coldly to Sheng. A loud bang sounded instantly, and Vandal Savage exploded. Like a missile exploding, the flames shot up into the sky and formed an explosive mushroom cloud, entrained in the hot impact of the flame, swept in all directions. The black-gold steel battle suit faced the impact, and the legs of both feet spread out the ground piles and went deep into the ground. The cooling system in the battle suit was activated, and Sheng did not feel the slightest discomfort. The ability of the bomb girl Betty launched the transformation of Vandal Savage into a bomb, and this transformation was detailed to all the cells in his body. Although Vandal Savage needs a specific method to kill him, this specific method does not necessarily require the use of the meteorite that created him and Hawkgirl ability at 3 different points in the original work to destroy him. As long as the cells in his body are completely blown up at the same time, even if he wants to resurrect, there is no carrier. Although the location of the explosion is relatively remote, it still attracts a lot of attention. The Flash was the first to arrive at the scene. There was no residue at the scene. The method of the explosion was the same as that of the bomb girl Betty or Sheng, and Cisco discovered the scene of Sheng driving away from the steel battle suit from the satellite monitoring, so this is Sheng's work. The police came again after the Flash left the scene, and he had to come again as Barry Allen by the way, and told Joe that this was what Sheng did so that they don't waste their energy to investigate. The police left the front foot and another wave came. The low-key Tianian will be an agent for a long time. After a detailed inspection, the person in charge reported the survey results and the cleaning traces retreated, as if it had never appeared before. Enter the disciple. Sheng changed the battle suit back to the bracelet and asked Caitlin about the formula of the speed serum. By the way, she made a batch of spares before letting ballistic Eliza Harmon see her and sent her back to the cutting-edge laboratory. The key to this serum lies in the Vandal Savage cell and his own superb power. Sheng specially observed for a while and determined that this cell would not resurrect Vandal Savage, and then put it away with confidence, to some extent. The cell transformed by Caitlin no longer belongs to Vandal Savage. Cells are just cells. Sheng put the Battle of the Sun God into the collection room and the trajectory has returned. This is nanoreduction technology. All you have to do is to cover this technology on the entire disciple. When you're done, you will be free. Sheng released the equation for the trajectory to be recorded. Ballistic wanted to ask about the serum. Although she knew the formula of the entire serum, it wouldn't be useful to know the formula without the regenerative cells and superpower. After that, I can continue. Ring-ling-ling. The phone rang suddenly and Sheng found the phone connected. I am Laurel. I miss me? Sheng asked with a smile. Felicity is next to me. Laurel whispered. Oh. You mean you will admit it if she isn't there, haha. Sheng teased. Laurel on the other end was silent for a few seconds. My mother just contacted me and said that Tianian would want to see you, and it seems that she wants to talk to you about something. Not interested in. Sky will, they have nothing worthy of their interest for the time being. They seem to have caught you. Laurelton said after a while, then let them kill. Sheng said disapprovingly and hung up the phone altogether. Laurel was stunned and wanted to fight again, but after thinking about it, she gave up. She turned to look at Felicity and shook her head. He refuses to see. What should I do? It doesn't matter, let him solve his troubles. Felicity said angrily and helplessly. Let's continue looking for the huntress. She disappeared after killing Frank. We must find her as soon as possible. Is Catwoman not back yet? Laurel asked. She has got what she wants, but it seems that after making 2 new friends in Gotham, she might come back later. Felicity said, let's do something. Sheng put away the phone and commanded ballistics and turned and got off the disciple. In the villa, Laura was teaching Thea fighting skills. Both of them were dressed in shorts and vests. The long white legs looked pleasing to the eye. Seeing Sheng approaching, the two stopped immediately. You go find someone. She is called the Black Sea Monster, wearing a black leather coat and a nose ring, and when you find it, bring me to see. Sheng said to Laura, now. Laura nodded and turned to leave. After a while, the red and gold women's steel battle suit flew out of the villa. Thea Quinn looked at Laura flying away enviously, holding Sheng's arm a little coquettishly and said, you can make me a set too. It's too difficult for me to beat Laura. That's interesting. Sheng chuckled unmovedly. It's not fair, Roar said with some irritation. Fairness is God's business. I am only responsible for fun. Sheng patted Zia's little butt and turned and went into the villa. Thea snorted unwillingly and followed in. After taking a shower, Thea changed her dress and lay down on the sofa with bare feet, her head resting on cushions, her slender legs dangling directly on Sheng's legs, attracting Sheng's attention. Force. Sheng cast a smirk and ignored him to see what tricks she could play. Thea didn't seem to care, but the little feet provoked Sheng intentionally or unintentionally. The man looked very sad and the woman looked at the Battle of the Sun God. She wanted to be caught. It's so boring, I want to take drugs. Thea Quinn whispered suddenly. Then it. Sheng leaned back on the sofa lazily. Thea Quinn suddenly turned over and sat on Sheng's body, staring at him with burning eyes and said, you are my medicine. Then it. Sheng still said these words. Humph. Thea Quinn snorted and slowly rubbed it down. After taking drugs, people lose their minds and become crazy, and Thea is like this now. The sofa turns into a battlefield and the one-step-to-stomach war has begun, for a long time. Thea didn't have the strength to move even when lying on the sofa. She squinted lazily and said to Sheng coquettishly, can you make the battle suit for me first? I promise you will never wear it before defeating Laura. You are so beautiful. Sheng said softly while looking at Thea. Thea smiled sweetly. Really? What beautiful? It's so beautiful to think. Sheng patted her leg and chuckled. Thea, who was waiting for her praise with great expectation, was so angry in an instant. 1-4. Just about to get up to argue, she heard the door opening, and then I saw Laura walking in with a woman. The battle suit on Laura walked and shrank the bracelet. Ignoring the messy battlefield, Laura said to Sheng, I brought people back. Laurel. How did you become like this? Thea Quinn subconsciously wanted to get up and clean up, but as soon as she looked up, she saw Laurel Lance. He wears a black leather outfit, a neckband, and a silver nose ring on his nose. This punk defeat was totally different from Laurel Lance, whom Thea Quinn knew. "Do you know me?" The Black Sea Monster looked at Thea in surprise. "Don't you know me? I'm Zia Cui. I'm Zia, Oliver's sister." Thinking of her background, Zia didn't say her surname. She looked at this completely different Laureland in surprise. C wondered, when did she become obsessed with punk? "No matter who you think I am, you have admitted the wrong person." Knowing that this girl might have mistakenly thought that she was someone she knew on this earth, the Black Sea Monster first shook her head and denied it, then looked at Su Sheng. "What do you need me to do?" "Wait." Su Sheng said that he got up and looked for clothes to put on, but the Black Sea Monster on the side took the initiative to pick it up and handed it over. After getting dressed, Su Sheng turned around and went to the disciple number, and Shuren returned after a long while. When she came back, Thea was no longer in the living room to take a shower. Laura tidied up the sofa and stood by the Black Sea Monster. "My collection room is a bit empty. You can take a trip to this place and bring back the contents." Su Sheng handed the Black Sea Monster a piece of paper, which recorded a location and a plan. "This place is where Sky will store special items, so if you are caught, I won't waste time saving you. Also, it's best not to touch the contents randomly, understand?" The Black Sea Monster took it and looked at it carefully and asked cautiously, "Can you ask someone to help? I recently met someone who is good at stealing things and she should be able to help me. It's up to you." Su Sheng waved his hand indifferently. "I'm going to do it now." The Black Sea Monster collected the map and prepared to leave. "Wait," Su Sheng asked suddenly, curiously looking at her nose ring. "You only have this one ring?" The Black Sea Monster paused and smiled charmingly. "More than this one, do you want to look for it?" "I will enjoy the joy of exploration when you come back," Su Sheng said with a light smile. The Black Sea Monster twisted his body and the patter of high heels drifted away. Dididdy dididdy. Not long after the Black Sea Monster left, a car rang out of the villa. Su Sheng walked out curiously and saw two black SUVs coming in. The car stopped in the yard and a few people got off and on the car ahead. One of them was an acquaintance, Laurel Lance's mother, Dinah Lance. After she got down, she stood beside another woman. This woman is dark and fat. There is a long-standing aura that is not irritating. Dinah Lance stood behind her on the left side, while on the other side stood a casual and thin-looking young woman in jeans and a t-shirt. As the three of them got out of the car, the door of the car behind opened, and a few soldiers armed with guns and the bomb girl Betty with a bright neck ring came down. As soon as Betty came out, she looked at Su Sheng apologetically. Amanda Waller, the fat black woman, introduced herself with a mouthful of white teeth. "I wanted to see you a long time ago, no?" Snapped. Amanda Waller's smiling expression hasn't faded, and he slapped his face hard before he finished speaking. The sudden slap in the face made everyone stunned. After a while, the black muzzle was aimed at Su Sheng instantly. "What are you doing?" Dinah Lance asked in astonishment. Amanda Waller rubbed her face and was a little bit slapped. Through the various reports of the Sky Eye Club, she knew that Su Sheng was an elusive person, but she really didn't expect Su Sheng to slap herself when she met. Didn't he see that his man was arrested? Doesn't he know the consequences of doing this? The smile on his face condensed, and Amanda Waller looked at Su Sheng coldly. "You better give me an explanation. You are so ugly and come out to scare people, you just owe it." Su Sheng squinted at her and smiled lightly. "I wanted to hit you a long time ago, isn't it cool?" "You, arrogant, too arrogant." Amanda Waller was about to speak angrily, but Su Sheng slapped again. Afraid, it was another slap in the face. This slap in the face slapped Amanda Waller to the ground, pretending to be a gold star. "Muyin!" Amanda Waller yelled at the thin woman beside her in a thunderous manner. She knew how dangerous Su Sheng was, and how could she be unprepared? "Joan Muyin is her trump card." Amanda Waller wants to let Su Sheng know, "I don't know you who have ability." Joan Muyin nodded nervously and just about to speak, but Su Sheng suddenly burst into a powerful aura, full of hatred as if he was about to destroy the world, like a stormy sea bursting out in an instant. That moment. Several soldiers with guns couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground shivering. Su Sheng stared at Qiang Muyin's eyes and said coldly, "Transform, I will kill you. You know I can." Su Sheng approached Qiang Muyin, who fell on the ground for an instant with a soft leg. "Damn it!" Seeing that Joan Muyin was scared by Su Sheng, Amanda Waller cursed loudly and hurriedly took out a remote control button. "I'll press it, Betty will die." Amanda Wall clasped the remote control tightly and shouted at Su Sheng. "You press it." Su Sheng did not move and stretched out his hand to grab Amanda Waller's neck and slapped his hand. Snapped. "You dare you, I pressed it." Amanda Waller threatened. Snapped. Su Sheng slapped again. Do you think I dare? You think I'm scaring you? I'll press it. Snapped, she is dead. Amanda Waller slapped Su Sheng when he said something and slapped him when he said something. She never pressed it down after a few slaps, but her swollen and fat face became more swollen, her dark skin was bright red 370, a few teeth fell out of her mouth and the corners of her mouth were bleeding. Su Sheng, stop now. Dina Lance endured the fear and tried to stop Su Sheng, but when she just got up she turned her head and stared. With this look, the courage she had finally accumulated disappeared instantly, and she knelt directly on the ground with soft legs. Press, do you need me to help you? Su Sheng turned his head and looked at Amanda Waller reaching for the remote control, and Amanda Waller subconsciously avoided and hid the remote control behind him. What do you want? If you don't dare to press, don't take it out and beep. Su Sheng released his finger to Qiang Mu-en. Continue to smoke her, me. Qiang Mu-en was stunned and couldn't believe it. Dare you? Amanda Waller glared at Joan Muen. Su Sheng came to Qiang Muen's side with a scream, bending over and whispering in his ear. It's not easy to be threatened by others. She threatens you and uses the witch in your body to do things for her. Don't you want to retaliate? This is an upright opportunity anyway. No matter how unhappy she is, she won't do anything to you because you are valuable. Qiang Miyun shook slightly, looked at Su Sheng and then looked at his own Amanda Waller hesitation, got up and walked over. Sorry. Can't help it. After that, she raised her hand and drew it towards Amanda Waller. Seeing that Joan Muen really dared to do it, Amanda Waller's eyes seemed to burst into flames. Although Joan Muen looked like I was forced to do this, it was not a small effort to slap them one by one. There were several times Amanda Waller wanted to press the bomb's remote control, but she resisted it. She couldn't figure out whether Su Sheng was sure she didn't dare to press it, or because she really didn't care about Betty's life or death. If Betty is dead, I am afraid it will not be just a slap. So although she was angry, she still restrained herself from pressing down. Joan Mean slapped down more than a dozen slaps before Su Sheng lazily called to stop. She hid the pleasure of revenge in her heart and walked aside and lowered her head. Amanda Waller struggled to get up with a mouth full of blood. Joan Muen, who looked down, looked at Dinah Lance, who was also struggling to get up. Amanda Waller suddenly drew out his gun and turned and shot directly at the soldiers who were kneeling on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The marksmanship was precise and simple. With the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle, all those soldiers were shot to death in the forehead. This move of her made everyone stunned except Su Sheng. At first, Betty thought she was going to shoot herself to vent her anger, but did not expect these innocent soldiers to die. Dinah Lance worked with Amanda Waller for many years, but she was taken aback by knowing her. As for Joan Muen, the body shook slightly and his head lowered deeper. Amanda Waller threw down the gun expressionlessly and walked to Betty to unlock the bomb on her neck, then turned to Su Sheng. If we have enough fights, we can talk about business. I admire you. You showed me a good show. Su Sheng caressed his palms and chuckled lightly. Amanda Waller was able to become the person in charge of the Sky Eye Club because it was not kind or reasonable. The Sky Eye Club was dedicated to dark work. Her heart was stronger than her skin color. It's still dark. For the sake of your pleasure, let me talk about it. Amanda Waller did not speak immediately, but glanced at Laura and Thea, who had taken a shower at the door. She is Oliver's sister, right? Amanda Waller asked quietly. Let her go back if you have enough play. Su Sheng answered. After he finished playing, what he meant was the psychological torture that made Green Arrow and Black Arrow worry about Thea's safety, but it was clear that Amanda Waller didn't think so. This is also normal. It is estimated that few people would think that Thea cooperated with Su Sheng to kidnap herself. I can assume that I haven't posted anything just now, nor have I been here, and Betty will return it to you, but I want a definite news. Amanda Waller watched Su Sheng unmovedly and added another bargaining chips. What you do in the future can be regarded as not knowing. These conditions don't make me very excited, but let's talk about what news you want to know first. Su Sheng asked casually. Amanda Waller pondered his words and said slowly, Are there any aliens on Earth? What will the Sky's Eye find? Su Sheng became interested in an instant. Amanda Waller will not take the risk of asking herself this question for no reason. Even if they find that ability persons who are a little different from ordinary people, it is unlikely that they will contact the aliens, so she must have known some relatively conclusive news, which is sure to come from news beyond the Earth. Was Superman discovered? It's unlikely. Superman shouldn't figure out his own life experience at this time. Even if special abilities are discovered, they should only be associated with superability or transforming people. After all, the transformation of Central City is full of people, and other cities should also have them. It is impossible to think about aliens with such a big brain. So, General Zod, one of the few Kryptonians left after the explosion of Krypton, the military commander of the original Krypton, was imprisoned in the Phantom Zone because of his rebellious behavior. After escaping after the explosion of Krypton, I wanted to rebuild Krypton and find the central treasure of Krypton. After knowing that Superman came to the Earth after the Earth, he intended to transform the Earth into a second Krypton and also wanted to obtain the central treasure. It can be said that the era of Justice League has been opened because of the arrival of General Zod. If Sheng remembers correctly, it seems that the United States received an alien signal on Ellesmere Island in the movie. Answer, tell me the answer. Amanda Waller stared at Sheng sharply. When she asked if there were any aliens on the Earth, Sheng reacted strangely. It seems to be very curious and unexpected, but this kind of accident and curiosity is definitely not the kind of ignorance. It is more like curious how other people know this secret. He must know something, didn't you guess all of them? Sheng responded casually with a chuckle. Really, there are aliens, what else do you know? Amanda Waller asked in a deep voice. I have already told you the answer. Sheng chuckled and shook his head. Amanda Waller gritted his teeth with an attitude that I know but I just don't say. Amanda Waller gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. If it's about the safety of the entire planet, even if the loss is heavy, I don't mind, including my own life. Do you believe that I will destroy the Earth before the aliens come? Sheng squinted his eyes and smiled lightly. Guess I will do this. No, you wouldn't do this. If the Earth were to be destroyed, where would you go? Even if you could survive, all of this would cease to exist and you would be bored to death. Amanda Waller said surely, perhaps. Sheng nodded in agreement and continued while Amanda Waller breathed a sigh of relief. But maybe I can destroy the United States without destroying the Earth. You can't stop me and no one can stop me, the power of a country. It seems to me that's the case, my vision is too small, so let's go hurry up and search for information, they will be here soon. Them? Is there more than one alien? Amanda Waller glanced unwillingly. Sheng turned and prepared to leave. Don't forget these corpses. Sheng shouted. Amanda Waller snorted. Roar asked Dinah Lance and Joan Mewen to carry the body into the car, and the three left the villa in 2 cars. Laura and Thea came over and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. It is unlucky for Betty to be caught by the Sky. The process of her assassination of Admiral Wade Allen went very smoothly, but when she succeeded, Sky suddenly appeared when she was about to leave. The Sky Eye would come to Admiral Wade Island because he was the only one in the military who did relatively more research on super ability. As a result, Admiral Wade Island died and Betty, who had not had time to escape, was also caught. After confirming Betty's identity and learning about Sheng, there were follow-up events. In fact, Betty is still lucky. If it weren't for her relationship with Sheng, it would probably end badly. Even if it is not sliced for research, I am afraid it will be locked up forever. Maybe Amanda Waller will use to join Suicide Squad. After all, Amanda Waller's idea of Suicide Squad has not been dispelled. Now that Betty has completed the task, Sheng is confident that she intends to absorb her ability and let her lead a normal life. But in the conversation, Betty knows that Sheng is looking for someone to steal the things in the library and decides to go and help. It was a sigh of relief. Regarding this, Sheng didn't care, but just told her the address and the situation of the Black Sea monster. Whether it can be found depends on Betty's own 40. The disciple has a trajectory to upgrade, and other things are temporarily irrelevant, so. Sheng is now more concerned about the Kryptonians. From Amanda Waller's attitude, it can be seen that she must have known about the aliens, but she didn't know how to find them. Was she received the alien message or discovered the ship in the polar region of Ellesmere Island? Krypton reconnaissance plane. Tens of thousands of years ago, before the explosion of Krypton, the decay of Krypton was caused by excessive consumption of natural energy. At that time, Kryptonians used Krypton's advanced science and technology to drop reconnaissance planes on other planets and set up outposts in an attempt to help make plans later. Almost 20,000 years ago, a reconnaissance plane came to the Earth to establish an outpost. This reconnaissance plane is equipped with a nursery room for Krypton. Through the Krypton Center collection, more Kryptonians can be cultivated, but in the end this outpost was abandoned, buried in an iceberg, and later became a lonely fortress of Superman. Would you like to check it out? Anyway, there is nothing of special interest right now. Since the plot of Superman is about to begin, let's check it out. Thinking of this, Sheng first went back to the disciple, implanted Gideon's program into the steel battle suit, and then explained to them then the speed was activated with superimposed speed. Whoosh, The yellow lightning came on and disappeared instantly. Ellesmere Island, located in the polar region of Canada. The distance of several thousand miles is not far away after being superimposed with several times the speed. Sheng, under the overclocking thinking, hardly feels that it will take long to go out. At a glance, there is an endless world of ice and snow. The special climate makes the snow and ice here hardly melt, and at night the temperature can drop to about -40, which is very cold. Although Sheng only wears single clothes, the cold weather makes him more comfortable. After all, he has copied the ability of Frost Killer. From a distance, I can see a retrograde iceberg, and there are many equipments busy nearby. It seems that Superman has already driven away in Lonely Fort, then go find Lois first. Sheng turned around and disappeared. Metropolis. This is a very prosperous and advanced metropolis. Like Gotham, Star City, and Central City, the metropolis will become world famous for the existence of Superman in the future. But now there is one person more famous than Superman. That is Lex Luthor, who possesses the 9th level of wisdom, as the future Superman's mortal enemy. With wisdom, he will create the hate role of the Doomsday. Today, Lex Luthor is even more famous in the metropolis. After all, Lex Group, like Wayne Enterprises, is a top conglomerate in the United States. The streets are busy, everyone seems to be in a hurry, and the pace of life is fast. Sheng raised his hand and tapped the bracelet of the steel battle suit. Gideon's avatar was projected on the bracelet. Gideon, check to see if Lois has posted about Superman online. Sheng gave the answer as soon as he heard Gideon's voice. Although the news about Superman on the internet was not released by Louise Lois, it was on a certain website forum. Help me look up Louis Lane's phone number, Sheng said again. Gideon still returned in seconds. After writing down the number, Gideon turned off and made a call. Toot, toot, toot. The phone rang a few times, and a sound that sounded violently and vigorously rang. Do you know who he is? Lois's volume rose a little excitedly. Where are you? Let's meet and talk. Is this magic, or is this an illusion? Real. Sheng didn't speak and looked at her with a smile, and Louise Lois reacted instantly. What do you want? Money? Said as Louise Lois turned around and picked up her wallet as if ready to pay. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The coffee table has really become golden. This is Lois. Louise Lois rubbed her eyes, subconsciously thinking that she was dazzled, and then patted her face again to make sure she was not dreaming. Then she walked to the coffee table and looked at it in surprise. Turn the coffee table into gold. Sheng chuckled and walked to the coffee table and touched his fingers lightly, and Firestorm's ability was activated instantly. Louise Lois's horrified gaze envelops the coffee table with a special energy, and the coffee table turns into pure gold in an instant. Sheng paused, and his body flashed, and the person had already appeared in an apartment. Looking at Louise Lois, who was a little excited while holding the phone with her back to her, Sheng continued. I am behind you. Louise Lois was stunned before shaking hands with Sheng and asked in surprise at the same time. How did you get in? I know who you are looking for. Sheng did not answer but spoke straightforwardly. Louise Lois asked with a straight look. Who is he? The voice on the phone and the voice in her ear rang almost at the same time, and Louise Lois turned around in shock. I know who the person you are looking for is. Sheng smiled lightly. Hello, my name is Sheng. Sheng hung up the phone, reached out and said with a smile, send you off. Seeing Louise Lois caressing the coffee table incredibly, Sheng sat on the sofa casually and said, send me. Louise Lois looked at the gold coffee table in shock and didn't know what to say. This is a coffee table, a pure gold coffee table. How much is this worth? Although she has made high achievements in the news industry and her income in Planet Daily is not low, she is still shocked by this number. But after all, Lois was used to seeing big winds and waves. Shocked, she calmed down quickly. You are not short of money, so what do you want? You are a reporter. I will help you provide news materials. What do you say I want? Sheng said with a smile. You want me to send the news to let more people know about his existence? Is he really an alien? Louise Lois instantly reacted to Sheng's purpose. Why do you want to do this? Interesting. Sheng tilted his head and thought about it seriously, then smiled. Anyway, I can tell you his detailed information. I may know more than he knows. Not long ago, an organization higher than the FBI wanted to know the news but was rejected by me. So Miss Lois, you should be honored. Hold on. Lois took a deep breath and turned and took the paper money back. Let's talk about it. This person comes from a planet called Krypton. Krypton's technology is far ahead of the Earth. Tens of thousands of years ago, they sent many reconnaissance planes to investigate whether other planets are suitable for Kryptonians. What you saw in the polar regions, that spacecraft, was the reconnaissance plane that Krypton sent to Earth in 20,000 years, but they failed for some reason. Overconsumption and self-development led to the explosion of Krypton. Before the explosion, this person was sent to Earth by his parents. The name is Carl L. His hidden identity and ability have been living on Earth for so many years. You have also seen him. His appearance is no different from that of humans. It should be said that the appearance of Kryptonians is no different from that of humans. On Krypton, they are the same as ordinary people on Earth. People are the same, but on the Earth, because of the different atmospheric environment and the sun, the color of the sun is different, so they will have all kinds of super abilities to become Superman. Superman. Lois chanted the name gently and motioned Sheng to continue. Kryptonians use genetic breeding technology to reproduce their ethnic groups. Everyone has a lifelong fate after birth. Workers, warriors, scientists, wait, all Kryptonians' fate has been arranged. Only he belongs to nature, born, that is. Sheng said rhythmically and clapped his hands 3 times. Louise Lois was stunned for a moment to react. Applause for love. Sheng patted 3 more times, clapping crisply. Now Lois understood. She couldn't help but smile at Sheng's wit. His body contains the central treasure of Krypton. This treasure contains the genes of all Kryptonians. After the explosion of Krypton, not all Kryptonians died. Several people were locked up for a coup on Krypton. The man escaped, and the leader was called Zod, the former military commander of Krypton. He always wanted to rebuild the second Krypton, so he had to find the central treasure. And it happened that the reconnaissance plane should be activated when it started. The signal was sent, so Zord will be here soon. The plot of aliens invading the Earth has been staged countless times in movies. Will it finally happen in reality? How about you? How do you know this? As a reporter, it is instinctive to ask the bottom of it. What he said didn't sound like fabricated, so how did this person named Sheng know? The Krypton Superman named Carl L is very mysterious, but Louise Lois thinks Sheng is equally mysterious. Aliens not too special. Sheng stood up with a chuckle. Hurry up and write the news. Are you going? Lois hurriedly said. How can I contact you later? Right, thank you for reading this story at Hotman Novel. Comms, your support enables us to keep the site running. Are you looking for something? Sheng shrugged and did not explain, and Louise Lois did not ask and turned to go to the computer to write the news. Hello, Louise Lois replied in a daze. Is this artificial intelligence? Is this your purpose? Louise Lois asked. Do not. Louise Lois froze for a moment and wanted to push away, but heard Sheng slowly say, the yellow sun can enhance the ability of Kryptonians. Kryptonians on Earth can be said to be the gods of the world. They have almost no weaknesses, except for the very low magic resistance. The biggest weakness outside is a kind of green kryptonite, which can weaken their ability and make them as vulnerable as ordinary humans. You are looking for this kind of kryptonite. To deal with him or Zord, Louise Lois asked, what is this? It's true that the reporter's thinking is very sensitive, Sheng said with a chuckle. Sheng shook his head. I don't plan to leave. If you don't mind, I plan to follow you during this time, because after the news goes out, I think he will come to you. Louise Lois walked over to Sheng curiously and asked. Sheng said with a smirk. I just want to see what it would look like when someone needs kryptonite stones and finds these stones in my hands. Louise Lois no longer knows how many pieces of news she has written, but this piece of news was revised repeatedly and very carefully, and she unknowingly made her concentrate on forgetting other things. I don't know how long it's been. The progress of the news got stuck. Louise Lois stretched her waist to take a break and change her mind. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Sheng sitting on the sofa and raising her wrist. There was a wrist on his wrist. The bracelet, a virtual projection, was projected on the top of the bracelet. Something similar to a map seemed to be looking for something. Hello, Miss Louise Lois. The virtual projection changed abruptly, and the image of Gideon appeared and called roar to Louise Lois. Gideon. The corners of Sheng's mouth raised up and seemed a little tired, and he rolled over and fell directly onto Lois's lap. Found it. Seeing Gideon transformed into a map and marked a certain place, Sheng rolled over and sat up on Louise Lois's lap. Continue to write your news, I'll go out. That's the Indian Ocean. How do you go so far? Louise Lois walked everywhere. Even though it was just a glimpse, she recognized it. Run, run. Louise Lois thought that Sheng was joking. But when the yellow lightning lit up beside him and the whole person disappeared instantly, she opened her mouth wide and was dumbfounded. Sheng ran all the way to the Indian Ocean along the map. Lightning flashed across the sea and caused countless waves. Right here. Sheng suddenly stopped and tapped the bracelet to put on the battle suit and then jumped directly into the sea. Although the sea surface is clear and translucent, it gradually darkens as the surroundings dive, and countless large and small fish baits are swimming around, and it feels like being in an aquarium. There are many rocks in the depths of the seabed between the sand. Sheng wiped it lightly and saw the green light shining from the rock. Kryptonite, there are a lot of them. Sheng chuckled and put away the battle suit. In an instant, the pressure of invisible roar screamed. The ability of the control element was activated, and the sea water rolled backwards from Sheng's side, and a vacuum zone was created in a blink of an eye, followed by Sheng to open vibe under the kryptonite. The appearance of a wormhole like a rolling cloud directly transported the kryptonite to the villa in the central city. Gideon, tell them to put these kryptonite away. Okay. Gideon responded and contacted directly, under the sea. The sea retreats wherever Sheng goes, and the kryptonite that has been buried deep in the sea for many years is sent to the villa in the central city. After busying for half an hour, Sheng took away all the kryptonite in a pot before putting on a battle suit and flew out from the seabed. Boom! Sheng rushed out of the sea wearing a battle suit, recognized the direction, and flew away. About an hour before and after, Sheng returned to Louise Lois's apartment. At the moment when the battle suit was put away, Sheng activated the speed force and entered directly through the wall. In the room, Louise Lois just posted the written report on the internet and signed it specially. She knows the consequences of doing this, but if this report is true, then Superman will come to him, right? Then it can be confirmed whether there are really aliens. Sent it. Sheng asked after coming to Louise Lois's back. Lois was taken aback and looked at her chest. You came back so soon? Sheng nodded and bent over and looked at the news content on the computer. I have to say that Louise Lois is worthy of being a journalist. It is impossible to write boring content like a novel. Did you find it? Lois asked. Definitely. Although I am not sure whether kryptonite will appear in the future, at least most of the kryptonite is in my hands. Sheng turned and walked to the sofa to sit down and then just wait for the good show to start. Huh, the news has been deleted. Louise Lois yelled in surprise. The news that was still on the website just now disappeared. Not only was the news gone, but even the website was shut down after a few brushes. It should be Tianian that will do it. Sheng curled his lips. Only the eyes of the sky will pay attention to the aliens, and the details written by Louise Lois will definitely be discovered the first time. For security reasons, deletion and blocking are all conventional methods. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Sheng's phone to ring. Amanda Waller called. You told Louise Lois about the news about the Kryptonians. Amanda Waller asked straight away. Yes, how can you tell a reporter to post such important news online instead of unlock the news and release it again? Sheng interrupted Amanda Waller. Do you know how much panic this will cause? Amanda Waller roared. I'm waiting for him to come, Sheng said lightly. Amanda Waller was stunned. Are you sure? Beep, beep, beep. The phone just hung up. Putting down the phone, Amanda Waller hesitated for a long time and said in a deep voice, unlock the news and find the address of Louise Lois and take the highest level of countermeasures. The website soon reopened and the news reappeared. The blue tight-fitting battle suit wraps the body of steel and the red cloak flutters in the wind. Underpants are nothing but Superman. Sheng reached in and played wantonly. The time to find something to attract attention was much faster, watching the night outside gradually fall, and the lights in the 3-2 high-rise building in the distance turned on. Sheng suddenly turned over and sat up. After all, he is still honest, just lying. With mind control removed, Lois instantly regained control of her body. She stared at Sheng angrily, but Sheng went straight to the window. Thank you for reading this story at hotmail.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In a short while, the number of clicks and comments on the news increased. Louise Lois is still very famous in the news industry, so it began to be reposted on the internet. It didn't take long for the internet to be almost all about aliens. Well, Kryptonians, Superman's discussion. A figure floats in the air. Is he Superman? Louise Lois asked in surprise when she saw the people in the sky outside the window. Superman outside the window under the night. Louise Lois placed the computer on the coffee table while watching the comments while chatting with Sheng. When she was idle, she was also idle. Sheng simply lay on her lap again and chatted with her. For Sheng's nasty way of chatting, Louise Lois is a bit slow, but in order to learn more about it, she can only bear it. Yes, but I always feel something is wrong. Sheng frowned and met Superman's gaze outside. It turns out that the red panties are missing. It's boring. Sheng murmured and went directly to mind control. Louise Lois's face changed slightly, followed by her hands back to the back and unbuttoned her, using the standard skills that every woman knows to remove the bra from her clothes. He pulled it out and threw it aside, sitting down like a schoolboy. "What are you doing?" Lois screamed with her hands against her chest and shouted angrily at Sheng. "Krypton son Carl L, please land immediately and accept review. Krypton son Carl L, please land immediately and accept review. Krypton son Carl L, please land immediately and accept review." The broadcast sounded suddenly, and several helicopters flew over to surround Superman and repeated warnings over and over again. The streets below have been blocked by the Sky Eye, and soldiers armed with weapons nervously aimed at the Superman in the air. Superman turned a deaf ear, just staring at Sheng and Lois. Boom! The door of the apartment was suddenly forcibly pushed open, and Amanda Waller walked in with Joan Mewen and a few heavily armed soldiers. "How can you?" Louise Lois was about to question how they could break in like this, but Amanda Waller directly asked her to come to Sheng's side. "I have emptied the whole block. Whatever I want, don't worry, as long as you can catch him," Amanda Waller said solemnly. Sheng pouted his lips and didn't respond, and gracefully opened the window and stood on the edge of the window and stepped forward. His behavior surprised everyone. "It seems that this place is more than 20 floors, right? Can you just fall to death if you continue this step?" Superman was surprised as if he was always ready to save people. "It's cold," Lois murmured with a shudder. An ice condensed under Sheng's feet and steadily caught him. Step by step, as he walked towards Superman, the ice at his feet quickly extended. This scene stunned everyone. Seeing the long ice extending out of the window, Superman frowned and said, "How do you know the news, Zod, will really come to Earth?" Since Superman wears this costume, he should have learned his own life experience from the future Fortress of Solitude, as if his father's consciousness was loaded in the Master Key and came to the Earth together. When Superman started the Fortress of Solitude, his consciousness program was also downloaded to the spacecraft. I explained his identity to Superman on the board. "Why don't you wear red underwear?" Facing Superman's question, Sheng said with a look of embarrassment. "It makes me uncomfortable if you don't wear underwear outside. I don't have the point to complain, so find a pair of red underwear to wear and then we will talk." "Why should I wear red underwear?" Superman asked in a daze. "Because Superman's logo is the red underwear outside except for the S that represents hope." Sheng definitely said, "I didn't plan to wear underwear outside, let alone the red ones. Now tell me why you know these things." Although Superman is a Kryptonian, he grew up on the Earth. He can't accept such things as wearing underwear outside. No, then you are not Superman if you are not Superman." Sheng suddenly slammed forward and hit Superman's face directly. "It's really a body of steel, hard enough." Superman flew out instantly after being hit and slammed into the building behind. Boom, boom, boom. The sturdy building seemed to suddenly become a tofu project, and the walls were knocked down by Superman and then flew out from the other side. While the glass shards flew out, the entire load-bearing wall collapsed, and the upper floor was quickly pressed down, and it was swayed, tottering outward. Oh my God! No one thought that Sheng and Superman would have such a destructive power after they started. Although Amanda Waller evacuated the entire block in advance, he obviously still underestimated the power of the two. Everyone should leave here and notify the neighborhood to evacuate as soon as possible. Obviously, the battlefield between the two is not enough for one block. Amanda Waller said while turning around and leaving quickly. Louise Lois stared blankly at Sheng, stepping on ice to bypass the building and catch up. Superman grabbed his cloak and threw him towards it, then she reacted and hurried out. Boom, there was a loud noise. The wall next to him was pierced, and Superman slammed his body against the wall and sat down with a grunt. Louise Lois stopped in shock and saw Superman stand up and rushed forward with her hands before she continued to run away. Did not dare to be an elevator but ran down the stairs. Boom, Superman rushed out of the building like a missile, clenching his fists forward to Sheng. Whoosh, an ice wall suddenly appeared in front of Superman and Superman passed through without stopping. Whoosh, another ice wall. An ice wall stood in front of Superman, but it couldn't stop the body of steel. More than a dozen ice walls were pierced in a row. Superman came to Sheng and punched him. Why? He didn't understand why Sheng knew his own business, why he had to do it with himself. The copy was successful. Looking at the angry and dazed Superman, Sheng grinned lightly and fell backwards. The whole person fell from ice in an instant. During the rapid fall, Sheng raised his mouth and closed his eyes. Through the roars whistling wind in his ear, he could hear the startling roar of the soldiers below. He could hear Amanda Waller cursing in a low voice, and he could even hear Louise Lois hurriedly. Heartbeat. This is Superman's super hearing. Although his facial perception is far superior to others after copying Diana's ability, Superman's hearing is obviously better. It doesn't make a difference to Sheng. Anyway, the effect can be superimposed. He heard the sound of Superman descending to chase him and opened his eyes sharply. His eyes became red and hot, and the heat vision and high-temperature rays directly blasted towards Superman 743 who was catching up. Seeing the high-temperature ray, Superman was shocked. A deep hole appeared directly in the ground depression. Boom, Sheng closed his eyes and didn't move. Step by step, after a few steps, they saw Sheng in the deep pit. The soldiers nearby were all stupid. They looked at each other and walked in the direction where Sheng had fallen. How could he have this ability? Is he also a Kryptonian? It must be so, otherwise how could he know about Krypton? Although not sure how he came to Earth, Superman is sure he is a Kryptonian. Hearing the sound, the soldiers instinctively turned their guns and fired at the flying Superman. Sheng opened his arms and landed freely like a big font. Boom, da-da-da-da-da-da. Could it be? I fell to death. Just as the soldier thought so, Superman had already flown over from a distance. The high-temperature rays hit Superman and knocked him out instantly. Bullets swarmed. Thank you for reading this story at hotmail.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The feeling of bungee jumping, it's pretty cool. Sheng opened his eyes with a chuckle and stood up. With a loud noise, Sheng directly hit the ground. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Superman suffered a frenzied attack as soon as he landed, and the bullets bounced off his body without causing any harm at all. Superman looked down and looked up and shook his head helplessly at the soldiers, walking slowly towards the pit. Get out of the way, your attacks are useless to me. Click, click. It didn't take long for the soldiers to light up their bullets. Seeing Superman approaching step by step, some of them dodged in panic and some punched them. Superman's face didn't move, but the fist on his face was weirdly folded. Ah, the soldier screamed sternly back, clutching his broken wrist. Boom, with a loud noise, the previous building finally collapsed. Superman turned his head and frowned and blamed himself and then heard the wind. He instinctively turned his head sideways. Sheng came to his side and punched him. Are you also a Kryptonian? You are my family member, right? Superman ducked his fist and was about to ask, but suddenly found that Sheng's fist was missing. No, it accelerated suddenly. Snapped. Sheng slapped Superman with a slap. The huge amounts of power were completely different from the soldiers just now. Superman only felt a pain in his face and flew out on his back. As soon as he flew out, he felt that his cloak was caught by someone, and then he couldn't help but flew up. Boom! Sheng grabbed the cloak and smashed Superman heavily on the ground. The ground instantly sags. I have never understood why a cloak is needed to be a hero. Now I know it is convenient to smash the enemy. Sheng chuckled lightly, grabbing the cloak and picking up Superman and smashing it left and right. Boom, boom, boom. This scene made the surrounding soldiers dumbfounded. Their attack just now looked like a toy to Superman, but now Superman looks like a toy in front of him. The reversal also came too fast, right? Sheng took a look at the embarrassed Superman with his cloak. Boom. Sheng smashed Superman to the ground again. Loosening the cloak, Sheng raised his foot and turned Superman around. Wear red underwear, he asked extremely seriously. Superman coughed embarrassedly and looked at Sheng dumbfoundingly. Why on earth? Why is it so persistent that I wear red underwear? I heard I don't want to do anything with you. I just want to know if you are a Kryptonian, if you belong to my clan. Boom. Sheng's eyes were red and hot rays hit his face directly. Superman tilted his head and raised his hands to block the rays with difficulty and slowly tried to push them away. Unlimited stacking double. Some of the high-temperature rays that had been pushed away suddenly strengthened, instantly causing Superman's palm to hit his mouth and unable to move it away. Superman was a little angry. His muscles began to tighten as if he was about to tear his uniform, his power condensed all over his body, and his eyes also turned red and high-temperature rays were about to hit Sheng. At this time, Sheng raised his finger. Sizzle. The azure blue electric current directly hit Superman, causing Superman, who had finally condensed power, to snort it in an instant, and the power dissipated. Do you wear red underwear? Do you wear red underwear? Sheng questioned Superman loudly while releasing high-temperature rays. Don't speak. You are quite stiff, I see how long you can hold on. The electric current kept hitting Superman and the electric Superman trembled constantly. Do you wear red underwear? Do you wear red underwear? Sheng asked this sentence over and over again. If his mouth was blocked by his hand and couldn't speak, Superman wanted to yell at him. Just ask, you really made me speak. His eyes were extremely angry, enduring the pain. He was focused and wanted to release the high-temperature rays, but Sheng seemed to be deliberate. It is usually a strong electric current. but it is painful but gradually tolerable. But whenever his eyes turn red and want to release high-temperature rays, Sheng will suddenly increase the intensity. The alternating between the light and heavy intensity makes him unable to concentrate at all. "Are you wearing red underwear?" Sheng asked again. He seems to be blocked by his mouth and can't speak. A soldier next to him said timidly. Sheng turned his head when he heard the sound, and the high-temperature ray swept the past and hit the soldier instantly. Boom! The soldier flew out, and after landing, he exuded a strong smell of burnt. Talk too much. Sheng muttered that the ray just wanted to turn back, but Superman took the opportunity to fly into the air with a boom. Withdrawing the high-temperature rays, Sheng raised his head to look at Superman. "Well, since you want to fight, then I'm serious." Superman's angular face showed a serious and heavy expression, and he was angry. Regardless of whether this person is from his own clan, he has had enough. "Since you want to fight, then I will fight with you." Superman took a deep breath, staring sharply at Sheng, his arms even fisted forward. The sonic boom sounded behind him, and he instantly rushed to the ground like Sheng like a missile. His speed was shocking, and there seemed to be a hot air current around his body. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Sheng. Suddenly enough, Sheng muttered and waved his hand with vibe ability to open a wormhole in front of him. Superman rushed in instantly and appeared over a certain tall building behind Sheng the next moment. Before Superman could react, he slammed it down. Bang, bang, bang. His figure went directly down the roof. Explosions sounded one after another in the building. The fire was everywhere, and the building collapsed instantly. Boom! Sheng raised his fist and banged directly at Superman, who was taking the initiative to probe. This time he was very cautious, always staring at Sheng so as not to get hit again. Quick run. It was close. Just as he was about to rush to Sheng, he suddenly felt as if he was plunged into the darkness, and his body instantly slowed down uncontrollably. This is no longer a situation she can control. Boom, run. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Amanda Waller, who ran out from a distance, saw this scene and couldn't help muttering to herself with a headache. Clearing a block is already her greatest authority, but now at least 2 or 3 blocks were affected, several buildings collapsed, and countless buildings were affected. The buildings smashed heavily to the ground, and for a moment there was smoke and dust. Superman hit the ground directly, his head stuck in the ground, motionless. "I said I have played enough." With a loud noise, Superman flew out from the ruins, rushing towards Sheng again with a solemn expression. Unlimited stacking, 10 times the power, trouble now. Not far below the building was the place where the soldiers gathered and stood by, and they fled in panic when they saw the building tilted and collapsed from the air. Boom! For a long time, Superman remained motionless. Speaking of Superman, it is really unlucky. "Since I was a child, I have been used to converging my power and will not take it easily." After being copied ability by Sheng, I mistakenly thought that he was also a Kryptonian, so he was more restrained. Sheng's unbridled fat beating finally made him want to do it, but Sheng was so cool and stopped fighting. Fortunately, he has fainted now, otherwise he could die of depression. He died. Amanda Waller, Joan Mewen, and Louise Lois, who ran out, came here. Amanda Waller looked at Superman, who was stuck in the ground, and asked Sheng with lingering fear. "Death, he's not that easy to die." Sheng curled his lips at Louise Lois, beckoned, and followed to Amanda Waller. "It's handed over to you." "Okay," Amanda Waller nodded. Although the situation is a bit out of control and the loss is a bit big, she can explain it as long as she can catch Superman. After giving an order, the soldiers tentatively pulled Superman out and took him away like pulling a carrot. As for where to take and how to deal with the surrounding losses, it has nothing to do with Sheng. Sheng hugged Lois's feet slightly and flew up instantly. Boom! The two disappeared into the night sky like a missile. Louise Lois's apartment is considered abandoned. Sheng took her to open a room in a hotel 950 blocks away. Superman appears, Zord should be coming soon, then there will be fun. Be honest, I'll be back in a while. Sheng sent Lois to the hotel and then flew away directly from the window. The wind roared, and it didn't take long for Sheng to fly directly back to the villa in the central city. In the villa, Laura is wearing a battle suit with Thea and ballistics while carrying Krypton. After Sheng came back, he transported all these kryptonites to the Disciple, followed the high-speed means to cut off one of them and took a small piece away. Flew back to the hotel where the Metropolis Louise Lois was. In the room, Louise Lois had just taken a shower and she was very embarrassed. Seeing Sheng returning with a stone glowing with green light, Louise Lois knew it should be kryptonite. She lowered her head nervously and did not look at Sheng. Whether it was his control of his body or his side-to-side battle with Superman, Lois was a little scared, and she even wanted to leave here if it wasn't for her own sake. Two people are important to Superman. One is his adoptive mother, Martha. I have to say that Martha is a very magical name. Because her mother is called Martha, Superman and Batman turned enemies into friends, which is amazing, and the other one is Lois. In the comics, Joker designed Superman to kill the pregnant Louise Lois, resulting in a big change in Superman's character, creating the J-plot of the injustice. In the movie, Superman's resurrection after death showed signs of blackening. It was also because of the willingness of Louise Lois that he returned to normal and defeated Steppenwolves. What would happen if there was no Louise Lois in Superman's life? Injustice should not be possible, but blackening will never escape. As the saying goes, things must be reversed. Superman has been suppressing himself since he was a child. Once he is black, it should be quite fun. So, what do you see me doing? Lois noticed that Sheng's eyes turned a little excited when she looked at her, which made her nervous instantly. You don't control me anymore. As soon as her voice fell, Sheng raised the corners of her mouth, followed by the involuntary feeling that came again. Sheng's voice appeared in her mind, and her hand involuntarily took off her clothes according to the voice's instructions. At the same time, Sheng had already taken off his clothes and walked to the bathroom. Louise Lois involuntarily followed into the bathroom. There was a patter of water, and Louise Lois knew what she had done and saw, but she couldn't stop her being irresistible or even making her own voice. She was angry but helpless. She couldn't even do it without thinking about it. After the shower, the two returned to the bed, and Lois did a lot of things she couldn't do without control. Beat Superman and sleep Louise. Sheng felt that the evening was really wonderful. As for the Superman who was beaten up, Louise who was beaten up is willing to. These are not in his consideration. After the wind stopped and the rain stopped, Sheng took back the mind control of Louise, changed a new bed sheet and hugged the silent Louise Lois and fell asleep. Lois wants to cry. But when she was controlled before, she couldn't help her body at all, and the urge to cry after she regained her freedom had already passed. Although she can't control her body, the whole process is her own experience. Even Sheng deliberately did not control the nerve area that receives her body's sensory sensations, so she can feel pain, feel tired, feel. She is ashamed to speak. Feel. A sense of exhaustion gradually took over the whole body, and Louise Lois fell asleep in a daze. Sky Eye Club Secret Interrogation Room. Strong military forces were deployed on the third and outer floors. Amanda Waller took Joan Mewen and a black General Swanwick looking at the handcuffed Superman in the interrogation room in the mirror. After Superman woke up, he understood the situation and faced the military's inquiries. He remained silent. He didn't speak until a long time later. He wants to meet the person who fought him before. General Swanwick turned to Amanda Waller and said, "This man, this guy who defeated Superman, can you bring it here?" Amanda Waller is a little embarrassed. It's difficult. I have been paying attention to him a long time ago. No one knows how strong he is, and from the current intelligence analysis, he only does what he wants to do. I have tried to threaten him, but it's about the safety of the Earth. Amanda Waller looked at Superman in the mirror and reluctantly said, "General, he can do what aliens can do, and he is stronger than aliens, otherwise Superman would not be here." NS. The implication. Aliens can destroy the Earth, so can Sheng, even more difficult to deal with than aliens. He didn't beat me. Superman slowly turned his head, said to the people behind the mirror, then twisted the handcuffs with a click and got up and walked to the mirror. "I am here because I grew up on the Earth and I am not an enemy of the Earth." Although Superman vowed that Sheng did not beat himself, he said that he was here because he grew up on the Earth. But, of course they are not. Amanda Waller and General Swanwick didn't believe it at all. Amanda Waller saw with his own eyes how Sheng rubbed Superman on the ground. If Superman wasn't knocked out by Sheng, would he come here? Amanda Waller does not believe it. Carl L., I hope you stay calm. If you are really not hostile, stay here and wait for us to come up with a solution. If you leave, we may not be able to stop you, but someone on Earth can stop you. Amanda Waller Tilda said to Superman. Superman explained helplessly. "I am not a bad guy. It's not important." Amanda Waller shook his head. "It doesn't matter whether you are a bad person or not. What matters is that you are an alien. It is not necessarily true that people who are not people have different minds, but it is normal to be more cautious. I'll try to see if I can talk to Sheng." Amanda Waller turned his head and said to General Swanwick, "Okay." General Swanwick nodded first, then turned and opened the door to beckon outside, and a woman in military uniform walked in. This is Major Carol Ferris, currently serving as my secretary. She will go with you to see Su Sheng. If Su Sheng has any conditions, she can convey it to me. General Swanwick introduced. Carlo Ferris nodded to Amanda Waller and then left with her. In the hotel room. The curtains swayed slowly by the rustle of the wind, and the sunlight shining through the window gave Su Sheng a very comfortable feeling. Let alone whether the sun will become stronger, Su Sheng is very satisfied with this comfortable feeling. He glanced sideways at Louise Lois, who was facing away from him, his smooth back outlines alluring lines. Looking back from her, Su Sheng picked up the kryptonite placed aside. When he flew back yesterday, Su Sheng discovered that kryptonite had a certain influence on him. His ability and physical fitness were not only the characteristics of Kryptonians, so the influence after neutralization was not great, but Superman. Things can kill him. The reason why I cut a piece is because Su Sheng wants to do something. Interesting things, bang bang bang. The knock on the door sounded softly, and Su Sheng turned his head and looked at the door. The structure of the object in his line of sight changed in an instant, and he looked through the past directly like X-rays. Two skeletons stood outside the door. It's not right, it's two people, two women, but one of them is too fat. The knock on the door made Louise Lois woke up in a daze. She opened her eyes and watched Su Sheng wrapped in a bath towel. She couldn't help showing a trace of daze. Seeing Su Sheng waved her hand to indicate that it was okay, she wanted to continue sleeping in a daze. But after Su Sheng opened the door to let in the two people outside, Louise Lois suddenly reacted and hurriedly pulled the sheets to block her. Anything. Su Sheng asked Amanda Waller casually. Amanda Waller's face is ugly, very, very ugly. Those things are very important and will cause a lot of trouble if they go out. I hope you can change them back. What? Su Sheng froze for a moment and then reacted with a smile. The vault of the Sky Eye Society was stolen. Don't pretend to be ignorant. This morning, 3 people attacked the secret warehouse of the Sky Eye Society and stole everything in it. Among the 3 people, there were 2 superability persons. One was able to release sound waves and directly destroy the walls of the warehouse. Layer Insurance, one is Betty. Amanda Waller received this news on the way to find Su Sheng. You don't have to think about knowing that the master behind the scenes must be Su Sheng. Is this to retaliate for using Betty to threaten him before? How did he know the location of Sky's secret warehouse? I ordered it. My collection room is a bit empty, so get something to decorate. Who makes Sky's collection the most? Blame you guys for being idle and collecting so many things. Su Sheng's robber theory chokes. Amanda Waller was speechless and said unwillingly after a long while. These things are very important and I will find a way to get them back. It's up to you, Su Sheng said indifferently. That's all you came here. It's about Superman. Amanda Waller's mentality adjusted quickly. You are beautiful. Su Sheng smiled and complimented. Are there really aliens and aliens have come to Earth? Hello, I'm Major Carol Ferris and I will talk to you about the Kryptonians on behalf of General Swanwick. Carol Ferris looked at Louise Lois, who was blocking her on the bed, and looked at her belly again. Su Sheng, with sharp muscles, stretched out his hand and introduced himself. Ring ling ling. The source of the sound was the phone, and everyone's phone made a harsh sound. Su Sheng turned back to the bed and picked up the phone. The screen on the phone turned on by itself. There was a rustle as if the signal reception was not good. After that, a few English letters and intermittent sounds appeared. Telephone. This message was broadcast on TVs and mobile phones all over the world. With the addition of the news about Kryptonians, Karl L., and General Zod sent by Louise Lois, almost everyone in the world was bombed. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Su Sheng stretched out his hand and shook it, but he bent over and kissed her on the cheek. This sentence was translated into countless languages and words and played repeatedly, and it stopped abruptly after a long while. Hello, I am General Zod. I come from a distant planet, and I have traveled across the vast sea of stars to find you. You have sheltered one of my people, and now I ask you to hand him over. For some reason, he chose to conceal his existence. He tried his best to integrate into you. He looks similar to you, but he is not of the same race. If anyone knows his location, then the fate of your planet is in your hands. Carl, have you heard that? Come out and surrender within 24 hours or let the whole world bear the consequences. The call also returned to normal. P.S. Carol Ferris is the girlfriend of Green Lantern in the Justice League Double Green, and later obtained the Purple Lantern ring and became a member of the Star Blue Stone in the Star Blue Stone Legion. This action instantly made Carol Ferris a little confused and at a loss. Thank you, Carol Ferris responded in a panic. Suddenly, a harsh sound rang out, as if it were an electric frequency interference. The phone calls between Carol Ferris and Amanda Waller rang one after another, all asking for this information.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.